Chapter 621, Yu Ye's Network. Actually, she was a very calm and steady, wise and far-sighted girl, but at this instant, she really couldn't control her repressed feelings. Longhaochen actually appearing so overtly in front of her was just such an inconceivable thing. Even if he was now very close, she still felt as if in a dream. Longhaochen showed a calm smile. Why wouldn't I dare come? So what if the core city is the den of the tiger? Yu Yi lost her voice. So what? Could it be that you don't know that, in order to kill you, the demon god emperor had no scruples against making the holy war last over 2 years? This holy war has already lowered the demon population by more than 30%. For the sake of killing you, the demon god emperor personally went to look for you in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, alongside my father and some demon gods. For the sake of killing you, the star demon god Visago did not refuse to burn all his life to use great prophecy. And you are just appearing in Modu like that. You are simply a madman. Longhaochen didn't make a sound. He could understand Yu Ye's emotions. Although Longhaochen was not among the Alliance's top in cultivation, he'd surely rank near the top if one were to speak in terms of reputation and influence. It was for him that the demon side launched this holy war. Yu Yi took large gasps, her whole face covered with unbelief. Watching Longhaochen's handsome face, she felt out of control of her own body. Suddenly, she took large strides forward toward him and hugged him tightly. This unexpected hug startled him greatly. Coming into such close contact, Longhaochen could clearly feel her intense heartbeat. In a daze, he didn't know how he should face this situation. He obviously couldn't return the hug. In his heart, Yu Yi was only a comrade, a friend. Yu Yi didn't utter a word, and Longhaochen stayed motionless in this calm, secluded room, but didn't push her away. Deep inside, Yu Ye's feelings caused some reactions in him. It wasn't that he didn't think of rejecting her, but as this mixed-blood beauty in front of him had just saved his life not long before, how could he bear to push her away like that? Holding Longhaochen tightly, Yu Ye's intense heartbeat gradually came back to normal. She suddenly realized that this was the first time of her life that she felt so alive. And this feeling of substance was due to this man. What a good feeling! She was almost unable to resist the urge to let out moans, but still restrained herself in the end. She didn't want him to see through her, yet really hated to part with him. The two of them were calmly standing there, not budging for a while. When Yu Yi came up to hold him, her body felt slightly cold, but as time passed, Longhaochen distinctly felt that it was gradually heating up. Filled with a deep fright, Longhaochen knew that he couldn't let this go on. He was also just a man like any other, and Yu Yi was such a beauty. Even if he could control himself, even if this went on, he was afraid that this would change the friendly relationship between the two of them. This was something he did not wish to see. Princess, Longhaochen said in low voice. This appellation of princess made Yu Yi shiver slightly. The gradually warming Yu Yi was woken up, just as if a cup of cold water was poured on her. Unconsciously letting go of his arms, she stepped back rapidly, and showed a somewhat pale, blushing face. Am I just a princess in your heart? Yu Yi revealed a trace of distress. She had believed she had let go of him a long time ago, but seeing him for real and sensing the aura on his body, she realized that this feeling were still there, buried deeply in her heart. Longhaochen let out a light sigh. Sorry, Yu Yi. You should know that I already have Kaier, and my heart cannot contain feelings for anyone else than her. I regard you as my friend, a lifetime friend. Thank you for your message, which enabled us to narrowly escape from that crisis. Your friend? So what if I am your friend? If I run into a life-threatening crisis, will you be protecting me like how you protected Kair with your own life? I will. Longhaochen replied categorically without showing any hesitation. This startled Yu Yi, who looked at Longhaochen with an air of unbelief. Although they hadn't been in much contact, she understood clearly that Longhaochen was this kind of person. He wouldn't make this kind of promise lightly but would be certain to do it if he said so. Longhaochen declared with sincerity, "Since I received your emergency warning in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, in my eyes you have already stopped being just a cooperative partner but also a real friend. I understand that you too were bearing an enormous risk. If you come to meet with danger, I will do my best to save you from that." Longhaochen's words weren't a flowery speech, as he didn't have such rhetorical talents, but they deeply shocked Yu Ye's heart, and her pale face gradually came back to normal. She turned her head, her back facing Haochen, and put great efforts into pacifying her thumping heart. A long time later she turned back to showing a normal expression. "You came to the core city because the demon god emperor and my father went away taking a large amount of demon gods, so this place should be empty, right? If this is what you think, you are mistaken. Modu Core City is the foundation of all demonkind, and has 5 demon gods standing on watch. At any time, the 5 greatest clans will leave powerhouses on guard in their demon god palaces. Coming here to look for a chance is nothing other than suicide. I can tell that your cultivation has greatly grown in those 2 years, but I can tell you with certainty that 2 devil dragon powerhouses of the 9th step are enough to annihilate your whole team." After recovering her calm, Yu Yi was back to her wise and foresight self, immediately able to tell the reasons of Longhaochen's arrival. "No, you coming to the core city should be totally outside the demon god emperor's expectations. No one should have expected that you would walk right into the trap, and with your intelligence, I don't think you came with a suicidal plan. Tell me, just what are you planning?" Longhaochen nodded. "Based on the information you gave me, the star demon god Visago should be greatly weakened by the use of great prophecy, and have only a 10th of his top form strength, right? I have come here to request a confirmation of that fact first of all." After hearing his question, Yu Yi was once again in shock. You can't be planning to attack the star demon god." Longhaochen didn't try to conceal the truth, and nodded to her. Yu Yi let out a gasp. "Looks like you are truly mad. How could that be possible? Even if he has just a 10th of his strength, the star demon god is not an opponent you can deal with. Don't you know he has countless ways yet to increase his cultivation in a burst to an extremely terrifying level? I'm afraid you guys would not even be able to take a single one of his blows." Longhaochen replied, "We have already considered all these points. Don't worry, since we dared come, it is surely after doing careful reflection. I have already considered all difficulties, and it's not as if we are planning to directly kill the star demon god. Can you tell me what's the current condition of the star demon god?" Yu Yi replied, "The star demon god is indeed weakened after his use of great prophecy. This is something father told me personally, and my father has never spoken false words to me. His demon god pillar is called Star of Truth, and causes any lie he would tell to greatly affect his cultivation. So why come for him if you don't plan on killing the star demon god? Oh, I know. You must be planning to destroy his demon god pillar. Don't tell me you really have that power of destroying demon god pillars." With Yu Ye's intelligence, she managed to guess Longhaochen's objective. Longhaochen shrugged his shoulders. Yes? If not for that, why would the demon god emperor launch a holy war because of me? By destroying or damaging the star demon god's pillar, our objective will be attained. Don't worry, we have no plans of involving you no matter what. Today, it was only to confirm whether the star demon god is really in a weakened state, as well as to inform you of our time of action, so that you can avoid being implicated or even wounded at that time. Yu Yi murmured, "What a real fearless guy you are. To actually dare target this Modu capital city. Are you really confident?" Longhaochen showed a light smile. "There's nothing certain in this world from the beginning. This operation is mainly aiming at catching the enemy off guard. Since even you, the most familiar person with us, didn't expect that, the demon god emperor naturally won't expect it. We cannot remain here for too long, so tomorrow evening will be the time of our action. When the time comes, we will create a diversion in your Moon Demon Palace, before proceeding towards the Star Demon Palace. We will be launching an attack of forbidden spell grade against the Moon Demon Palace, so be extremely careful when remaining in here." Hearing Longhaochen's explanation, Yu Yi understood his strategy, becoming speechless for a moment. Looking at Longhaochen, she couldn't help but show a sluggish expression. For some reason, a sudden burst of pride arose in her. Yu Yi secretly thought, so that's the man I have chosen, and leading his demon hunt squad, he actually dared come so brazenly to Modu and aim at the star demon god pillar. That's just how courageous and self-confident he was. No sign of arrogance was perceived from him. Since he said he had reflected on it carefully, he must have reflected on it carefully. But just as he said, because his plan was far too bold and far too unimaginable, no one could guess it beforehand. Creating a diversion really was a good strategy, as attacking the Moon Demon Palace would naturally mobilize the Star Demon Palace with which they had the greatest relationship. Although Yu Yi didn't know the detailed plan Longhaochen's group had, she realized with astonishment that this plan was really feasible. She was just far too conscious about what demon god pillars represent for the demons. No matter his strength, even if it's the demon god emperor, if a demon god's pillar is destroyed, his position will also fall to dust instantly. The demon god pillars are their foundation, and in some manner, an indestructible second body for the demon gods. Thank you for your help, Yu Yi. Be very careful, I am going now. After telling her these words, Longhaochen proceeded to the exit. Yu Yi stepped across, blocking his path of escape. Raising her head to look at him, she showed slight displeasure. Are you really leaving like that? Longhaochen had a start. Yu Yi snorted. How much do you even know Modu Core City? Even if your plan was even more reliable, how accurately can you strike my Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace? Even the power of a forbidden spell is limited. Knowing the core areas will only make our two demon palaces all the more panicked. Do you know the accurate location of the Star Demon God Pillar and the place where the Star Demon God is secluded? And how strong are the Star Demon's forces in the Star Demon Palace? Longhaochen didn't utter a word. Actually, Yu Ye's questions were all things he had wanted to ask today, but after Yu Yi hugged him like that, he just didn't dare ask anymore. That was because he suddenly realized that he already owed Yu Yi far too much. If he received even more from her, how could he repay that favor? And the feelings she had for him made it even harder for him to ask. Actually, Longhaochen had some backup thoughts about today's plan. By just spending some more time, he could investigate the two great demon palaces. After all, he still had this identity as a moon demon viscount, enabling him to ask about some known information. Of course, he would prefer to get Yu Ye's accurate information, which was the only way to increase his chances of success. Although this operation Longhaochen came for was dangerous, he still proceeded with enough prudence. Unless enough safety precautions were taken, he wouldn't dare move rashly even if he had to give up on this plan. It should be to ask all this that you have come to see me this time, right? Why are you not asking? Longhaochen looked fervently at Longhaochen. Longhaochen let out a light sigh. I already really owe you too much. If I keep owing you, I don't know how I could repay you all this. Yu Yi almost blurted out, repay it with your body. But she still bore it, because she knew that this would only increase the distance between the two of them even further. So it turns out that you already know that you owe me a lot? Very good, let me tell you how to repay me then. Be at ease, it is not something personal that I will be asking. Yu Ye's expression exercised restraint, making less emotion show to appear more rational. Revealing a wise look, she declared after taking a short pause. Longhaochen, I can help you with my utmost, and not only this time but on every occasion there will come to be in the future. As long as you need it, I will do my utmost to provide any information you need. Yu Ye's voice sounded really pleased, and furthermore she clarified that he didn't need to repay her emotionally. Longhaochen was startled. What are your gains then? Yu Yi declared, if one day you can be a leader of humanity and lead them to defeat demonkind, I hope that you wouldn't eradicate it all and leave just a small territory for demonkind to dwell in. It will be just a small kingdom outside your human empire, and I will be its ruler. For 1,000 years, humankind shall not be allowed to attack us. Longhaochen didn't expect this condition from Yu Yi at all, and couldn't help but feel a large shock. Yu Yi, are you sure that is your only wish? You should know that this is something I can absolutely not promise you. Even if I become a divine knight in the future, the Temple Alliance will surely not listen to my lone word either. Yu Yi looked at him with determination. I just want your promise. So what about what all others say? If the whole Temple Alliance comes under your command, why wouldn't you be able to make the decision? And you should know clearly that even if humankind can annihilate all our demonkind, it will surely be at an enormous cost. At that time, if you can give us a chance to move away into a small territory, then the chances of demonkind going all out with no more regard for their own lives will be much lower. I don't want much, just a territory the size of a province will be sufficient. Longhaochen furrowed his brows, deeply considering Yu Ye's proposal. There stood no doubt that having Yu Yi as a mole among demonkind would greatly benefit them in their future courses of actions. But this condition of Yu Yi felt really incomprehensible in his eyes. Even if I promise you, will the surviving forces even listen to your command after we defeat demonkind? Yu Yi showed a tranquil smile. That's my own issue. It's enough for you to just give me your promise. If in the future you cannot command the Temple Alliance, or if my strength is insufficient to gather the scattered demon survivors, or if you humans cannot defeat us demons, there will be no need to fulfill your part. Demonkind may be outsiders, but they have, after all, 6,000 years of history on this continent since their arrival. In some sense, outside the 72 demon gods, all demon races are also born from the evolution of various original creatures from Xingma Dalu, which are originally part of this word. If you can destroy the 72 demon god pillars, it's hard to say whether the demon's demonification will persist. And I can tell you one secret without fear. Do you know what our Yu Yi merchant group's fundamental force is? Longhaochen shook his head. Yu Yi replied, "Our fundamental forces are the individuals of mixed human and demon blood." Longhaochen was startled, immediately looking forward to the continuation of Yu Ye's speech. Yu Yi continued, "Individuals of mixed human and demon blood are far more numerous than you imagine. The Yu Yi merchant force is just our external facet, but our scope of influence extends to all demon territory. Among us, the overwhelming majority is more inclined to human thinking, and until now we have really been looking ahead for an opportunity to become independent. You should understand my intention given how intelligent you are. So I will certainly not limit my help to providing information. In case the occasion gets ripe, our organization's strength will emerge of itself." Longhaochen showed some unbelief. "And you are the leader of this organization?" Yu Yi shook her head, "Not yet. Let me leak out some more to you. Our organization's present leader is a demon god of mixed human and demon descent. After I set up the Yu Yi merchant group, we have been in touch, and I have been in charge of intelligence works for the organization. If my strength reaches a sufficient level in the future, I will surely have the qualifications to fight for the position of leader. Mixed human and demon breed have a lot of advantages. For instance, even if our present head gets his demon god pillar destroyed, it will at most incur a slight loss of strength and inability to use its power. But that is far from the case for those purebred demon gods. Please give me your reply after considering it. For now, I am not speaking as your friend, but on behalf of my organization. In case our agreements come to a good end, we will also be the one in control of that kingdom." Longhaochen sank into contemplation, and without hurry, Yu Yi calmly stood waiting for him. A short time later, Longhaochen slowly raised his head. "Okay, I give you my promise." Yu Yi charmingly revealed a slightly distressing smile. She knew that from this instant onward, Longhaochen and herself would be once again back to that pure relation of partnership. But what other choice did she have? "I believe in your integrity, so there is no need for any contract of promise. All right, now tell me your plans. Let's perfect it now, trying our utmost to erase all danger." "Wait a bit. I am bringing you our map of the Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace." Modukor City was still so imposing and had the densest darkness essence. All demon powerhouses took the fact of living there as an honor, because in addition to the privilege of living there, the dense essence only made their cultivation speed faster. The sky darkened gradually, and the weather was not so good, dark clouds hovering all over the sky, where dusky drizzles hovered. Aside from the accumulated dust, an abundant darkness essence was contained inside, affecting even the sky's color. Outside the Moon Demon Palace, in an unremarkable nook, stood a man, a huge cloak completely covering his body. He was standing calmly, occasionally revealing a face of extreme handsomeness when looking to the side. "It's about the Moon Demons and Star Demons mealtime," Longhaochen muttered aloud. Right at this time, a few Moon Demons appeared at his side. Longhaochen did not avoid them, but instead looked at them face to face. Seeing Longhaochen's handsome traits, they immediately lowered their heads, then left at a rapid pace. Purple eyes and a handsome face. This was originally the greatest characteristic of Moon Demons. Also, their status generally goes up with their degree of handsomeness. Appearance would never determine a Moon Demon's age, but could determine his strength. And without a doubt, Longhaochen was heaven-blessed to be disguised as a moon demon. Tower of Eternity. The members of Bright Glimmer of Hope were all clad for battle, already prepared in their optimum state. All gathered together, they calmly waited. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's injuries were already a lot better after the past days. Longhaochen didn't invite them, but if not for their insufficiently recovered strength, they would surely be itching to participate in this operation. At this moment, they could only give their most sincere blessings to Bright Glimmer of Hope's group. Downcast chants echoed in the first floor of the Tower of Eternity. This incantation was not from anyone of Bright Glimmer of Hope, and came with surges of earth elemental fluctuations. Not far from the group, 4 figures were seated in a circle. 3 of them formed a triangle, with the last one sitting in the center and chanting. Red, blue, green and yellow-colored figures emitted different light, coming from the 4 holy guards that Longhaochen had obtained inside this Tower of Eternity. The 10th, 11th, and 12th occupied 3 angles, and the soulfire in their eyes pulsed violently. The air surrounding the 9th holy guard seated in the middle also pulsed violently, and his body started to look incorporeal. The 3 great holy guards were pouring their soul force into the 9th holy guard, helping him complete his spell. The latter held in his hand a fist-sized white jewel, into which an incredible amount of earth essence was poured from his own body. Longhaochen was waiting for him, and the same went for everyone present. This mission couldn't take long. They had to go in and out from Modu Core City like a breeze for this to succeed. To unleash a forbidden spell in Modu was no different than looking for death. Even an ordinary moon demon would be able to sense waves of spiritual energy of such degree, so the incantation had to be completed there. Also, the gem in the hands of the 9th Holy Guard was not obtained from any Bright Glimmer of Hope member but from Yu Yi. This was a crucial part of their plan. Zhang Fengfeng said, "It's about time. Get ready everyone. Haochen should pretty much be back if everything goes as planned." With Kair in her amnesic state, Zhang Fengfeng, being the oldest one here, temporarily commanded Bright Glimmer of Hope. Sima Xian pulled onto the dark golden chains, pulling the energetic ball of light close. Lifting it, he placed it above his arm, and the others also took out their own weapon, calmly standing in wait. As the chant of the 9th Holy Guard became increasingly louder, one could clearly see that colorless crystal turn yellow. The powerful waves of spiritual energy distorted the air violently, as that substantial-looking earth essence was poured out at a frightening speed. The 4 holy guards' joint strength was sufficient to use a forbidden spell grade spell. As the Tower of Eternity had obtained so much soul force, they also gained a huge boost in strength. Right at this time, Longhaochen reappeared in front of his comrades in a flash of golden light. He remained silent and immediately looked at the 4 holy guards. The 9th Holy Guard was finally reaching the last juncture of his incantation. His high-pitched incantation could be heard reverberating through the whole Tower of Eternity. Longhaochen had a very severe look. Saying he had no feelings of anxiousness was impossible. To brave rain and wind in Modu capital and aim against the Star Demon God's Demon God Pillar was their bold plan, and this was more than enough to astonish anyone. This was undoubtedly the hardest and most dangerous mission they had had up to now. By chance, the existences of the Tower of Eternity and Eternal Melody made the mission feasible, otherwise they would not even dare think of such a thing. At last, the resounding chanting sounds came to a stop, and in the midst of an intense knocking of the air, the 10th, 11th and 12th Holy Guards collapsed. Just a bit was left of the soul fires in their eyes, while the 9th Holy Guard was bursting in yellow light and vigor, while pouring the last bits of earth essence frantically into that crystal. One could clearly see that around that crystal drifted some complex patterns. Just by looking, one could already feel how frantic all the energy stockpiled inside was. The yellow light vanished suddenly, as all traces of magic disappeared at once, poured inside that crystal. The whole crystal turned into a solemn yellow color, and dispersed some faint traces of dark golden brilliance. The 9th Holy Guard handed his crystal to Longhaochen. Both his hands were really shaking, making the consumption extremely visible. Longhaochen took the crystal and gave him a nod, after which the 9th Holy Guard immediately sat cross-legged, silently recovering from his massive consumption of spiritual energy. Longhaochen looked back at the group, nodding to everyone, then flashed in golden light and disappeared once again from the group's field of view. The others, from Bright Glimmer of Hope, all understood that from this instant their plan was formally launched. They all had coinciding feelings of anxiousness and an indescribable excitement that mostly hid it. Longhaochen reappeared in a corner of the Moon Demon Palace without a sound. His tiptoes tapping lightly on the ground, he didn't put any of his spiritual energy to use, only borrowing his body's strength to send himself aloft. The walls surrounding the Moon Demon Palace reached a length of over 10 meters, but it didn't count as anything in front of the release of Longhaochen's power. They were now in a carefully chosen area that he had finally picked after consulting Yu Yi a lot. This area was in the outskirts of the Moon Demon Palace, inside the Moon Demon Hall, built in tribute to the Moon Demon God. Outside of the Moon Demon's royal family, the rear of this palace was generally only used for the ordinary Moon Demon's meal. No area in the Moon Demon Palace stood with more importance than the Moon Demon Hall. If the Moon Demon God Agar's was in his Moon Demon Palace, that's where his Demon God Pillar would be, but at that time the Moon Demon Hall would undoubtedly be invulnerable to attacks. But as Agar's was not present, his Demon God Pillar was naturally not present either, rendering an attack on it meaningless. Longhaochen had a focused look as he picked a spot. Even with his firm will, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat accelerate. As soon as the plan was launched, there would no longer be any turning back. That crystal releasing a dark yellow color as he held it in his hand felt burning hot. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down his emotions, and as his eyes flashed with coldness, that poison-colored crystal in his hand let out a flash of lightning. This instant, he had already stopped concealing his spiritual energy. Otherwise he would be unable to make use of this crystal's full power. It disappeared in a flash of yellow light which streaked across an area of a full 100 meters. Accurately landing in a parcel of the Moon Demon Palace's ground, it drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace from the surface's view. The instant Longhaochen saw it make its way to the ground, he immediately turned his head and ran away, without the slightest pause. Accelerating like a flash of light to his body's greatest speed while confirming his direction, he sped along toward the predetermined destination. Now was not a time for him to release his spiritual wings yet. It would only make him too conspicuous in the midst of Modu. Instead, he reached his highest speed possible on the ground level. While Longhaochen made this frantic run, the Moon Demon Palace was still peaceful. The ground outside was the same as before, as if it hadn't changed in the slightest since then. The previous outburst of light element fluctuations alone attracted the attention of the Moon Demon powerhouses present. After all, it was extremely rare for light essence to suddenly appear in this Modu city full of darkness essence. A few seconds after Longhaochen made a run, a few purple silhouettes suddenly arrived in the moon hall, in the area where the yellow crystal drilled itself into the ground. Looking puzzled at the sight of the surroundings, they used a scouting technique on the area. How could there be some light elemental fluctuations earlier? A tall and handsome-looking moon demon asked in puzzlement. Although clad in a gown, his swelling muscles could still be seen through his clothes. The other thinner figure replied, "You're right, I sensed it too. How could some light essence appear so suddenly in there? Did the scouting technique show results?" "Nothing. Everything is normal." The third moon demon shook his head. The three of these all had a strength reaching the 8th step, only characterizable as normal adults amongst moon demons. The very first to speak was a tall moon demon. "Something is amiss. For some reason, I have a bad premonition. There's no way light essence can appear for no reason. Even sunlight should be unable to make it there. A human light user was surely here just before. We should search attentively." As they were talking, the three moon demons' expressions changed at once. Unconsciously, they looked at their feet. To their shock, a soft, thin-looking light yellow radiance slowly dispersed to their feet and spread outwards. How could there be earth essence coming out now? The three moon demons were completely speechless, but it was an extremely soft and mild earth essence that had just appeared, feeling close to no threat to them. This time, even more moon demons had come rushing in, but the yellow color on the ground became more and more intense. "No good. Take a look." A moon demon suddenly lost his voice. The group of moon demons followed his pointed finger, discovering with astonishment that at some point a thin layer of yellow had also climbed up the moon demon palace's walls. "Quick, darkness suppression!" A moon demon of rather high cultivation shouted out. Then, all moon demons present ignited themselves in intense dark purple radiances. Moon demons were no weaklings. Almost all the moon demons present there were powerhouses of the 8th step. However, their reaction was, in the end, too late. Against an already unleashed forbidden spell, even a moon demon of the 9th step would at most be able to defend himself. Stopping the outburst of this forbidden spell would only be doable if Agar's was present right now in this moon demon hall. The earth violently shook as terrifying earth elemental fluctuations burst out. Dense earth elemental fluctuations erupting in an area extending to a range of 1,000 meters. In a large explosion, the ground split instantaneously and the whole moon demon palace started shaking profusely along with the whole Modu core city. How could this happen? This question arose instantly in all the moon demons. They were all powerhouses of the 8th step, with naturally sufficient perceptions. The instant they perceived a threat to their life, these moon demons flew away in panic, rushing away from the air. Any demon, whichever its race, would prioritize their own safety in front of a life-threatening danger. At this time a second sudden explosion rang out. It gave an instant feeling of a dragon king arising from the ground. In the whole moon demon palace, large pieces of ground cracked, countless boulders splashing in all directions. Those terrifying earth elemental fluctuations only kept causing intense rumbles over and over again. The Moon Demon Palace truly deserved being called the most important building for the Moon Demon clan demonkinds. Even in the midst of these explosions, it kept glinting instead of getting caught in the explosions. All around it, layers of dark purple halations rippled all around. That was its defensive formation, made specially for the building. This place being the moon demon's headquarters, consecrated to the moon demon god, how could it be so easy to shake? Even if the moon demon god's pillar was not part of the defensive formation, its defensive power was still incomparably terrifying. As the main ringleader for this accident, Longhaochen wasn't thinking about destroying the moon demon palace. Yu Yi and him had planned thoroughly, and obviously knew about the extent of the moon demon palace's defensive power. Their actual goal was, rather than to destroy this moon demon palace, to borrow the power of the 9th Holy Guard's Earth Elemental Forbidden spell to make everyone aware that an attack was ongoing against the moon demon palace. The forbidden spell finally erupted at its peak, causing the whole of Modu to shake with terrible rumbles. Loads of walls from the moon demon palace crumbled and myriads of rocks came falling down, producing a terrible explosive force. Even a powerhouse of the 9th step wouldn't dare approach at this time. The moon demon palace's defenses were certainly solid, but that was the palace itself, not the ground underneath. Along with some deafening blasting sounds, the whole moon demon palace was blasted by a terrifying pushing force, rushing instantaneously into the air. One could clearly see a huge earth-yellow-colored dragon drill into the moon demon palace from underneath, extending over more than 100 meters. Whirling around at frantic speed, its body let out terrible fluctuations of spiritual energy, causing the nearby rocks to blast away, as if all surrounding rocks had just become artillery shells made of spiritual energy. Many of the moon demons that did not make it in time to escape screamed in misery. The area serving for moon demons to have meals in had already long since collapsed, and in this short amount of time, over a third of the moon demon palace's interior had turned into ruins. The rocks in the midst of these ruins still kept exploding frantically. Only the area protected by defensive formations, the most important areas of the palace, were preserved. The Earth attribute forbidden spell level Earth Dragon Liberation came out from the ground below the moon demon palace, elevating itself several hundred meters high in the air, becoming visible from any corner of Modu Core City. That huge yellow dragon did not keep attacking, only rolling frantically while causing powerful bursts of earth elemental essence. Even the moon demons of the 9th step did not dare approach it. Of all earth forbidden spells, Earth Dragon Liberation wasn't the most powerful because of its greatest flaw, its scope. Generally, forbidden spells have a very wide range, but Earth Dragon Liberation's range was limited to only 500 meters, what extended beyond being no more than residue from its power. But its true might would only be deployed in a range of 500 meters. But for this very reason, the might of this Earth Dragon was terrifying enough to place it above a lot of other Earth Elemental forbidden spells. It was unable to launch a direct attack, but attacking it would only cause terrible repercussions. This Earth Dragon borrowed its power from Earth's true might and condensed it, formed on its own of over 300,000 spiritual energy. Of course, it was only able to wreak havoc on its original location and for a limited time, after which it would disappear on its own. That's its other flaw. So the fact a powerful Earth Mage chooses to use this forbidden spell can only mean that his goal is to destroy an area and not kill the enemy. In Longhaochen's plan, this Earth Dragon Liberation was the greatest candidate to be released there. That crystal Yu Yi handed him was able to store spiritual energy of forbidden spell level for a short time, but the spiritual energy inside will disappear as time passes. So it should be used promptly after storage. The 9th Holy Guards could not possibly complete the forbidden spell while teleporting it entirely through Longhaochen's eternal melody, which was a little issue Longhaochen had originally forecasted and resolved thanks to this crystal. At the moment, the Earth Dragon coming from the forbidden spell was perfectly completing its mission, drawing the whole Modu Core city's attention, including all the demon powerhouses present. Gathered attacks and hull defense. A dignified voice spread. On black-colored clouds, two dark purple figures appeared noiselessly in the sky above the Moon Demon Palace. One of them flashed past and pierced through the Moon Demon Hall, while the other landed on the ground, releasing myriads of purplish light from its body, forming a huge purple mantle towering over the coiling Earth Dragon. Standing in front of a forbidden spell, what kind of overbearing act was that? Though, of course, he was not planning to obliterate this forbidden spell, only to restrict its power. The appearance of these two figures immediately calmed down the frenzied Moon Demon clansmen, a large amount of whom started to release powerful magic. Some were trying to protect the Moon Demon Palace, and some tried to restrict the coiling Earth Dragon alongside the second figure. No doubt, the two suddenly appearing situation-reversing moon demons were two of the 4 Moon Demon Great Emperors, the other two being reported as brought alongside Agars to follow the Demon God Emperor to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. While these two were left to protect the Moon Demon Palace. They were the true top powerhouses of the Moon Demon clan. As the second greatest clan, although moon demons were caught off guard by the forbidden spell, they still made a prompt response, reducing the damage to its lowest. However, even so, this sudden forbidden spell still destroyed a great part of the buildings inside the Moon Demon Palace, which would take quite a while to rebuild. And right at this time, large amounts of shadows, mostly black-colored, rushed toward the Moon Demon Palace. Longhaochen seemed expressionless at the sight of the changes in the situation, but actually, his mental force was stretched to the greatest extent, enabling him to perceive all the changes all around. The instant the Moon Demon Palace elevated itself into the air, Longhaochen accelerated even further, knowing that his primary plan was already complete. This route he was currently speeding along was carefully and cautiously chosen, not a straight line from the Moon Demon Palace to the Star Demon Palace, but the most inconspicuous route. Blending in among high buildings' shadows on the route, his shadow was furthermore almost imperceptible without paying extreme attention, thanks to his current speed. At this crucial moment, Longhaochen was extremely concentrated and serious. Gradually, his rushing breath was coming back to normal, and the light essence of extreme purity in him didn't leak out at all, as he only relied on external spiritual energy to advance forward. They are finally making a move. Longhaochen's attention was suddenly drawn, making him pull back some of his most extended mental force. That's because he distinctly sensed from the direction of the Star Demon Palace that over 100 flying figures came out, heading toward the Moon Demon Palace. They were the first additional large group of the whole Modu capital city to set into action. As expected, the Moon Demon Palace and Star Demon Palace were the closest, confirming the feasibility of the rest of the plan. After the Star Demon Palace reacted, a figure swept past around it. That instant, Longhaochen had retracted all his mental force and didn't dare do any scouting. Demons were really powerful. Longhaochen gasped secretly. The instant his mental probing was retracted, he could distinctly sense that at least 40 of the flying demons visible in the sky already reached the 9th step. This was a really colossal strength, the true demon elite, and that was when the Demon God Emperor had brought away a large part of it. Today must be a success. Longhaochen determinedly clenched his fists, and as more and more individuals were gathering around the Moon Demon God, he finally reached his destination. His footsteps came to a step, and setting himself afloat, Longhaochen headed to an inconspicuous spot on the Star Demon Palace's side. At some point a yellow star-shaped gem had appeared in his right hand. Some elemental fluctuations were faintly discernible outside the Star Demon Palace. But upon coming into contact with Haochen, they magically disappeared, as the gem in his hand dispersed faint traces of warmth. Having finally decided on this plan, Longhaochen had put in meticulous care when preparing it. Having discussed a lot with Yu Yi to perfect it, he had now an overall understanding of both the Moon Demon Palace and the Star Demon Palace, and Yu Yi had supplied quite a few crucial goods, including the crystal enabling the forbidden spell's release, as well as that gem in his hand being used right now. Distorted mental waves circulated noiselessly outside Longhaochen's body. A mental probing ability of any kind would hardly find him out at this time, unless its spiritual energy surpassed his by over threefold, but even so, it would need to happen to lock on to his precise position. This was the first time Longhaochen had set foot in the Star Demon Palace, but at present he was like an experienced visitor. Speeding along, he followed the outermost yellow walls, under perfect concealment and without making any sound. The entire route through the palace had already been simulated many times during his planning with Yu Yi. In his eyes, this place was unfamiliar, but that route was incomparably familiar. Longhaochen knew that he didn't have much time. Regardless of whether he would succeed or not, his comrades and he only had a single chance. In case of failure, they would have to immediately retreat. He was coming closer and close to the objective. Just like the Moon Demon Palace, the Star Demon Palace was also extremely wide, but even walking through all of it would not take much time at Longhaochen's current speed. One great building after another kept popping into sight, but Longhaochen did not encounter any star demons. It looks like the star demons really deployed all their elites for the sake of coming to rescue of the Moon Demon Palace. Found it. Longhaochen's eyes abruptly focused ahead, and his walking pace slowed down accordingly. That was a pagoda-looking building, extremely tall, but without as many floors as the usual pagoda. The whole place was about 30 meters tall, but its volume was below 500 meters, making it only look excessively tall. The entire palace was glinting in orange, the orange color characterizing the epic tier, but carrying some traces of darkness element. The orange radiance vanished slowly, then reappeared, varying like human breathing. At first sight, one could perceive an incorporeal pressure surging out from Longhaochen's body. This place inside the palace, the Star Demon Pagoda, location of the Star Demon God Pillar, was the destination of Longhaochen's group. Two star demons stood calmly outside the Star Demon Pagoda, looking upward with some hesitation on his face. The two of them were clad identically in orange gowns and equipped with orange staves. From the aura coming out from them, one could tell out that these two guardians of the Star Demon Pagoda were powerhouses of the 9th step, star demons of the 9th step. Although Longhaochen had already been informed by Yu Yi that the guardians of the Star Demon Pagoda were powerhouses of the 9th step, upon seeing them for real, he couldn't help but feel uncontrollably nervous. Not because of the opponent's strength, but due to the matter of time. He had to dispose of these two star demons in the shortest time possible, rush into the Star Demon Pagoda, destroy the Demon God Pillar, and, finally, escape intact. This place was Modu Core City, and he definitely didn't have the time to get rid of these two star demons, and then enter the Star Demon Pagoda. They were powerhouses of the 9th step. In another place, he could command his comrades and deal with those non-demon god powerhouses with confidence. But there was no way for him to deploy all his strength to kill the enemy in here, and in addition, he had no way to stop the enemies from sending signals about an attack on the Star Demon Pagoda. It was a race against time. In a flash of golden light, Longhaochen disappeared quietly. The instant he reappeared, he had his comrades at his side, but this didn't include Hao Yue. That's because Longhaochen knew clearly that this was not yet the time to summon Hao Yue, as his aura was just too familiar to demon gods. These were only 2 star demons of the 9th step, but if Visago was added to the lot, they would have no chances of winning. Even if Visago was in his weakest state, he should be able to stall for some time. So the only way to succeed was to have Hao Yue ready to teleport and launch his most powerful attack at once, right in front of the Star Demon God Pillar. The current Hao Yue was chanting an incantation in his own world. His purple bloodline force was already erupting to its peak force, and he was prepared to launch a fatal strike right after appearing. When Longhaochen brought his group of comrades to be teleported here, those 2 star demons of the 9th step found out about his presence. The looks on their faces changed at once as they lifted staves in their hand. Go! Longhaochen shouted out, turning into a streak of light rushing straight to the 2 star demons. That was the fastest night ability Lightspeed Flash. At this time, he was already showing no more reservations. The 4 wings on his back glittered, raising his speed to the peak. All demon hunters from Bright Glimmer of Hope all rushed at their greatest speed, letting their already prepared attacks erupt. A reddish and a purplish glint flitted across Longhaochen's sides, shooting towards the 2 star demons. Although these 2 were powerhouses of the 9th step, as they were caught by surprise, they were late in responding. The combination of the gigantic ball of light and spiritual stove of purple godly thunder had previously managed to push away the panther demon god Oser. Even if these 2 star demons were even more powerful, there would still be a gap in strength between them and the demon god transformed Oser. And just like Sima Xian, Lin Xian used his most powerful attack, Vulcane's Finger, combined with a hellfire needle within. Wang Yuan and Zhang Fengfeng took the sidelines and charged forward alongside Longhaochen, and at some point Kair had also attached herself to his back. The current Haochen had a grim look, wielding the aria of the goddess of light and blue rain, hibiscus of light, which were glinting profusely. The staves on the 2 star demons' hands glistened in orange color, and 2 intense orange halations came out right in front of them. As the most powerful magic-oriented demon clan, star demons naturally had a lot of means of preservation, especially those who reached the 9th step, which blessed them with terrible strength. These 2 orange halations stopped right in front of the Star Demon Pagoda, sheltering it without a single gap. One could see orange twinkling stars on the foreheads of these 2 star demons, their eyes turning orange-colored as well. In a large explosion, Sima Xian and Lin Xian's attacks bombarded these 2 barriers. But to their shock, although the barriers were shaking violently, there was not a single crack forming in them. Such great defense? And that's an instant cast defensive magic? If Yu Yi hadn't seen this before and hadn't had some understanding of the star demons guarding this place, Longhaochen would surely be slowed down here, because this instant defensive magic was really too effective. Yu Yi had told Longhaochen that the 2 star demons guarding the pagoda were not among the strongest in offensive power, but focused their training on defensive magic since a young age. Only cultivating defensive magic, they were given a single mission, which was to protect the star demon god Visago, as well as his star demon pagoda. So, they were greatly accomplished in defensive magic, and could be called the most accomplished in this field among all demons. If they were given the time to perform casting, even the star demon god himself would need a very long time to breach their defenses. Of course, Longhaochen wouldn't give them such a free time. The group had originally made a sudden appearance, catching these two star demons off guard. The orange barriers released simultaneously were chanted at the two star demons' greatest speed. But Longhaochen and his comrades were already arrived. In a large clash, Longhaochen's body struck those two barriers violently, and immediately, the pair of heavy swords in his hands made a bizarre motion, each sword harmonizing perfectly with the other one. The orange aria of the goddess of light and the dark green-blue rain, hibiscus of light matched up above his head, and although his body was repelled and propelled back, these two divine swords had completed a process of harmonization. Yuting, whose 6 wings glinted strongly, appeared promptly behind Longhaochen's back at that time. She was obviously prepared since long ago, and turned into a streak of golden light, entering the chink between the two harmonizing swords. A fantastic scene followed. An indescribable glow rushed out from the two fusing swords, carrying a terrifying power originating from ancient times. From the tip of the sword and far ahead, an incandescent light replaced the previous orange and dark green luster. A pure and powerful holy force burst out instantly from there. It carried no remarkable fluctuation of spiritual energy, just a domineering holy aura, full of the power of creation. "Break for me!" Longhaochen shouted loudly. The pure light essence coming out from his body was infected by that pair of divine swords, becoming incandescent. Terrifying undulations of spiritual energy burst out instantly, as the divine sword struck. Without any sound of friction, nor any loud sound, when this holy incandescent divine sword strike came in contact with the barrier, it gave off a feeling of knife rubbing into butter. A white trace appeared noiselessly onto the barrier, and immediately Longhaochen then struck a second time. In an ear-piercing shattering sound, those two yellow barriers turned instantly into countless yellow dots of light scattering. Longhaochen's body kept charging, striking the star demon pagoda's gate violently. The instant of the clash, he became like an incandescent hedgehog releasing countless sword rays in two directions. Star Swords Rain, a Retribution Knight's powerful crowd-based offensive ability. Under Longhaochen's power control, Star Swords Rain condensed into two areas, enveloping the two star demons already prepared to release magic. If Longhaochen still had the two divine swords of epic tier from before, there was no way for him to have an easy time against these two star demons of the 9th step using Star Swords Rain. But the divine sword in his hand was neither of the aria of the goddess of light nor blue rain, but an extraordinary divine sword born from those two swords. This divine sword was filled with the power of creation of life in light and water, nurturing this sword of creation. It didn't have the normal multicolored light from a divine tool, but had its own luster, proving that it was already thoroughly surpassing the scope of an ordinary divine tool. Even a demon god would not necessarily manage to thoroughly resist such an attack. Those two star demons of the 9th step couldn't attend to keep guarding the star demon pagoda with their magic, and could only release barely orange barrier on their own while retreating swiftly. Large explosions finally reverberated. In this demon capital, in the core area of the Star Demon clan came a hard-to-describe powerful burst of holy aura. The two star demons of the 9th step were repelled while spurting blood, their defensive barrier having been once again ruptured. To Longhaochen's own surprise, his attack caused enormous damage on these two star demons. What a shame that this was not in the Star Demon Palace. Otherwise these two star demons would have no chance to escape if his group were to follow up with another attack. This was the first time for Longhaochen to use the divine sword of life and creation, his greatest trump card, surpassing by far both its components in terms of tyrannical power. Longhaochen was already certain that even the weapon of the holy sword wielder Yi Wushang of those times was definitely not more powerful than his. The sword of life and creation had Yiting as its soul, and was born from the perfect fusion of the aria of the goddess of light and blue rain, hibiscus of light, yielding a true divine tool far surpassing ordinary ones. Although it was not yet comparable to a supra-divine tool such as the Tower of Eternity, it was already approaching the level of the divine snail shield's true power. This sword fusion was comprehended by Longhaochen back in the time he had killed the panther demon god, and was brought about by Yiting. As a fused spiritual stove, Yiting's role had been to be a support so far, but only Longhaochen knew that among all the spiritual stoves of his comrades, probably none could compare with her. After all, Yiting was an intelligent spiritual stove. In terms of spiritual stove classification, she had already surpassed the first tier of spiritual stoves, becoming an intelligent spiritual stove. Of course, maybe Yiting was still a bit short of the true ultimate intelligent spiritual stoves of legend, but she already gave Haochen an enormous help. The fallen meteorite absorbed by the two divine swords strengthened them greatly, and back then Yiting told Longhaochen that they had a very strong compatibility, which is also why she recommended to upgrade the two of them together. But these divine swords were after all not created originally as a set. Their material and properties still differed, so how could they still be perfectly fused as one? This is due to Yiting's continuous great efforts. In fact, it was only after having perfected the last hurdle in the spiritual stove fusion that she finally informed Haochen. Light and water were undoubtedly the two main elements composing life and giving birth to life. The great compatibility of these two sword attributes made their fusion feasible, and Yiting herself was the catalyst of that fusion. Fusing with the saint's spiritual stove gave Yiting its nurturing ability, so she was the one nurturing the two divine swords throughout their absorption of the fallen meteorite. In some sense, it was because of Yiting's nurturing that the two divine swords had a total change, so they had a great affinity with her. Yiting was not a human in itself, and even though she really seemed like a living being, she was not one. So by making her own self something close to a sword soul, she managed to act as a catalyst for these two swords' true fusion. This was how the sword of creation and life was born. Longhaochen could not currently study the miracle brought by this divine sword. In this heavy clash, the gate stopping him was finally burst open, and with no hesitation, Longhaochen brought his group inside. Since the start of the operation, everything was going smoothly, and the heavy damage caused on these two star demons of the 9th step by his previous star sword's reign was a nice unexpected surprise. Now it seemed that they were really likely to succeed. Longhaochen broke inside first, but Wang Yuan and Zhang Fengfeng did not immediately follow, instead guarding the gate. Lin Xian, Chen Inger, Han Yu and Sima Xian passed them, then they followed before hastily closing that door. Those two star demons of the 9th step outside already cried out with all they had, but no matter what rescue signal they would send, Longhaochen's group was already inside the star demon pagoda. A gray figure watched everything happening in front of the star demon pagoda, clenching his fists, making his extreme nervousness visible. They are just too daring. No wonder I had the feeling that something was off. They were actually aiming for the Star Demon's god pillar. But can they really succeed? That's just too dangerous. Taking a deep breath, this gray figure kept quiet, but had an indescribable feeling of panic arising inside him. Terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy circulated in the air, as Longhaochen kept going forward, his eyes flickering in light. Entering abruptly into the Star Demon Pagoda gave them an illusory feel, just like the first time they entered in the Tower of Eternity. Except that, inside this Star Demon Pagoda, that feeling was full of mystery. Everything in the surroundings shone with a dark gold gloss. Under their feet was a massive dark golden magic array, with many symbols unknown to Longhaochen on its body. They were certain that these symbols weren't ancient Elvish language, but extraordinary magic runes. These runes extended all over the ground to the walls of the whole Star Demon Pagoda, and in the center of this pagoda lay a massive pillar that would need 4 people to wrap around it. From the outside, the Star Demon Pagoda did not look so large, but upon entering for real, Longhaochen's group found out with shock that the area inside the Star Demon Pagoda was close to the Alliance's great stadium. From that huge pillar linking heaven and earth, a dark golden gloss dispersed slowly, and grains of orange star-shaped dots flickered all around. Some of these stars were large, some small, some illusory, some material, but each of them looked different. But at first glance, they felt like they made only one. The bizarre magic fluctuations gave off the feeling of seeing through the future. That instant, Longhaochen realized that it seemed like countless pairs of eyes were watching him, giving off an unbearable feeling. This is the Star Demon God Pillar? Boss, hurry! Sima Xian was already shouting in impatience. Longhaochen immediately awoke from that eerie feeling. How could I let myself soak into that feeling? While blaming himself, Longhaochen swiftly initiated Hao Yue's summons. They were already arrived and everything was going so smoothly. Next, they would have to collaborate with Hao Yue to crush that pillar with their all. After completing the attack, Longhaochen would then transport all his comrades through the Tower of Eternity, before looking for a way to break out and get as far as possible. After all, teleporting from as far as possible from the Star Demon Palace was the best, since they could only reappear at the location they had previously teleported from. Of course, this was the best case. If things were really undoable, their only option would be to leave by teleportation. This was Longhaochen's whole plan, to draw in all the powerhouses in Modu Core City, misdirecting them, then raid to attack the Star Demon Pagoda. The whole operation was near its end and only needed Hao Yue to achieve it. But Hao Yue didn't appear. This instant Longhaochen froze. His whole body was shaken greatly, as if a current of electricity had traveled through all of it, because the summon was a failure. Right, his summoning of Hao Yue had failed. Ever since Longhaochen had concluded a contract with Hao Yue, this was the first time it failed so far. He was unexpectedly unable to sense Hao Yue's existence, unable to sense the blood link between the two of them, and moreover unable to bring him into this world. Their connection was breached without any reason. How could this happen? Longhaochen had already considered any possible issue in his meticulous planning during this operation, but the only thing he didn't expect was a severing of the connection between Hao Yue and him. How could such an awkward thing happen in such a crucial time? Seeing how Longhaochen's body was shaking, Kyer, who was sticking close behind him, stepped back in a rush. "Haochen, what's happening?" Every one of the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope could see the shock in Longhaochen's look. At the same time, they had an ominous feeling arising inside each of them. I am unable to contact Hao Yue, nor to summon him. Longhaochen almost lost his voice while saying that. As the commander of his team, he was in total panic at this time, despite having so many years of battle experience. This was Moducore City, and moreover, the core of the Star Demon Pagoda inside the Star Demon Palace, a place where such an issue could very possibly cause their annihilation. At this time, a bizarre voice slowly reverberated. You finally came. I have been waiting a very, very long time for you. Welcome to you, Longhaochen, spokesperson of Austin Griffin. An orange luster abruptly took shape in front of the Star Demon God pillar, illuminating the ground. And just like that, an orange figure appeared in the center of this pillar of light. He was seated in midair, his orange gown making him look no different from any ordinary star demon. But his pair of eyes seemed able to see through everything, shining like a yellow crystal. If one looked carefully, his eyes looked like an endless night sky. His long hair draping over his shoulder, he floated calmly, his handsome face visibly looking pale. His body dispersed a mystical aura, exactly the same as the one coming out from the Star Demon God pillar. Even though this was the first time the group saw him, a name surged up in everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope, Star Demon God Visago. Everyone had a real inauspicious feeling. Visago actually revealed himself in here, and at this time they had lost the ability to summon Hao Yue. What could it mean? It meant that this was a trap. Longhaochen unconsciously blurted out, Yu Yi. Right, Yu Yi was definitely the issue. He didn't expect this to really be a trap, nor had he thought any issue could arise with Yu Yi. This instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But even in such an unfavorable situation, Longhaochen still preserved his calm. He did not hesitate at all to immediately transfer his spiritual energy and mental force with all his might into the eternal melody in front of his chest. An intense bright light instantly arose on his chest, wrapping his whole group inside. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope was naturally aware of what he was doing, rushing to his side. They clearly had no thoughts of responding. Since Visago had appeared there, he had clearly anticipated their arrival, so their plan was already a failure. THS being the case, they could only leave as fast as possible. As long as they could return to the Tower of Eternity, they could have a chance to make a comeback in the future. The bright light vanished rapidly, and how about the group? Visago calmly looked at the eternal melody activated by Longhaochen, but didn't show any intent to stop him. His look was still as calm, but also leaked small traces of sadness and disappointment. His face was obviously pale, and he couldn't help but cough lightly. The bright light disappeared, but the group was still in place. Longhaochen, Kair, Lin Xian, Wang Yuan, and the rest were still on the same spot, standing in front of the Star Demon God. They were not teleported or anything like that. No good. The look on their faces changed as Han Yu swiftly charged at the gate of the Star Demon Pagoda. Although they didn't know what Visago did for the teleportation to fail, their inability to teleport away was clearly due to the location. Everyone understood that their plans led them to an unredeemable trap. But even at such a time, they still had to struggle, and couldn't let even the slightest hope escape. Han Yu struck the door violently, but his body was just repelled back even faster. A soft dark golden gloss then shone in the whole Star Demon Pagoda. All the dark golden inscriptions on the ground and the walls lit up brightly this instant, and illuminated the whole Star Demon Pagoda lightly. They couldn't sense any trace of darkness element in these fantastic elemental fluctuations, but this instant Longhaochen had clearly sensed that they were already trapped in a sort of cage, a cage from which they had no means of escape. Their mood was at its lowest level. This instant Longhaochen had already understood that on this day they had absolutely no way to escape. But he did not understand how they fell into such an inconceivable trap. "I can understand your unresignedness and incomprehension." The star demon god Visego spoke lightly. "You are undoubtedly a high-level existence among humans, and even if you are going to die here on this day, you can be proud of your own death. That's because in order to avoid any accident in killing you, nearly all the forces from my clan were transferred. This plan was already in motion since the start of the Holy War, a plan that involved dozens of millions of individuals. Even if you were even smarter, even more capable, and even more blessed in light elemental mastery, you would still have no way to leave from my star demon pagoda. In there, your plans have come to their end." Longhaochen took a deep breath, actually calming down in these desperate straits. As it is said, nothing is more wretched than apathy. He already understood that such a grandiose demonic plan couldn't possibly leave him with the slightest chance. Since things were like that, even if he would die here, that will be after doing his utmost in a struggle against the enemy, doing his utmost to give the most value possible to his death. So, things were like that. Longhaochen's voice became just as indifferent as he looked at the star demon god floating in front of them. Visego's look seemed to contain a lot of praise. "You deserve to know the whole process. You are the only human who could possibly qualify for us to do such things. The instant of your entrance in the Star Demon Pagoda, this plan was at its perfection. But I have known that this would happen since long ago. I had seen it all a few years ago. Do you think that Yu Yi fooled you? That she drew you into this trap?" Visego interrogated with a smile. His tone had lost its apathy and grown a great deal angrier. Longhaochen asked coldly, "Could it not be the case?" Visego shook his head. "Of course not. If she was lying to you so far, how could you not have found out with your senses so sharp? At least you would subconsciously have had some feelings of danger. But right because everything was real, you were finally fooled. Yu Yi was just a portion of this plan. Even now, she does not know that you have fallen into this trap that mobilized our race's whole forces." Longhaochen was slightly shaken. "Yu Yi did not fool us, and was also one of the fooled parties? And you knew about our relation of collaboration beforehand?" Visego shook his head once again. "There is nothing we are not aware of. She may think she concealed herself well, but in the end, her Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce is not a united thing. Actually, making her believe what we wanted her to wasn't hard. The hard part, because a God's chosen one such as you has a great perception of danger, was to make you believe that your plan was going totally against our expectations as you advanced here, step by step. Any adaptation of our moves to your plans would have greatly aroused your alertness. And I believe that you are a prudent human. If there were traces of danger, your plans would be basically cancelled, am I wrong?" Longhaochen indifferently replied, "But I have still fallen for your trap." Visego responded, "That's because this trap was more than perfect. Everything you have encountered appeared totally real, including the part when Yu Yi told you that my cultivation was reduced to 1/10 of its peak power. His Majesty the Demon God Emperor and the Moon Demon God also brought out the demon armies to the Exorcist Mountain Pass for real. This holy war was also made real just for your sake. The combination of so many real facts couldn't be doubted in your eyes. Which is why you are here right now. Longhaochen had a blank look. But isn't it a fact that your strength is only at 1/10 of its peak? Even if I cannot summon Hao Yue, even if I cannot bring him here, and am unable to destroy your demon god pillar, just killing you will be enough to make our death worth it. Visago showed a faint smile. You are wrong. The trade is not worth it at all for your side. Exchanging my life for yours is actually a profit for my race, a great profit. That's because you are the only possible threat to our existence that has ever arisen over the past 6,000 years since our descent into Xingma Dalu. If we let you keep growing, there will be a day that you will become a real threat to my race. This is why I used the great prophecy technique at the cost of my life expectancy to unleash a real great prophecy technique. I have seen a lot, a real lot. Even if that was at the cost of 100 years of life expectancy, this was worth it for the future of demons. I have seen your astonishing growth speed, seen the sight of you killing my kin, and seen the process of you coming here inevitably after stopping at the Exorcist Mountain Pass. For sure, I wasn't able to grasp everything clearly, and even experienced obscure changes in the great prophecies after you arrived there. But I have been able to sense that this was the only chance we had to kill you and to kill Austin Griffin. If this did not turn out successful, the next sight would be the doom of my race. So no matter what, you won't ever leave from here. You are the one chosen by the goddess of light. Actually, you alone wouldn't be sufficient to be such an enormous threat for our race. And, actually, we only have to kill Austin Griffin and no more. Even with our absolute strength, we are still unwilling to face him, because he is the only one to have the ability to breach the protective barrier we have erected. We are unwilling to let the slightest risk appear. So with you here, he just cannot come. And as long as you die, even if his blood was even stronger, the only fate for him is to follow yours. You were the one to bring him in this world, so his life can only terminate alongside yours. Don't you want to know what he is? Why we dread him to such an extent, and not only me, but even His Majesty as well? I don't want to know. Longhaochen suddenly shouted, moving his sword rhythmically. His left feet tapped the ground, and rushed forward like an immense white dragon, sweeping the sword of creation and life at the star demon god. After falling to this trap, and hearing the explanation of the star demon god Visago, he understood that they would hardly escape safely on this day. But even if there was only a slight opportunity, he had to make the star demon god share the same fate. At the same time that Longhaochen burst forward, all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope broke out at the same time with their most powerful attack, focusing everything on the star demon god Visago. Facing their sudden offense, Visago didn't show the slightest reaction, just shaking his head with a smile on his face. "Youngsters, don't you understand?" As he spoke, an indescribable feeling of terrible might spread out from all directions, making them feel totally empty of strength, an earth-shaking oppressive might. All the offensive abilities and spiritual energy were crushed instantly, and that instant, Longhaochen was suppressed instantly in midair. In a sonorous clash, the sword of creation and life in his hand pulsed violently in an incandescent radiance which rolled up backwards, trying to protect his body. But alongside his sword, he also was violently smashed to the ground. Two figures silently appeared on the star demon Visago's two sides. The person on the right, measuring about 2 meters, was clad in a purplish-golden traditional robe. his long hair draped with a headband and his thin eyebrows gave off a very feminine feeling. His pair of purple eyes was faintly dispersing dark golden light, and in the midst of his forehead, a quarter of moon-shaped design was visible. That was the star demon god Agar's. The person on the right, slowly retracting his right hand, didn't have such imposing looks. Roughly measuring 1.9 meters, his waterfall-looking black hair floated on his back and formed a black wheel's shape. On his gorgeous black traditional robe were faintly glinting purple symbols. His skin looked close to pale, and his blue eyes seemed reminiscent of the cosmos starlight. His looks were not as good as the moon demon god Agar's, and his air of mystery was below the star demon god Visago. But just by floating there, he gave off a feeling of ultimate supremacy, making both Agar's and Visago only look like minor characters in contrast. Right, that's the ruler of the present age, chief of the defying devil dragons and #1 demon god Emperor Fengxiu. The instant he appeared, Visago naturally straightened his posture, and placed himself alongside Agar's behind Fengxiu. The numbers 1, 2, and 3 top demon gods were gathered in front of all the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope. That's him. His aura. He actually came personally. It's over, Haochen's group is done for. Ha 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 ha. Wasn't that what I wanted to see? But was that really what I wanted to see? Tears were dropping without control on the gray-haired person's face, whose body shook violently, but without any longer, disappeared instantly in the air in a flash of light. All Longhaochen and every single one of his comrades had totally grim faces. The demon god Emperor Fengxiu actually showed up here. The instant of his appearance, Longhaochen came to understand that everything Visago had just said was truth, and not an attempt to stall for time. Before Visago meticulously described the process of his great prophecy, Longhaochen had the eventual hope that it was only Visago who had detected their arrival, and intentionally kept guard in front of his demon god pillar, and that this barrier was originally from the star demon pagoda. But he came to realize that his last hope was just an illusion. This was truly the land of burial the demon god emperor had arranged for them. Turning back, Longhaochen stooped toward his comrades, his eyes filled with countless emotions. Boss, I have no regrets. The day I became a demon hunter, I was resolved for that day. Sima Xian laughed heartily, vigorously waving the gigantic ball of light in his hand. Boss, we couldn't be born at the same time, but we will die together. This lifetime was worth it. Han Yu howled with deep red eyes. Lin Xian laughed gently. Boss, in our next life, can we become brothers and keep teaming up together? I need you to keep leading us. Even if it has to go like that time I made you give that promise so shamelessly. Wang Yuanyuan took a deep breath. Boss, from the time the soul-sharing chains have linked us for the first time, we have been one. This operation was a shared decision of all of us. Even in death, we have already killed an uncountable number of demons. This ends just a few days early. Zhang Fangfang on the side held Wang Yuanyuan's slim and flexible waist. Yuanyuan, I only want to hold you now. Dying by your side is my honor. In the other world, would you be willing to marry me? Chen Yinger laughed mockingly. Brother Fangfang, you are actually choosing to propose in here. What an original approach. If I knew earlier, I would have brought Wenjiao a bit earlier. What a shame. Boss, how about making me a mistress in the other world? You're far better than that guy Yang Wenjiao. Only Kaier remained silent, looking foolishly at Longhaochen. Her eyes were rippling lightly, and her body was lightly shaking. Longhaochen stepped forward and softly held Kyer, sweeping his gaze past the whole group. Making apologies would have no meaning now. As your captain, what I can do last is to be the first one to die. No one is allowed to fight over this, it's an order. Fighting alongside you all was the greatest honor of my life. After saying this, Longhaochen let go of Kyer and drew a last step back. Putting force into his right fist, he thumped on his chest behind the golden foundation armor, which made a deafening noise. Even the solid golden foundation armor of epic tier had a small dent form. Amidst loud sounds, all members from Bright Glimmer of Hope made a salute of response to Longhaochen. Abruptly turning back, he faced the three demon gods in the air. Taking a deep breath, he felt completely serene. His eyes flickered coldly, nodding to the demon god emperor. "Thank you." These thanks were addressed for the time for his comrades and him to bid farewell, because during their talks, the three greatest demon gods were only watching calmly, showing no intention of moving. "This isn't our first time meeting, right?" Fengxiu looked at Longhaochen with traces of sadness in his eyes. Longhaochen was faintly startled. "You know about me?" He understood that there was no escape today, but his posture became even straighter. He was a knight, and no matter the time, a knight's spirit can never die out. The demon god emperor replied calmly, "The first time I have met you was in the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At that time, I had gotten from a loser, and the other two that Austin Griffin had very possibly appeared, and I left to investigate personally. At that time, I came to sense your existence in the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Longhaochen was astonished. "At that time your majesty became aware of me among such a crowd?" At that time he was still very weak, and his constitution as scion of light was still very far from awakening as a god's chosen one. With so many powerhouses there, how could the demon god emperor take notice of him? Fengxiu showed a tranquil smile. "That's because you are different from others. Unfortunately at that time, Austin Griffin concealed his aura in you, which is why I couldn't discover him. Otherwise you wouldn't need to die. He'd be the only one to die." Longhaochen showed a stubborn stance. "Killing him is no different from killing me." Fengxiu looked at Longhaochen. "So similar? I like your character. Compared to you, Bao is so much more stubborn while lacking charisma. What a shame, such a shame." Reaching this point, his sad look deepened. "The second time meeting you should have been in the Moon Demon Palace. You youngsters, what a thing. You actually made such a mess in Agar's Moon Demon Palace. I was almost about to make a move back then. But for the sake of catching you all in this inescapable trap, we just looked on helplessly at your release of a forbidden spell devastating the Moon Demon Palace. You can stand proud on this fact alone." Longhaochen showed a calm look. He did not understand why the demon god emperor did not move at all until now, and was telling him all that. Was that the phenomenon of the cat rejoicing after catching the mouse? As if he did not perceive the indignation in Longhaochen's eyes, the demon god emperor Fengxiu continued, "At that time, you were on Yu Ye's side, so actually, even without Visego's great prophecy, I knew about your close relationship with her. But be at ease, I already gave Agars the promise to not take it out on her. After all, she's the most intelligent talent in the whole Moon Demon clan, she just took the wrong road. For her to get attracted by you is nothing I find unexpected." The fury in Longhaochen's eyes disappeared. He understood clearly that with the demon god emperor's status, he would surely keep any promise he makes. Since he said he wouldn't punish Yu Yi, she was naturally going to be safe. This made him feel quite a bit better. After all, Yu Yi was also a victim, he himself being the very cause. After that time, I came to hear more information regarding you many more times. Our third encounter should be in the illusory palace where I tore space to rescue Abao's group. Actually, I was astonished at that time. Abao's strength was not so great at that time, but he should not have been someone you could resist against. The demon god emperor had a warm-looking gaze. His looks were really young, looking just a bit older than Longhaochen. At the very moment, he seemed like an older brother chatting with Haochen. I was really shocked that time, and that was the first time I felt that you were a threatening existence. Unfortunately, I still did not know that you were the one chosen by Austin Griffin at that time, bringing him into this world. That's until Abao reported this information about you, along with the fact that Austin Griffin had already grown 4 heads. Then I came to realize that the one who would cause our future destruction was actually you. Longhaochen coldly remarked. So you launched the holy war, putting the people in a terrible situation. The demon god emperor responded indifferently. No matter how unwilling to kill you I was, your very existence threatens my race's safety, so I had no other choice. Mercifulness doesn't fit a general, especially a race's head like me. Even if Abao was the one sheltering Austin Griffin, I would have made the same choice. For the sake of making you come here, I was forced to put on a play with Agars, but I knew long before that the holy war would show no results. It was just for the sake of consuming the human force. What a shame, unlike me, you are no ruler, and won't ever understand what a ruler has to give up on, and what he has to choose. Longhaochen declared. If you hadn't personally put on such a play, how could we be fooled? By attracting us here with such an irresistible bait, you succeeded. To keep speaking would do no good. Now do what you ought to. The demon god emperor shook his head, letting out a light sigh. Listen to me until the end. I have no desire to kill you, but just no other choice. I want to do one last thing for you. By killing you, Austin Griffin will naturally die in his own world and my goal will be attained. I will let your comrades go so you can at least die at ease. Majesty. On his side, Agars couldn't help but shout loudly. Longhaochen was not the only excellent person in his demon hunt squad. Bright glimmer of hope. In this demon hunt squad were 2 other gods chosen ones, and almost all gods chosen ones in Xingmadalu's history inflicted them with terrible damage. In such desperate straits when God's chosen ones have still not completely grown, letting these enemies with unbounded potential go was the release of young humans with future endless rancor, nothing less than future calamities stored up. Shut up! Fingxiu's look suddenly became cold, and an incomparable aura of terror burst out from him, keeping Agars from saying the words he still had. This was an undoubtable display of the defying Devil Dragon Emperor's might. Agars, who had a pale face, lowered his head respectfully and didn't dare utter a word. Fingxiu coldly swept a glance at Agars. No one is to question my decisions. I accept your Majesty's punishment. Agars hanged his head low. In a wave of his hand, Fengxiu reappeared in front of Longhaochen, paying no more attention to Agars. Although he knew fully that the demon god emperor wouldn't give empty words, Longhaochen couldn't help but lose his voice. You? Are you for real? You are willing to let my comrades go? After learning earlier that they had fallen into this trap, Longhaochen and his comrades had already made the resolve to die. But now, the demon god emperor was suddenly declaring he was willing to let go of his comrades. This was an immeasurable pleasant surprise in his ears. I never take back my words. Feng Xiu slowly shut his eyes as he said so. Longhaochen was unfamiliar with this demon god emperor, but the moon demon god and star demon god were extremely familiar with Feng Xiu. The star demon god Visago did not express anything, but the moon demon god Agars was in secret shock, because he knew that the demon god emperor would only show this expression when in an extreme internal conflict. Even after having followed the demon god emperor for so many years, this kind of situation happened only a few times, and it was now taking place in front of an enemy he must kill. Boss, we want to stay with you in life as well as death. Behind Longhaochen, almost everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope spoke these words in unison. Longhaochen suddenly broke out in anger. Drivel! Don't tell me you think your lives are mine? From the day you became demon hunters, your lives belong to the Alliance. His body was slightly shaking, as he deeply watched the group attentively. Still remember those words I told Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? Live on, and you will have the chance to take revenge for your comrades in the future. But if you die, you won't ever have any chance. Death is not a fearful thing, but if you follow me just like that, I won't ever forgive you even from the other side, because that's the act of a coward. I will always keep watching you from an unseen world until the day that you come back to this Modu core city. If you still recognize me as your captain, don't do foolish things. I am ordering each of you from Bright Glimmer of Light to keep living and take revenge for me in battle in a short time. Seeing his stubborn look, the eyes of the others watching him gradually became red. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope unconsciously shuddered from the emotions. Right, to die was a very simple thing, but to keep living was even harder. No! Kair suddenly let out a shout close to hysteria, fiercely throwing herself on Longhaochen's embrace, but without leaving her any time to give voice, Longhaochen's hand noiselessly pinched her neck. With a light groan, Kair slowly fell limp on the ground. 2 clear drops flowed along Longhaochen's face as the various memories starting from his encounter with Kair flashed incessantly. He remembered clearly about the first time he met Kair as she was still a little girl. He reminisced clearly on every moment he spent with Kair. Every one of them flashed through. The happiest moments of his life were probably the times of sending off Kair every day during his participation in the Demon Hunter selection, pulling her hand and slowly walking on the streets. But this couldn't happen again anymore. He knew that he could convince the other members who would righteously obey his plans, but he had no way to convince Kair, so he could only force her into a calm state first. Lowering his head and lightly kissing her forehead, then her fair cheeks, his feelings of reluctance to part were clearly visible in the eyes of all members from Bright Glimmer of Hope. Captain! Lin Xian, who was long since unable to bear his tears, called out loudly. Shut up! Longhaochen shouted. He obviously knew what Lin Xian wanted to say, but he couldn't let him do that. After he managed to make the others press down their feelings with such difficulty, if they were ignited anew, he had no confidence to make everyone calmly accept the incoming tragedy. Longhaochen didn't look at the others any further, but lowered his head, directing all his last emotion to Kair in his arms. Foolish girl, how could I look at you doing such a stupid thing? Did you know, I really hope you can once again lose your memories after leaving from here. Forget about me and about all this pain. Sorry that I cannot stay by your side until growing old. Saying that, he delicately took off her the blue forget-me-not ring, flickering a dark gold color inside the star demon pagoda. Longhaochen put it on Kai'er's finger, then softly kissed her cheek once again. With a stride forward, he handed her over to Wang Yuanyuan. Raising his head to give another look to the group, he saw them all teary, their eyes all filled with grim sadness. Don't be sad. I already feel blessed and happy that you can all leave from here alive. Remember this, live well. From the other side, I will be waiting for you all to take revenge for me. My soul will be watching over you. I have a last request for you all. No matter what, don't let Kai'er take revenge impatiently. You must keep her alive, even if you have to knock her out after she awakes. Just don't let her do anything stupid. Wang Yuanyu and accepted Kai'er and nodded vigorously. Even someone as strong as her was unable to bear her tears, totally speechless. To die could be an easy thing compared to living on. They really hoped to share Longhaochen's fate here, but understood deeply that Longhaochen was right. They were demon hunters, whose lives were already not their own anymore but the Alliance's and all humanity's. They couldn't die here like that, as they were the only ones who could take revenge for Haochen in the future. Abruptly turning his head, Longhaochen didn't dare look at Kai'er further, afraid to be unable to repress his inner feelings any longer. Lowering his head, he murmured to himself, "Sorry Haoyue, I couldn't protect you and had to implicate you in my dying fate. If there's a next life, I am willing to make one with you, so that we can stay good brothers this next lifetime." Saying that, he abruptly raised his head, forcibly throwing off his tears. Raising his head and shutting his eyes, he turned toward the demon god emperor who never stopped him from bidding his last farewells to his comrades. "Your Majesty Demon God Emperor, although we are enemies, I thank you for being willing to let my comrades go. But I just have a last request that I hope you can grant me." Feng Xiu replied calmly, "Speak." Longhaochen showed some pride on his face, and declared loudly, "I am a knight from the Night Temple, who has grown learning a knight's essence. As a knight who couldn't protect his comrades well, I must die here today, but as a knight, I hope that you could let me die in a fitting way, as I am unwilling to face a cowardly end. I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you." Those simple words from Haochen's mouth were resonating with force. The heretofore extremely serene star demon god Visago couldn't help but reveal astonishment after hearing his statement. For him to have the courage to say such a thing in such desperate straits, and when facing such an irresistible enemy, he couldn't help but gain a whole new level of respect for Longhaochen. "All right," the demon god emperor shouted abruptly, shutting his eyes. Two resplendent cold flames surged from these eyes, gazing at Longhaochen ardently. A deep sadness and appreciation could be seen in those eyes. This complex expression now carried a tint of resolution. "You deserve to be called someone I care about. I will give you this honor," the demon god emperor said loudly, and in a flash, his figure landed 20 meters away from Longhaochen. Longhaochen placed his right fist on his chest, striking it in the middle, and showed the demon god emperor a knight's salute. "Thank you. I hope you will abide by your promises." Xiufeng gave Longhaochen a deep glance. "If I had the choice, I'd rather hope that you wouldn't die here. But it's already late to say that. You should realize that asking to die by my hand is also a matter of terrible cruelty. I will be killing with my own hands my own." At this point, he cut his speech, becoming silent. An unnatural-looking smile then appeared on his face. "There are some matters you should better not learn. I hope you can die without any regrets. Come with your strongest attack, so that I can see just what level you have finally reached. Longhaochen nodded. Right now, he didn't have any more tears falling, only strong attachment. A strong attachment of his very own. Standing here, Longhaochen didn't immediately make a move. Seemingly in a mystical state, his eyes gradually gained a grim look. The penetrating golden color of his eyes had just become pure beyond compare. A faint light fog arose around his body, shrouding him in a totally white fog. Longhaochen's aria of the goddess of light and blue rain, hibiscus of light, which were previously separated, were slowly lifted above his head, and Yiting reappeared behind him. As Longhaochen's elemental fairy, in case Longhaochen died due to her close link with him, she'd hardly survive. But the current Yiting didn't have any sad look, only a look of tenderness and dedication. She didn't give a single look to the demon god emperor, focusing her gaze from beginning to end on Longhaochen himself, unwilling to waste time with any other matter. Orange and green crossed in midair, as the gold-colored Yiting became the catalyst for their fusion. A brilliance full of white heat filled with intense divine aura, once again ascended from this star demon pagoda, and became one with the white fog surrounding Longhaochen's body, bursting out with intense incandescent flames. Without a doubt, the Longhaochen currently reached the greatest peak he had ever attained in his life. Even his eyes had turned into an incandescent color. The demon god Emperor Fengxiu watched Longhaochen attentively. The look on his eyes didn't change from beginning to end. The sadness and appreciation in his eyes was pulsing from the deepest parts. Longhaochen moved, his left feet striding forward abruptly. The heavy sword grasped in his hands struck slowly. His movement looked very slow, but looking at this sword strike, even powerhouses of the moon demon god and star demon god's levels couldn't help but react in alert. Longhaochen's sword did not follow any trajectory, only full of dedicated sword intent. This was not a sword intent of terrible might, but it was impossible to dodge, harmonizing with that divine tool sword of creation and life, which had already surpassed the level of an ordinary divine tool. The sword intent inside that sword of his had already risen to the peak, and that instant, he achieved a state of communion with the sword. He was his sword, and his sword was him in the meantime. His sword and he were made one in the truest meaning. Fengxiu did not move, only calmly looking at Longhaochen as his sword slowly approached the top of his head. The interior of the whole star demon pagoda already had turned into an incandescent color due to Longhaochen's sword strike, and massive fluctuations of spiritual energy moved rhythmically in the air. All the darkness essence was actually crushed upon contact with Longhaochen's sword, and even the star demon god surrounded himself with starlight that instant, involuntarily launching his powerful aura to resist all the holy light spiritual energy contained in his sword. At Longhaochen's back appeared slowly a pure white image, the goddess of light. This sword strike looked simple but already contained everything Longhaochen had. His divine tool, god descent, sword intent, and all his will and spiritual energy. That was his strongest state since birth, and very possibly his final attack. The demon god emperor showed a slight emotional reaction, slowly waving his right hand. His movement appeared slow, and as he moved, not the slightest elemental essence was released, giving off the feeling that he was just an all the more ordinary person, simply and unhurriedly lifting his hand. Fengxiu slowly pointed one of his fingers forward, and that finger as fair as any female's nimbly made contact with the sharp end of the sword of creation and life. But with this bit, all the incandescence instantly dispersed. No release of mighty darkness essence in the star demon pagoda followed, but just from that, Longhaochen's body shook violently. The terrifying sword intent finally flared out the next instant, but was not directed toward the demon god Emperor Xiufeng, but dispersed to all directions of the star demon pagoda. The incomparably sharp sword intent moved rhythmically all around, making all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope feel as if they had returned to the desolate hissing cavern from that time. This flare out of sword aura and sword intent gradually dispersed after a whole dozen breaths' time, and the incandescent colored brilliance gradually vanished. Feng Xiu slowly withdrew his right hand, then waved his fingertip forward. Longhaochen still remained in the same position, unmoving, as if his whole person was poured into the previous sword strike. His look was still the same determined one, but appeared totally static. Feng Xiu's fair fingertip leaked a drop of blood, soaked in an intense golden color. Very good, very good. Feng Xiu suddenly revealed a smile, a large and hysterical smile. As he howled with laughter, the whole star demon pagoda shivered, and the moon demon god and star demon god couldn't help but stimulate their spiritual energy to defend their own bodies. But all the members from Bright Glimmer of Hope sustained its terrifying pressure and were sent flying to the star demon pagoda's walls. That instant, Kair was awakened in Wang Yuan's arms. Haochen! Right when opening her eyes, Kair immediately shouted. She saw in a glance the unmoving Longhaochen standing there, as well as the demon god emperor laughing frantically. The demon god emperor's power was just too terrifying. Even if that was just laughter, it suppressed everyone present, making them totally unable to move. Goodbye, youngster. The demon god emperor's laughter stopped suddenly, and in a wave of his hand, that drop of dark red blood wrapped in intense golden light shot toward Longhaochen like an arrow, marking his chest. In a spurt of blood, a small hole appeared on the location of Longhaochen's chest, and immediately, a bursting sound was heard, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared around the area that had been pierced. Strangely, there was not even a single drop of blood. But a bloody hole was left in Longhaochen's chest, making it visible that his heart had disappeared. The golden foundation armor was actually of no use at all. No one was able to assist Longhaochen. The restrictions in this star demon pagoda were arranged not by the star demon god Visago, but by the joint effort of the demon god Emperor Feng Xiu, the moon demon god Agars, and the star demon god Visago. Even a supra-divine tool's power would be unable to pass through space in there. No! Kair charged forward frantically, but was unable to budge in the slightest due to the unbendable power of suppression released from the demon god emperor's body. Seeing in person the scene of her beloved man's heart getting smashed, Kair instantly felt totally blank. As a mouthful of blood was spurted out from her mouth, she lost consciousness in Wang Yuan's embrace. A blank space, full of memories. Shattering sounds resounded in Kair's brain, and bit by bit, all kinds of memories surged in Kair's mind. Are you okay? I can't speak, bad people are chasing me, they will arrive soon. Sister, save me. It is brother, not sister. I feel their presence, they will arrive soon. They can track my scent. Go, quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Out of the question. As a man, I must protect you. Little sister, where are you going? I'll help you. There's no need. Let me help you, please. I will escort you home. I told you there's no need. Hey! Can you escort me for a little while, please? Yeah. Where do you live? 250 meters forward, then 120 meters after turning right, and, finally, we'll arrive 60 meters after turning left. What's your name? My name is Longhaochen. How about you? My name is Kyer. Kyer, for how long are you staying in Holy City? Why are you asking this? I just want to know for how many more days I can keep sending you off. I'm just a blind girl. Is sending me off really such an important thing? I don't know. I'm not a burden for you. How could you be a burden for me? Kyer, actually I am really very ugly. Seeing that I am so ugly, how could I think of you like a burden? Very ugly? Yes, very ugly. Then are you willing to keep holding my hand forever? I am willing. Let me help you. Let me go. This is our home. Kyer, I promise that I will make a warm home for you. Our home. Yeah. Idiot, what are you waiting for before giving me some clothes to wear? Yeah. No peeking. Yeah. She just remembered everything, the whole time they spent together, every part of the process, and all the memories, be it before or after her amnesia, instantly merged as one. Tears were flowing from Kyer's eyes. Seeing Haochen's heart destroyed, she felt as if it was her own heart that was destroyed. Her tears were mildly red-colored and gradually turned bright red. Longhaochen's body swayed lightly, falling slowly to the ground. That strong will in his eyes didn't disappear from beginning to end. The instant he issued that challenge to the demon god emperor, he had cut the soul-sharing chain's link, and as his body toppled over, his eyes were looking at Kyer's direction and slowly closing. From Kyer's point of view, his look was just as gentle. Even while closing his eyes, he seemed to be expressing his everything to Kyer. There was a thin grief, but mostly encouragement, as if telling Kyer to survive and live courageously. Longhaochen had just died, closing his eyes contentedly. With the promise made by the demon god emperor, his comrades would be able to leave alive from there, and this was already enough in his eyes. Trapped in such desperate straits, he was already satisfied that the others would leave alive from there. In the instant he collapsed, he came to read far too many things in Kyer's eyes. He saw all kinds of things from the past, saw that coldness and warmth belonging to Kyer alone. She finally recovered her memories. Longhaochen felt extremely unwilling. Even at the instant of his death, he was still unwilling to see Kyer in such a painful and unwilling state. So he shut his eyes and revealed a thin smile on his face. Longhaochen's body fell heavily to the ground. Mysteriously, that penetrated area on his chest didn't leak out any blood. His whole body sank heavily in darkness, and everything instantly became distant. He only felt as if flying far in the midst of darkness, feeling very cozy, as if all his worries and duties had broken away at once. He just felt very light, heading to a direction with only endless relaxation. All the looks on the faces of the demon hunters from bright glimmer of hope became dull. They were gazing at Longhaochen's direction, unable to even let out tears. It seemed as if time had stopped perpetually on that instant. They wanted to shout, cry bitterly, yell, but were unable to let out the slightest sound. That captain who had led them unhindered over the continent through countless experiences of life or death, Longhaochen, the saint knight head from the Night Temple, God's chosen one, scion of light, had left them forever. Longhaochen's corpse was lying unmoving, still showing a smiling face. But it was as if he had taken away all spirit from every member of Bright Glimmer of Hope. Every single one of them had turned close to zombies on that instant. The demon god emperor's Fengxiu's look was also lifeless, calmly looking at Longhaochen lying on the floor. From the finger he had just used, drop after drop of blood flowed and dropped to the ground. Just as it seems, he was wounded. Although he hadn't used any of his own abilities or equipment, the demon god emperor, reaching a spiritual energy of 1 million and unequaled in the continent, got his finger wounded by Longhaochen's last sword strike. The looks of the moon demon god and star demon god also froze, but deep in their hearts, they let out deep breaths of relief. This person, Austin Griffin's blood contractor, finally died. The demon's threat, that heavenly wrath they feared beyond compare, was finally gone. In a world of black and red, an immense figure was crawling in a cave, his 6 heads all looking upwards. The surroundings were a mess in this firm cave, and he had countless bruises all over his body. His 6 heads were still looking up high, but all the eyes on all his heads leaked purple blood. His aura was fading bit by bit, while the amethyst-colored scales on him also gradually lost their luster. In the midst of unwilling howls reverberating inside a cave, his 6 heads, which up to now were held high, dropped unwillingly. All the pressure was obliterated completely in an instant. The demon hunters from Bright Glimmer of Hope fell to the ground one after another, but still dazedly remained on the ground, all their looks still gathered on this youth lying on the ground, still smiling but without an ounce of life left. Abruptly freeing herself, Kai'er forced herself to stand on the ground. Her face was already empty of tears. At that moment, memories of the times that he took the enemy's attack for her one time after another echoed inside her. Her body was shaking violently in unwillingness, and her aura grew further and further in intensity in the midst of her shaking. Taking one staggering step forward after another, Kai'er advanced toward him, until she tumbled onto him. Her hand was lifted lightly, falling on that handsome face and touching it. "He's dead, my Haochen is dead." "How could you part from me like that?" Kai'er murmured lightly. "Idiot, I just remembered everything about us. You are my idiot, how could you die and leave me alive? Didn't you say that you would protect me for a lifetime as my guardian knight? How could you just die like that?" In a light buzz, Longhaochen's chest swayed, and a golden object came to view on the left side of the golden foundation armor. That was a small golden skull, the eternal melody which was embedded long ago on his chest, and that Longhaochen had never been able to struggle free from. Now that he was dead, the eternal melody finally parted from him, separating from his body. As the key to the Tower of Eternity, it had no obligation to guard a dead person, so it chose to leave. Kai'er grabbed that golden skull almost instantly. Her body couldn't refrain from shaking, but that instant, she suddenly became stiff for a short period of time, before she threw herself on Longhaochen in loud sobs. "Get lost, all of you, just get lost." The demon god emperor, standing in silence, suddenly broke out in the kind of state of hysteria he had just before entering, bellowing these words frantically. The gate of the Star Demon Pagoda opened abruptly, and a gale blew suddenly and engulfed every of the demon hunters as well as Longhaochen's corpse, expelling them outside of the Star Demon Pagoda. "Spread my order that no demon is allowed to stop them from leaving from Modu Core City. No one is to chase after him, or his whole clan will be wiped out." The demon god emperor's cold voice broke out suddenly, and his terrifyingly formidable mental force abruptly spread to the whole Modu city in a burst. The terrifying might that was unleashed that instant made all the demons in Modu city crawl in fear, not daring to budge. Right, their almighty emperor was furious, and almost every one of the demon god emperor's bursts of fury would be the trigger of a calamity. In a fierce wave of his hand, the star demon pagoda closed its gate, and at that very moment, the demon god Emperor Fengxiu had to take large gasps to breathe. Looking upwards, his chest undulated violently. These terrifying magic fluctuations made the moon demon god Agars and star demon god Visego alert, and they shivered slightly. A demon god emperor in an unstable mood was an absolutely terrifying thing. Even killing the two of them would not be an impossible thing for him. Fengxiu's fists were clenched, and in the end a dark golden tear drop rolled from the outer side of his eye. Opening his eyes abruptly, he looked toward the moon demon god Emperor Agars. "Aren't you baffled that I have just let these humans off?" Agars kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare utter a word. "Let me tell you, it is because this young man I have just killed has my blood flowing in his body, and was originally the second successor I had arranged. From the time of his birth, I didn't do anything for him, and until that day I found out about him, I have not even once meddled with him. But he unfortunately concluded a blood contract with Austin Griffin, so I had to personally kill someone in whom my blood is flowing. Do you understand? All I could do for him was to let him die with the least regrets possible." Agars raised his head abruptly and had an expression full of unbelief. Never did he imagine that this so-called scion of light and humans' future hope, Longhaochen, actually had the demon god emperor's blood flowing inside him. That was the Devil Dragon clan's royal blood. Visego didn't mutter a word from beginning to end. As the one who utilized the great prophecy technique, he was the only one aside from the demon god emperor to be aware of that relationship between Longhaochen and the demon god emperor. Fengxiu suddenly showed a smile, instantly recovering his calm, and declared coldly, "The holy war is over. Agars, go recall all our troops." After all, some human blood was flowing in him. Now that he has already died at my hands for the sake of my race, I want none of our troops to launch any active attacks on humans for 10 days as a tribute for him. His eyes suddenly turned soft. "Child, the instant of your death, you weren't aware of the relationship between you and me. I can only do this much for you. As a human saying stands, even wild beasts look after their young, which is to say that even the worst being in the world won't go kill his own children, his own kin. But I killed you, sacrificing you for the sake of my race's longevity. You, my descendant, my very own descendant. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." The demon god emperor's hysterical laugh once again shook the star demon pagoda, blowing at once all the seals on it. Barely tough enough, this long-lived building managed to remain without crumbling. All members from Bright Glimmer of Hope couldn't help but fall one after another to the ground. The demon god emperor had really let them go, but at this time, they only had an endless pain and sadness filling them. Kair held Longhaochen's corpse, placing his back on the ground and preventing him from sustaining any shock. Her slim waist suddenly straightened vigorously. Pressing on the energetic ball of light to get up, Sima Xian's eyes were very hard. Swinging his weapon backward, he declared, "I am going to stake my life against them." "Stop it!" In a thunderous way, Kair's extremely cold shout stopped Sima Xian stiff. Every member from Bright Glimmer of Hope had their attention pulled and looked at her all at once. Kai's look was filled with an extreme determination and grim aura spreading all around, and was swept coldly at the group. "Follow me, all of you." An unquestionable might was contained in her voice. At that very moment, everyone in the team felt just as if that overwhelming saint daughter of Samsara of the time of the demon hunt selection was back. Their will could only be affected by Kai's call. 2 traces of tears of blood still remained on Kai's face. Seeing her, none of them would possibly oppose her no matter how sad and in pain they were. Right, even if they were in even more pain than that, how could that compare to Kai? "Follow me, all of you." While making this cold order, Kai rose in the sky, tightly gripping longhaochen, without even avoiding the demon powerhouses that were surrounding this place for a long time. A pair of gray wings spread out on her back, pushing her body to fly afar. Around the Star Demon Palace, a large quantity of powerhouses from the Devil Dragon Clan, Moon Clan, Star Clan floated in midair, but no one dared move against them. Everyone having heard very clearly the Demon God Emperor's words, who would dare oppose them? The deep purple armored Abao was standing calmly on the walls. Seeing longhaochen held in Kai's arms, his look was actually totally vacant, only feeling as if he had lost something deep in his heart. He was the most aware of how much effort he had expended on these 2 years, making incessant qualitative leaps in his strength through a very frantic cultivation. But at the moment, he was finding out that his rival wasn't anymore. The longhaochen held in Kai's arms was visibly lifeless, and the hole in his chest was clearly apparent. He died, actually killed by father's hands? Abao didn't have the slightest feeling of relaxation, but became instead all the more unwilling. He wanted to defeat him personally, but longhaochen had died just like that by his own father's hands. He wasn't qualified to call that act into question, but knew that this was the greatest regret of his lifetime. Now that longhaochen was dead, he would never have the opportunity to prove his superiority in strength to Yu Yi anymore. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope released their spiritual wings and followed Kai as they sank into the distance. Her previous teardrops kept falling on his face, and violent undulations were caused in the light emanating from their spiritual wings. Gliding through the air, Kai's look was only concentrated on longhaochen's pale yet bloodless face. He was still as handsome, but just didn't have the slightest trace of life anymore. Her memories had returned, but now he was gone, without even being left the slightest chance to talk with her newborn self. Kai had stopped crying, because she had a final hope deep in her heart, a hope that had appeared the instant she touched longhaochen's body. If not for this thin hope, she would not have let him go off alone no matter what, and would have followed him at any cost. In hurried flight, they left Modu's area at rapid speed, leaving behind this city that had filled them with extreme sadness and pain. After flying for about half an hour, Kai's wings suddenly vanished, letting her land on the ground below. No one in the team understood her act, but still followed her in landing. Although longhaochen had died, their demon hunt squad still maintained the same organizational structure thanks to Zhang Fengfeng's presence. Longhaochen's last words before his death still kept echoing in them. They couldn't die like that. They had to take revenge for their captain, to return to Modu one day no matter what. This was a forest of low density where Kai kept holding longhaochen, before cautiously putting him down upon arriving on a flat lawn. Reflexively, everyone in the demon hunt squad surrounded him all around. Chen Inger immediately bitterly cried out loud, and the rest couldn't stop their tears either. Kyr slowly kneeled to the ground, looking at that blue ring on her finger, the forget-me-not ring. He actually handed it back to me. Taking it off lightly, Kyr took Longhaochen's left hand and put it back on his finger. Idiot, why are you giving it back to me? It was already yours since long ago, just like my heart. Saying these words, Kyr lifted her hand and slowly recovered the pendant Eternal Melody, which was placed back on Longhaochen's neck. That golden skull ejected from his chest suddenly flickered with light. In a deep breath, a determined look flashed through her eyes as she slowly placed this key of the Tower of Eternity back on her own chest. The instant the Eternal Melody came in contact with her body, it immediately emitted a radiating light. In a swish, that skull got into Kyr's lapel and integrated with her body closely, just like the time it had united with Longhaochen. The Tower of Eternity only wanted one successor. Now that Haochen had died in the Demon God Emperor's trapping barrier, it didn't have any more use to make of him, and obviously looked for a new successor. This was already unrelated to the will of the slumbering calamity Elux, as the Tower of Eternity had become even more greedy after obtaining so many souls from this world, gaining a great deal of self-awareness. We are going. Kyr's eyes were swept over the surrounding comrades. After speaking these words, an intense brilliance burst forth from her chest, just like the times Longhaochen was teleporting them away. Everyone was engulfed inside and traveled through space in a flash of light. In another flash of light, they appeared in the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity's intense aura of death was still present, and just then, everyone in bright glimmer of hope had an incredibly grim look. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, who were anxiously waiting for their return until now, made haste upon their return. But their footsteps slowed down very rapidly, and the look on their eyes congealed in a split second, because lying on the ground they saw Longhaochen, with a fatal wound on his chest. There wasn't the slightest trace of life left on his pale, handsome face. The captain of the Demon Hunt Squad, Bright Glimmer of Hope, scion of Light Longhaochen, had died in battle. How could that be? Yang Wenjiao lost his voice at once. Qin Inger abruptly rushed to his chest, starting to cry very loudly. Duan Yi didn't ask but slowly kneeled down, placing his right fist on his chest and performing a knight salute in front of Longhaochen. Demonkind and humankind had been fighting for 6,000 years. Since the fall of the Dark Age, uncountable humans had died like Longhaochen in front of his eyes. There was nothing more he needed to know. The result was just in front of his eyes. Longhaochen was dead. Kyr kneeled and lightly pressed Longhaochen's chest, murmuring, "Come out, hurry up. Just come out." No one heard her words, but the current Kyr's cold eyes were filled with anxiousness. Just as they were all confused, a dark green glow came out without a sound from Longhaochen's golden foundation armor. This dark green glow looked very mild as a little mist that could disappear at any time. A faint voice was heard from this dark green mist. "He is already dead. So my pact with him is gradually dissipating. All I can do is to keep his soul maintained for 7 days. But it also means that you have only the time of 7 days. There is only one chance, and it lies in this Tower of Eternity. You must succeed as this tower's successor, and rely on the profound mysteries of light necromancy to possibly restore his soul and reforge his heart. If he manages to resurrect, my contract in him will reinstate as well, but otherwise, 7 days later his soul will scatter, and be confined in this Tower of Eternity, bound for all eternity. So if you cannot resurrect him within 7 days, just bring him out from here, At least that way his soul won't have to keep suffering here. As the voice stopped at this point, the green traces disappeared. Right, that was the thin hope of survival that Kyre had, which gave her the strength to lead all of Bright Glimmer of Hope to fly away from Modu. The instant she came in contact with Longhaochen's corpse, this voice spread to her mind, telling her that Longhaochen still had a hope for survival. So no matter how sad Kyre was, she brought Longhaochen away from there, to put him in safety in the Tower of Eternity, in order to find that hope of resurrection. That voice is, Wang Yuanyuan blankly said. I know. It's that girl from the illusory paradise. No mistake, that's her. Lin Xian bounced wildly. Grabbing Lin Xian's shoulder, Han Yu excitingly shouted, Yes, yes! Yi Xiaolei. It's her. She has some kind of contract relationship with Captain, and is the one who came to our aid. So Captain has some hope of revival. There's a hope. The previous grim atmosphere was swept clean that instant, and everyone regained some hope. But even if they were doing their utmost to wipe their tears away, these tears were not wiped clean by any means. Unlike their previous tears, these were tears of excitement. Even if there was only a little hope, they had to grab it at any cost. Kyre tightly embraced Longhaochen, and her tears flowed once again. But she didn't keep immersing herself in the sadness, abruptly shouting, Does anyone has a rope or a chain? Sima Xian responded, I do. Then he took out a dark golden chain from his storage ring. This chain reached about 5 meters length, just like his gigantic ball of light's chain. It was obviously used as a spare one. Kyre took this chain, holding Longhaochen in a standing position, as she looked at the top of the first floor of the tower, speaking in a categorical way. 7 days. We only have a time of 7 days. In this time, we must climb to the top of the Tower of Eternity and obtain the inheritance of the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity Elux. Yes, everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope agreed boisterously. That spurt of vigor gave the group a sort of torrential feeling. I am going too. The same words came almost simultaneously from both Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. Their wounds were much better, and although fighting would be a bit difficult, how could they cower at such a time? Kyre didn't say much more, only telling the nearby Wang Yuanyuan, Help me lay Haochen on my back with this chain. With him fighting alongside us, there is nothing that could possibly stop our advance. Yes. Wang Yuanyuan raised no objection and immediately got to work. The third girl of the group, Chen Yinger, also let go of Yang Wenzhao's embrace and helped place Longhaochen's body on Kyre's back. The tall and robustly built Longhaochen on Kyre's back visibly made a baffling scene. His arms and legs had to be wrapped around Kyre's body, and in the end his legs had to be coiled around her waist to bind him firmly. Feeling Longhaochen's weight, the determination in Kyre's eyes grew even further in intensity. In a flash of gray light, the sickle of the god of death appeared in her grasp. Maybe this was due to the recovery of her memories, but the instant it appeared in her hand, the brilliance emitted by this divine tool was completely different from before. Letting out blasts of killing intent, the sickle became even more sparklingly radiating. We are going. Saying that, Kyre took large strides toward the second floor of the Tower of Eternity. The members of Bright Glimmer of Hope plus Zhang Fangfang, Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi on the rear formed a total of 9 persons who stepped up the stairs directly. The trials on the first and second floor were all already completed ahead of time, and they had the 4 Holy Guards' approval. And now the 4 holy guards inside the eternal melody on Kaire's chest all became her guards. Only they couldn't give help in their fights inside the Tower of Eternity. After entering the 2nd floor, everyone released their spiritual wings and headed deep ahead. They had never entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity before. After they came to learn from the divine snail of sun and moon that a lux had put the human world in a terrible state and was the main cause of their extremely weakened state that followed, the group never kept going up these stairs. But now was different. Kair was taking the place of Longhaochen to become that successor, and had to succeed at any cost to resurrect Longhaochen. They had not only to continue to go ahead, but moreover reach the 7th floor, where they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the slumbering calamity Elux. So they didn't dare tarry in the slightest. 7 days, that was all the time they had. If Longhaochen wasn't resurrected by then, they would have no more chance ever again. Now was no time to ponder over the difficulties that would be encountered on the next 4 floors. Even if they would face trials on the demon god emperor's level, Kair wouldn't stop their advance. If Longhaochen were to really die, she would definitely follow him in that fate. Very rapidly, they reached the passage from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. Then Kair turned back and looked at her comrades following behind her. Hanyu announced her. Kair, until Captain resurrects, please be our captain. Issue your orders, and even at the cost of our lives, we will give you our help until the very end. Kair took a deep breath. She didn't voice her thanks but nodded vigorously and was the first one to go through the teleporting passage. With a glint, a fantastic teleportation brought the group to the 3rd floor. Right after entering, everyone felt a chill at the same time, as the surrounding atmosphere visibly became sticky. This was a world where they no longer needed to remain afloat, and where they could see just an expanse of darkness. The ground was made of black bricks and in the sky was a dark purple moon. Upon arriving here, they felt as if they were in another world. And this world seemed endless. As far as the eye can see, there was no end to the scenery, only endless darkness. In the midst of this endless darkness, countless deep purple flames pulsed. These were soulfires, ones characteristic of skeleton soldiers. Right, in this 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity, what came to their sight were an endless sea of skeletons. And they were accompanied only by an endless expanse of darkness. In that place there only existed a darkness essence accompanied with a dense deathly stillness. But no matter what the enemies were, all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope only had determination in their eyes. They only had one goal, and that was to go through all the obstructions to resurrect Longhaochen. To the others' surprise, Kair didn't immediately break through that sea of skeletons, looking cold and calm, instead of getting in a hysterical state of frenzy. She really wanted to recklessly make her way through, but she couldn't. That's because she knew that they only had one chance and couldn't waste the slightest time. So she couldn't go fight blindly, but had to go through all the trials in the shortest time, which was her current objective. In the 1st and 2nd floor, we were tested by the 4 great holy guards, whose elements were fire, ice, earth and wind, which are the 4 most fundamental elements. From how it looks, we are going to face darkness element in this trial of the 3rd floor. As the holy guards had told us before, they are a total of 12. So the one who will be testing us here is the holy guard of darkness element. The skeletons in the Tower of Eternity are different from the ones from Hao Yue's world. Everyone has already experienced their strength. So many skeletons are enough to stall us until death. There won't be any end if we try to kill them all, and who knows how long it will take. So we mustn't go kill them blindly, but look for that holy guard of darkness and defeat it to pass through this trial." Kai'er's clear voice reverberated in the third floor. Her speech gradually calmed down the impetuous others, who found out to their surprise that even without Longhaochen's command, Kai'er, who became their temporary captain, took that duty perfectly, managing to still remain cool-headed. A feeling of confidence arose in every demon hunter from bright glimmer of hope. Right, it was long since the establishment of this demon hunt squad that it revolved around two cores. Only Kai'er's brilliance was concealed behind Longhaochen so far. The current Kai'er was not only the one chosen by the god of death, but had all her original memories back. With Longhaochen dead and having only one chance of resurrecting him, Kai'er didn't have the slightest heart to keep concealing and exercising restraint. She had to lead the group with her all to win over this last chance. "Han Yu," Kai'er called out. "Yes." Han Yu stepped forward. Kai'er ordered, "In a bit we will be launching all-out attacks. When the battle starts, that holy guard of darkness concealed in the midst of the skeletons surely won't stay undisturbed. Use the best of your demonic eye commander to find him and lock him down." "Yes." Han Yu immediately responded while he summoned the demonic eye commander. Zhang Fengfeng forward. Yang Wenzhao, Duan Yi and Han Yu behind. The rest goes as usual. Inger, don't expend your spiritual energy on other summons than McDull. Go. With her last call, Kai'er waved the sickle of the god of death in her hand. Zhang Fengfeng stood behind his heavy shield while moving over toward that sea of skeletons. The skeletons were all black, just like this world. The only light produced in this world was that which came out from the soul fire burning in their eyes. When Kai'er's group moved, the tide of skeletons also moved, flocking endlessly and holding high various weapons to attack them. Extending the spiritual wings on her back, Kai'er didn't remain with the team. She originally should be a wandering unit as an assassin. In a flash, she outpaced Zhang Fengfeng and pierced through the front line, like a sharp dagger thrusting fiercely in the midst of the sea of skeletons. As early as 2 years ago they had already passed the trials on the first 2 floors and could enter the third one but didn't do so at all. Now that they had finally entered, the trial in this third floor should not be too difficult to them. But upon really charging into the sea of skeletons, Kai'er immediately felt a massive pressure. The trial of this third floor was above the second floor in difficulty by far. This was not just a mere stepping point, but an even larger test, not a 1 versus 1, but a team battle. In a flicker of grey radiance, a large area of skeletons were reduced to fragments as the sickle of the god of death was swept around. In just one strike, Kai'er extinguished the soul fire of over 20 skeletons, but she could sense that these skeletons actually had the strength of human powerhouses of the 6th step. They didn't have as good battle techniques as the Holy Guards, but their numbers were simply endless. But right at this time, their strength as a team became visible. For halos of light spread out almost simultaneously, covering an enormous area. These 4 golden halos were naturally released by the 4 temple knights in their ranks. Longhaochen was not present, but their team was still formed mostly with knights. And they were all the top of the younger generation of knights, temple knights of the 7th step. 4 halos released the same ability, the Guardian Knight's halo of holy protection. Able to raise the efficiency of any attacks on enemies of darkness attributes, it also weakened the elemental attribute and speed of the targets in question. Because of being used simultaneously by 4 temple knights, this halo managed to cover an area of several hundred square meters. The incoming sea of skeleton was greatly slowed down, immediately overpowered by Kair, who stood on the front line. This time, Kair's terrifying offensive strength was fully displayed. Having recovered her memories, she also recovered the whole formation she had as an assassin since her childhood. The sickle of the god of death in her hand descended like a real incarnation of death. Gray glints filled with terrifying destructive power came down on the battlefield, breaking a large area of skeletons in pieces everywhere it passed. Under her lead, all bright glimmer of light went through the sea of skeletons at a frightening speed. The demonic eye commander was now floating above Han Yu's head, releasing incorporeal waves of mental force through the skeletons' ranks, looking for the main culprit behind their creation. Wang Yuan and Sima Xian defended the sidelines. With Longhaochen's death, their hearts had been repressing extreme sorrow and anger, which was all vented out on this sea of skeletons. Their golden and silvery figures alone took out all the enemies on the sidelines, turning into fine powders all the black skeletons on whom their attacks landed. Lin Xian did not stay idle either. The fire cloud staff launched a meteor shower like a magic cannon, indiscriminately bombing the incoming skeletons. As they attacked these skeletons, everyone gradually gained some benefits. The same situation as in the first floor of the Tower of Eternity took place. In the first floor, they didn't encounter too many skeletons, but every one of them supplied with a boost of 10 spiritual energy, causing the first burst of growth in the Demon Hunt Squad, surpassing their boundaries to make them the #1 Demon Hunt Squad of the younger generation. For now, these skeletons didn't likewise supply 10 spiritual energy for each of them, but everyone killed boosted their spiritual energy by 1 unit. Don't look down on this single unit. A single 1 or 2 killed made nothing obvious, but all the hundreds of them that were killed provided hundreds of spiritual energy. If Longhaochen hadn't just gotten killed by the demon god emperor, they would surely all be cheering for this formidable discovery. There would be no need to actually look for the guard of darkness. They would only need to keep making a killing to greatly increase their spiritual energy. But this was impossible to them now. They had to break through this stage the fastest possible to resurrect their captain in time. Suddenly Kair, who was the deepest in the front lines just ahead, made a sudden turn in midair, and returned to the midst of her comrades' formation. "Halt!" In a low shout, she stuck a sickle of the god of death to the ground. An incarnation of death slowly took shape behind her, becoming distinct rapidly. Crossing both its hands, a mystical symbol took shape in the hands of that incarnation of death. The symbols were all white and rapidly formed a spherical ring of light, constituted with countless microscopic particles. Kair stepped back while Zhang Fengfeng immediately stepped up imposingly, rushing toward the large tide of black skeleton soldiers. His left feet tread on the ground, and as he kept hold of his shield, the heavy sword in his right hand was held upwards. Zhang Fengfeng abruptly shouted loudly, and countless golden glints burst out from his sword, rendering an enormous surrounding area gold-colored. Light of trial. Of course, these skeletons of the 6th step didn't all immediately die under the illumination of light of trial, but their soul fire pulsed violently, as they drew back in panic. Some closer ones were smashed to pieces at once, and the surrounding breath of darkness depleted to a large degree. This instant, Kair's spell was completed. "Get purified." These words came out coldly from her mouth, as the incarnation of death condensed in the air spread abruptly. With an extending white halo, those black skeletons all turned white, rendered motionless. The sudden appearance of a large area of white skeletons in this world of darkness gave off a feeling of extreme strangeness. Immediately, these white skeletons turned into white vapor, rising into the air toward the incarnation of death. Their souls were absorbed in the midst of that expanse of white, making the gray incarnation of death only more substantial. A magnificent gray armor covered his whole body. Seemingly every piece of the armor was formed with sharp blades glittering sparklingly. The only area unclear to view was its face, looking as hazy as the night, abstruse beyond compare. Kair soared once again in a movement, appearing in front of Zhang Fangfang. Waving the sickle of the god of death, she returned to lead her comrades to keep fighting. In the mere previous instant, she had purified over 1,000 black skeletons, raising her spiritual energy by over 1,000 units as well. This moment, the distant black skeletons came to a sudden stop, getting out the way and forming a passage. This instant, the black skeletons all quieted down, and immediately, tinkling sounds of a horse's hooves rose. These clatters became more and more distinctly heard. A stalwart figure came to the group's view. This stalwart figure was entirely clad in black armor, mounted on a huge horse armored as well. The two of them dispersed a dark purple halation, and upon his appearance, the dark essence in the air immediately rose sharply. In an area extending to 100 meters around him, dark purple blossoms of light were seen rising up. Coming out on his own? This black knight coming to view should be the one testing them. The trials in the Tower of Eternity were hard, but certainly not impossible to pass. If the black skeletons in here were really inexhaustible, even a powerhouse of the level of the demon god emperor would sooner or later be stalled to death. So these inexhaustible skeletons were only a kind of preemptive test toward them. Because a certain amount of black skeletons were killed, this black knight, which was very possibly the 8th Holy Guard, appeared as a matter of fact in front of them. "Come have a go with me," Kair shouted and immediately rushed forward. The sickle of the god of death was placed on her side, its sharp end leaving a deep mark on the ground. A fierce murderous spirit burst out instantly from her body, and that instant, Kair's whole body was covered in a sparklingly translucent gray drizzle. She very rapidly approached the center of that sea of skeletons, and the time she tried to breach through that passage, the black skeletons on both sides threw themselves at her, attempting to stop her advance. Kair had a cold demeanor but a fiery temper, burning like an inexhaustible flame. In that very moment, all kinds of memories from her time with Longhaochen resurged. No matter how powerful the enemy was, she would only keep advancing. Nothing else than death could stop her advance anymore. That incarnation of death that had just absorbed a large amount of souls followed Kair forward, just like her shadow. But it didn't use any apparent abilities, only releasing the same gray color as Kair from its body, an extremely auspicious gray. Zhang Fangfang and the rest of Bright Glimmer of Hope followed behind Kair at a rapid speed. In the meantime, as Kair faced off the encirclement of the black skeletons on the sidelines, they also breached through this sea of skeletons. How could these black skeletons of the 6th step simply block their advance? Just like before, they kept advancing and were rapidly catching up with Kair. Every wave of the sickle of the god of death in Kair's hands was certain to take the lives of many skeletons. After getting killed by her weapon, these black skeletons all turned into gray streams of air, pouring themselves into the shadow of death in the air. In a mere moment, Kair took the lead to finally reach that black knight emitting particles of purple color. These skeletons visibly became more powerful with the addition of the Black Knight. Kai's speed of advance was lowered, and the skeletons glinted in purple, becoming far more powerful than the previous skeletons, be it in offensive power or resistance. Kai had therefore to protect herself, as well as Longhaochen carried on her back, and couldn't advance prematurely. But even so, these purple skeletons were still decimated one by one in front of her sickle of the god of death, as she approached the Black Knight. The Black Knight had a purplish-black flame pulsing inside his eyes. His look was focused on Kai, slowly taking up the 5-meter-long spear hanging on his horse's saddle. This knight was over 3 meters tall, and that height reached over 4 meters with the addition of that mount, a skeleton horse extending over 2 meters. This was simply a giant compared to Kai. Purplish-black flames instantly rose on the top of his blazing spear, and the skeleton horse's front limbs were raised. Immediately the air in the scope of the purplish light became suddenly sticky. Kai felt clearly that her body became suddenly stagnant, and immediately, that myriad of purple dots of light gathered to the spear in his hand. In a flash of purple electric light, it was thrust at Kai like an electric shock. Powerful! In just one move, this Black Knight startled the whole bright glimmer of hope. The aura liberated by this guy clearly reached the standard of a powerhouse of the 9th step. Even if that was the initial stage of the 9th step, that was still quite a thing. What's more, from the interaction they had with the other holy guards, their strengths were definitely not limited to their ranking. They had all mastered martial techniques far above powerhouses of the same grade. Kai didn't dodge. As a comrade was at her back, dodging would just make Zhang Fengfeng bear the brunt. But right at this time, a golden shadow streaked across her side, turning entirely purple in the midst of its elevation. Myriads of streaks of thunder appeared, bombarding all directions. That was Sima Xian's purple thunder electric frenzy. Sima Xian was not assisting Kai in resisting the Black Knight's attack, but assisting her in disposing of the surrounding skeletons, so that she could focus wholeheartedly on the Black Knight. This was a sign of their trust in each other. They all believed that Kai would be able to deal with this attack of the enemy. If Longhaochen was the one confronting this attack of the Black Knight, he would without doubt stop it with the divine snail shield of sun and moon. But Kai wasn't Longhaochen. She didn't have such formidable defensive power, so if she just defended passively, there's no way she would stop this mighty attack which reached the 9th step in power. As an assassin, her greatest force was her attack, so all she could do was to meet force with force. Her left feet abruptly treading forward, continuous overlapping images of Kai appeared behind her. The sickle of the god of death struck forward, a gray crystal condensing on its front end, precisely striking the dark purple glow. This instant, the air seemed to congeal as a strange scene came to view. The series of overlaying images on Kai's back abruptly flashed down again, and as she turned, similar to an illusion, uncountable overlaying Kai's took shape. Immediately, the sickle of the god of death in her hand lit up, and in the midst of its gray radiance, the Black Knight's purple glow was obliterated. The black skeletons surrounding Kai were all smashed away by the purple thunder, so only one enemy was standing in front of her at the moment. A large figure rushed upwards, that was Sima Xian. In the air, he followed after his energetic ball of light, his spiritual wings extended. The whole energetic ball of light was glinting in purple light, and Sima Xian's chest was shining in a scarlet-colored brilliance. Sima Xian's previous spot was already taken over by Yong Wen Zhao, which didn't create any hole in the formation. Blocking the Black Knight's attack, Kai'Er's face looked slightly pale, but she didn't pause. Her figure flashed, appearing in front of that Black Knight at rapid speed, practically the same as teleportation. But one must know that she was carrying longhaochen on her back, yet this seemed not to affect her speed in the slightest. The spear in the Black Knight's hand flashed, immediately turning into a large shade shrouding Kai'Er. In the meantime, a dark purple halo rippled from his body, only reaching a diameter of 10 meters, but rising from the ground with a solidified feel. The darkness essence in this third floor of the Tower of Eternity immediately rushed forth to him. This felt a bit close to Longhaochen's night ability's storing power, except that Longhaochen needed to remain unmoving to use it, while the Black Knight didn't suffer this restriction. As long as his body would remain in the area of this halo, the storing power would persist, making his fighting strength even more terrible. Kai'Er acted as if she didn't see all of it. In front of his myriad spear strikes, Kai'Er's body suddenly turned illusory, and all the illusory images were shattered by the spear strikes. Her real body appeared behind the Black Knight. The sickle of the God of Death became ready to strike then, aiming right at the Black Knight's back. The Black Knight didn't turn back, because he was far too late. The back of his spear approached, pointed toward the sharp end of the sickle of the God of Death. Kai'Er's body shook violently. It was natural that she had no way to compare with the enemies in spiritual energy. But a whole piece of that black spear was sliced by her sickle of the God of Death. And more terrible, a multiple-layered blade projection came out like a lotus flower from the sickle of the God of Death. It shrouded that Black Knight all the way from behind, giving him no opportunity at all. The Black Knight was also a tough opponent. Making prompt decisions, he squatted down from the horse and abruptly dashed forward, as a dark purple shield made of energy appeared behind him. The sickle of the God of Death really had a terrifying offensive power. In a mere second, that shield of energy was crushed and disappeared, but that managed to stall some time for Black Knight. Turning, the spear in his hand was swept horizontally. Bang! With a stuffy groan, Kai'Er's body was immediately swept back. It wasn't that she didn't think of dodging, but she couldn't at all. The instant of that Black Knight's move, all the surrounding air congealed, and her speed dropped greatly. This very moment, a violent surge of thunder rumbled. Nearby came down a purple pillar of light rushing straight toward the Black Knight. Sima Xian's godly purple thunder cannon was done gathering power since long ago, and was only waiting for the Black Knight to show a gap. And he was not the only one making a move. A resonant phoenix cry was concealed in the midst of the bombardment of thunder. The phoenix of blue fire lifted itself high and dashed at the Black Knight behind the purple thunder. Sima Xian and Lin Xian were using their full power. Purple godly thunder cannon and phoenix of blue fire were their strongest attacks. Bright glimmer of hope wouldn't let a single person fight alone. Kai'Er having drawn the Black Knight's attention, their attacks displayed the greatest efficiency. Lin Xian's phoenix of blue fire had an enormous change compared to 2 years ago. First, it was much smaller in volume, and didn't reach 2 meters even with its 2 wings unfolded, looking just like a large bird. But this phoenix of blue fire was much prettier than before. With no flames rising around its body, it looked like a perfect sculpture of crystal. 3 pretty tail feathers were undulating on its back, standing out even in the midst of the pretty hairs all over its body, making it feel just like a living creature. Its eyes were glinting brilliantly, filled with intense flames. This Black Knight was really powerful. Flying past Kair to confront the incoming attack, he suddenly jumped from the bone horse's back, raising his upper body and blowing a dark purple flame which turned into a shield in front of him. But how could this dark purple fire possibly resist Sima Xian's gigantic ball of light wielded alongside the evolved spiritual stove of godly purple thunder? The shield was instantly crushed, and the attack from the spiritual stove of godly purple thunder bombarded the skeleton horse. Immediately, the skeleton horse let out a loud sound as if clashing against the opposite wall and producing a large bang. As the Dark Knight was knocked back, the horse's head and half its body were reduced to shreds, the Dark Knight naturally getting thrown down as a result. Against the panther demon god Angzer, Sima Xian had managed to fend off the enemy using this purple godly thunder cannon, and that was when the latter was in his demon god transformed form. Neither the Black Knight nor its mount could compare with that panther demon god in strength, so naturally they couldn't stop this blow. However, the skeleton horse's sacrifice was not futile at all. Although it was reduced to pieces in the explosion, this blocked a great part of the purple godly thunder cannon's attack strength, and only some aftermath landed on the Black Knight. But purple light lingered in the knight's whole body, slightly reducing its speed. And at this time came Lin Xian's blue fire phoenix. A resonant phoenix cry finally resounded in the whole third floor of the Tower of Eternity, as the knight fell to the ground, pointing his spear forward to shoot a spear projection at the blue fire phoenix's head in an attempt to destroy it. But the blue fire phoenix suddenly became stagnant in midair, abruptly turning into a blue light in the air and instantly disappearing. This was a needle-sized blue light which took a flash to pierce through the Black Knight's spear. The Black Knight clearly sensed the immense threat. As it let out a shrill, an intense purple light rose around his body, where all the darkness aura gained in substance. A ball of dark color wrapped in purple lit up on his chest. His body came to a standstill, and as the purple light curled up, he seemed just like a sculpture which had been standing for a long time. This was clearly a technique of passive defense, quite close to divine obstruction. The next instant, the power of the spiritual stove of blue fire phoenix flared up. The spear in the Black Knight's hand melted from the tip, and the blue color extended at a frantic speed, reaching its arm in the blink of an eye. Just looking at that Black Knight's spear and right arm, one could shockingly see all of it vaporizing under the blue light, leaving not a single trace behind. And the blue light kept extending through its body, locking onto that purplish-black ball on the skeleton's chest, and clashing intensely. The blue fire phoenix was just too powerful. That terrifying temperature already caused twists in the nearby air. Although that black ball made it stop, the Black Knight's right arm still dissolved swiftly up to the chest. And this time a sharp flash of gray swung at the Black Knight's back. The incarnation of death that had appeared priorly then shot a gray ray into the sharp flash of gray. The flash of gray caused the purplish-black ball to shatter in response, at the same time as the left side of the Black Knight's body. The blue fire phoenix, having nothing to stop it anymore, immediately extended at an astonishing speed, igniting that Dark Knight's whole body thoroughly in the blink of an eye. A purplish-black flame extricated from the Black Knight's head, and a quite sharp voice resounded, "Eighth Holy Guard, listening to your orders." As these words came to an end, he turned into a purple glow, disappearing inside the eternal melody hanging on Kair's neck. The whole process from the start of the battle to its end wasn't very long. Even Kair herself didn't expect that they would actually vanquish this Eighth Holy Guard so easily. Without a doubt, the greatest contributors in this battle were Sima Xian and Lin Xin. Purple Godly Thunder Cannon and the Phoenix of Blue Fire were the greatest contributors in disposing of this Night of Darkness. Kair herself didn't get to show a display of her full power at all. Along with the death of the Black Knight, the surrounding world of darkness immediately distorted, and those black skeletons also disappeared in these twists. When the surroundings became more clearly visible, they found out that they were now in an extended pathway. This place was a bit similar to the first floor of the Tower of Eternity, except that the surrounding pillars were all black. Afar off, a drizzling white curtain of light came to sight. Kair took a deep breath and nodded to Lin Xin and Sima Xian. Right now, the two of them were already sitting cross-legged. Sima Xian was better off, as he had the Scarlet Dragon armor to weaken the backlash of the spiritual stove of godly purple thunder on his body. It was just his spiritual energy that was rather used up. But Lin Xin was not so well off. His spiritual stove of Blue Fire Phoenix gained a much greater might than before, but it also made the backlash even stronger, and the consumption of spiritual energy considerable. As a reminder, they were facing a powerhouse of the 9th step, but even this Black Knight of the 9th step was melted in front of his Blue Fire Phoenix. This was his strongest attack, actually far more powerful than Vulcane's finger. If it were not to gain as much time as possible to save Longhaochen, this wasn't a move he would use casually. Sima Xian said to Kair, "Vice Captain, don't worry about the two of us. Now that we have passed through this trial, this place is already safe. Just keep advancing with the others. We will be joining after recovering a bit." Only light attribute users or Kair's death attribute would be able to recover their spiritual energy in the Tower of Eternity. The other individuals would be unable to rely on the elemental essence in there and need to use magical crystals. Right now, Lin Xin was holding a fire magical crystal of the 8th step in each hand, rapidly recovering his spiritual energy. These were not magical crystals coming out from demons but magical beasts, because only that way can it be devoid of darkness attributes. Keep advancing. Kair nodded to the others, and took the lead to enter in those white curtains, out of place with the rest of the world made of darkness. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi currently had some feelings of astonishment. Although their cultivation also reached the 7th step, they understood clearly in the previous battle that every member of Bright Glimmer of Hope was far stronger than them. But as one must know, they used to stand as the central pillar of their respective teams, and stronger by a considerable gap compared to the rest of their team. But in front of the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope, all they could do was to resist some of the skeleton soldiers, and because their injuries were not healed completely, even the mere act of resisting against the black skeletons felt strenuous. By contrast, amongst Bright Glimmer of Hope, the main offense was ensured by Kair, Sima Xian, and Lin Xin, whose joint attack could even kill a powerhouse of the 9th step. And that was an overwhelming kill, as that Black Knight was not given the slightest chance to display his strength before being killed in their hands. Longhaochen and Kair's strength aside, even Lin Xin and Sima Xian were already so powerful. The powerful attacks they just used were even totally unheard of by Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. But it was a fact that the matching of Kair and these two managed to defeat the Black Knight effortlessly. Actually, this was mainly due to the dominance of their equipment plus the launch of their full-force greatest attack. In what looked like a short battle, Lin Xin and Sima Xian had been going all out and using their trump cards. The holy guards in this Tower of Eternity were certainly powerful, but they all had a common weak point: their equipment. Simply speaking, if that Black Knight was clad in Longhaochen's golden foundation armor, they may not necessarily have ended up victorious, even by spending 10 times more time. Kai's sickle of the god of death was a divine tool, and Sima Xian's energetic ball of light reached the epic tier. No one in Bright Glimmer of Hope didn't have at least a weapon of the legendary tier. The white curtains of light were in front of their eyes. Going through the Black Knight's trial didn't mean that they had already cleared the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity. Based on the previous 2 floors, they had only cleared half of the trials on this floor. And the later trials would only keep increasing in difficulty. Only more cruel fights were awaiting them. After Kai stepped out and entered the white curtains of light, Zhang Fengfeng, Wang Yuanyuan, and Chen Ying'er followed. Stepping through the white curtains, everyone couldn't help but cough lightly, because the air behind was just far too different, making an overwhelming difference. Previously, they were in a world of absolute darkness, but at that moment, what came to their sight after passing through the white curtains was an incomparably intense holy aura. The surrounding darkness was already non-existent, replaced by a boundless holy light. The pillars coming to sight on the 2 sides were identical, but spread out a golden gloss filled with holiness. The ground was also entirely gold-colored, with elegant designs extending all over. No seas of skeletons were present. This second part of the 3rd floor was entirely empty. On the end of the 3rd floor was another sculpture of the holy necromancer, slumbering Calamity Elux. Under the sculpture, a single man was sitting cross-legged. A white magic gown of light attribute enveloped all his body, and as he was looking down slightly, Kai's group was unable to discern his face. He was sitting below Elux's sculpture, and seemed like he was seated for a boundless time, and appeared to be waiting for the arrival of Kai's group. Although they were facing a single enemy now, Kai's crew looked even more concentrated. Right, because the enemy standing in front of them was by himself, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater, at least far stronger than the Black Knight. Kai turned back to her comrades and told Chen Ying'er, "Ying'er, do not intervene. We will be mostly relying on your power on the next floor. The others, come with me." As she said that, Kai's figure flashed, already clashing against that light elemental mage who was clad in a white gown the next instant. As an assassin, she was obviously the greatest candidate against a mage. Han Yu, Yang Wenzhao, and Duan Yi felt clearly their spiritual energy being boosted enormously in the midst of that holy aura. The 3 of them immediately put into use their halo abilities, attaching them to Kai. Although Yang Wenzhao was a retribution knight, he didn't charge out. With his wounds having yet to heal up, if this enemy was even stronger than the previous one, him charging would have no use at all. Wang Yuanyuan followed, charging alongside Kai. A fierce reek of blood instantly leapt behind her, and one could faintly see a red glow shoot up, turning into an illusory image with the same appearance as Wang Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan's murderous spirit was greatly different from Kai's. Kai's murderous spirit was full of a deathly aura, while Wang Yuanyuan's murderous spirit was permeated with a bloody aura. One was originally an attribute of the user herself, while the other one was produced through incessant slaughter. The 2 murderous spirits seemed to complement each other. Under their full power, this brilliance rooted in a brilliance rooted in an extreme holiness, the light mage made his move, his body launching itself aloft the instant Kai's group started charging. A golden staff appeared in his hand. Pointing it forward, It oscillated with wave-like golden ripples coming from it. Having longhaochen on her back, Kyr was unable to immediately enter the state of invisibility. But she was the fastest of all bright glimmer of hope. She was already accelerating quickly the instant she charged, and was able to close the distance to the light elemental mage below 200 meters in just 2 flashes. But after she approached closer than 100 meters, that soft light halation blocked her. Feeling a kind of gauze on her, Kyr found out upon contact with the golden halation that her speed plummeted completely, and she was completely bound. Like that, her movement was in slow motion. A grey radiance filled with dense murderous instant immediately burst out from the sickle of the god of death. A divine tool was a divine tool, and immediately the light magic of unknown name ruptured in front of the tyrannical sickle of the god of death. As Kyr was moving forward and prepared to keep charging, that ruptured golden light coiled around her body. Wang Yuanyuan faced the same issue as Kyr. The two of them were about 100 meters from the light mage, and found it difficult to keep charging at him. A twisting radiance swept across at this time, charging straight at the light mage. It was the demonic eye commander. That light mage slowly lifted up his head while emitting powerful soul waves. Under his cloak, one could see a pair of pulsing golden flames in his eyes. The demonic eye commander's psychic attack had yet to reach out, as it was repulsed by that powerful soul force. It didn't manage to bring the slightest injury to this light mage. Waving once again his staff, he continued a downcast chant. Immediately, a few knights appeared on Kyr and Wang Yuanyuan's side. Due to the unknown spell used by this light mage earlier, a golden halo blocked their way, stopping them from advancing any further. This is the spell of the 9th step, divine binding. Yang Wenzhao shouted suddenly. But wasn't this spell long since lost? How could it appear here? Damn it, it's even instacast. A spell of the 9th step, and without even the use of any incantation. That was something close to the level of forbidden spell, so no wonder they would be stopped still. If that was just a spell of the 8th step, Kyr absolutely would not, by any means, be stopped so thoroughly with the sickle of the god of death in her hand. The light mage's incantation was ongoing, and everyone knew that if it completed, the group would hardly manage to resist it. A mage's offensive power is far above a warrior's, especially this light mage that appeared right after the Black Knight. Don't get wrong thoughts because of the extremely cozy feeling of light aura. This trial is surely a lot more challenging than the previous one. And most of all, how could they break through divine binding? This time, Kyr suddenly called out, Yuanyuan. Wang Yuanyuan, who entered through the curtain of light about the same time as Kyr, exchanged looks with her the instant she heard her call, filled with tacit understanding. Although Kyr just had her memories recovered, the memories she had gained after her amnesia were not raised by the past ones, but merged thoroughly, so their mutual understanding still had yet to disappear. 1, 2. Kyr started to count in a slow motion. Her look was on that light mage from beginning to end. Except for Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi, the rest of Bright Glimmer of Hope was visibly calm and stopped charging at the protective barrier. That was mutual understanding. Without even need for Kyr to say anything, they all understood her aim. 3. Go! Kyr shouted. As watched in shock Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi's, the silver light on Wang Yuanyu and amplified greatly, and the next instant she disappeared, only to reappear in front of the light mage. Orange and scarlet colors interweaved in bloodstorm, bringing an incomparable burst of bloodlust. A pitch-black crack appeared in a flash in front of the light mage, the innate ability of Bloodstorm, Dimensional Storm. In fact, now that Bloodstorm had reached the epic tier through incessant slaughters, its might was as different from the time before as sky and earth. In front of that intense light essence, it launched instant cuts. The terrifying Dimensional Storm produced humming sounds upon contact with that defensive spell of the 9th step, and the space inside was torn into countless chips. This was Wang Yuanyuan's long-prepared strike, a perfect match between Bloodstorm and the spiritual stove of spatial gates. Extreme offensive power, but most of all, complete unexpectedness. The power of the spiritual stove of spatial gates is to open a gate towards another spot within sight, and enable Wang Yuanyuan to teleport there. Unlike a rapid movement, she just has to be able to see the spot to be unhindered by any obstacles during this teleportation. Don't underestimate the spiritual stove of spatial gates just because it does not come from a fusion of other spiritual stoves. Through Wang Yuanyuan's long period of slaughters, this spiritual stove had evolved 3 times, giving it a great range, number of uses, and stability of teleportation. The light mage was visibly quite panicked. He visibly did not expect these opponents to break through his defensive spell of the 9th step in such a manner. And just because of his absolute confidence in divine binding, he had dared so brazenly incantate a powerful offensive spell. As long as this spell was completed, he had the confidence that it would wipe out all the humans in front of his eyes. But Wang Yuanyuan's sudden arrival completely cut off his train of thoughts. That terrible dimensional storm engulfed with terrible bloodlust left him helpless, with no choice but to cut off his spell close to completion. With a stuffy groan, he drew back while releasing an intense bright light from his hand, hindering Dimensional Storm's arrival. The attack was blocked, but that staff in his hand shattered instantly, and because of that, divine binding was removed, letting Kair lead the group on another charge. The light mage was really exceptional. While drawing back in such an unfavorable situation, he pointed his hand toward the nearest Wang Yuanyuan, causing a golden halation to rise from under her feet, releasing holy light binding. This was a light elemental control spell of the 7th step. Even while under the effects of the previous chance backlash, he still made this instant cast, showing his degree of understanding toward light magic. In the meantime, his body abruptly shifted back, and a formidable scene arose. What seemed to be the sculpture of a lux on the edge of the stage shifted backwards alongside him, trying as far as possible to increase the distance. In the meantime, he kept chanting at an increasingly fast speed. Flapping the spiritual wings on her back, Kair came chasing like a gray lightning bolt, tracing a clean cut with the sickle of the god of death in her hand. Mages undoubtedly had highly rated offenses, but their defensive power and attack were inversely proportional. The suddenness of Wang Yuanyuan's attack was a very key factor. Although her attack didn't succeed, it managed to pierce through divine binding, and terminated his spell on the verge of being completed. Kair's previous counting was a timer before the light mage's incantation would complete, so that Wang Yuanyuan would interrupt it the instant before its termination. A spell's backlash is an extremely dangerous thing to happen. If a mage's spell is interrupted during its preparation, it will very possibly backlash, and this backlash grows the more powerful this spell is. In particular, this backlash also becomes all the more powerful the closer to completion the spell was. Even if this light mage was even more of a tough opponent, he had after all just sustained a backlash of highest grade, and had yet to find the time to recover his breath. Kair had no plans to let him complete any spell of a high grade. But to her surprise, this light mage's speed went even beyond her estimation. When her sickle of the god of death was about to land, another of his spells was completed. As the holy light took shape, the sickle of the goddess of death abruptly paused, and immediately a powerful force burst out. This formidable force was close to irresistible. Filled with the radiance of light, but also containing an unquestionable impact force, it didn't cause any damaging effects, but even Kaire's sickle of the god of death was unable to disperse this soft-looking holy light. This spell bears the name of Holy Offering, able to ignite the light mage's own life as a fuel. And from the looks of it, his soul fire was the very one thing to be ignited. Although he was no more than the holy guard guarding this place, he had his own pride, and would in no way let himself be defeated so easily. The use of Holy Offering alone managed to push his opponents back, giving him some time for incanting, so he still felt confident in defeating these humans. Right as Kair wrinkled her eyebrows and already felt unable to win any longer against this light mage, a mystifying feeling suddenly surged out from her. A soft orange radiance revolved around her body and dispelled the white light from Holy Offering sticking against Kair's body, and caused that previously irresistible force to disappear completely. Right as Holy Offering made its way, everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope found out with astonishment that this orange radiance was coming out from Longhaochen's left arm. Its imposing luster and the quality of its holy light was one grade above Holy Offering, suppressing it at once. Kair had no idea what just happened, but with her ample combat knowledge, how could she let go of such a good opportunity? In a flash of light, countless figures of Kair took this opportunity and made their way forward, surrounding that light mage. And myriad images of the sickle of the god of death sent the light mage in the middle away at once. Myriad image strikes. After awakening as the one chosen by the god of death, Kair's original 1,000 strikes spiritual stove got an improved attack. Although it was now part of the spiritual stove of samsara, Kair had already acquired all the knowledge in comprehending and using it through her constitution as a god's chosen one, making its attack far more powerful than before. Making use of Holy Offering was already the light mage's last card. If he did not even manage to stall for any time, then even his other most powerful secret arcana from ancient times would be of no use. Among ear-piercing breaking sounds, the light mage disappeared and turned into a streak of golden light pouring into Kair's eternal melody. In the meantime came out a resounding voice calling, "The 7th Holy Guard pays allegiance to you." Nimbly landing on the ground, Kair's eyes still had a hazy look. Unconsciously she looked towards her own neck, at the arms of Longhaochen being carried. Tears immediately moistened her eyebrows. That was the divine snail shield of sun and moon. The previous orange radiance was characteristic of it. In an abrupt turn, Kair looked at her comrades and called out loudly, "Did you all see? He's not dead. Haochen is alive. He will surely come back to us, there's no doubt." Reaching this point, her arms tightly held Longhaochen's arms, her whole body violently shaking. No one knew why the divine snail shield's power had erupted. With Longhaochen already dead, he couldn't be the one who activated it. But the brilliance from the divine snail shield gave them extreme confidence, as if Longhaochen's death was not a thing that had happened. Since their entrance to the Tower of Eternity, there had passed less than half an hour from beginning to end, and they had already gone through 2 gates and were reaching the end of the 3rd floor. All Bright Glimmer of Hope's strength manifested without doubts. In fact, the guardians they had to face were all powerhouses of the 9th step. Even if that's only the beginning of the 9th step, they still reached it thoroughly. As a matter of fact, it was with a great self-confidence that Longhaochen had brought his comrades deep into demon territory. Don't give a hasty judgment just because all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope only reached the 5th rank of the 7th step in cultivation. They all had spiritual stoves, powerful equipment, and great talent, making them no worse than ordinary powerhouses of the 8th step. If not for the fact that they had met an unmatchable enemy such as the demon god Emperor, and had fallen in his trap, they would have had plenty of opportunities to escape even in the most desperate straits. It was already too late to comment on the matter. Longhaochen was already dead, but in this last hope of resurrection, every demon hunter from Bright Glimmer of Hope displayed their own radiance. Maybe this demon hunt squad remained extremely powerful even without Longhaochen, but without him, Bright Glimmer of Hope had lost its very soul. With much difficulty, Kaya repressed her surging feelings. Everyone take a rest and retrieve some spiritual energy. The way to the upper floor opened, lit by the sculpture of a lux in front of it. Just by treading into this pillar, they would enter the 4th floor of the Tower of Eternity. But this time, no matter how hasty Kaya was, this could not be more pressing than letting the group recover some strength. The group hadn't gotten a lot of rest since the start of the mission in Modu. The trials of the 3rd floor being this hard, what would follow in the 4th floor could only get even harder. How could they pass through the trials in the 4th floor without an ample rest? No mistake is allowed when honing your own knife. The best solution to maximize their chances in the next challenges was to be in the best condition for them. Lin Xin and Sima Xian were also called out there. The second portion of the 3rd floor was full of holy aura, assisting them greatly in recovering spiritual energy. Even the fire user Lin Xin had a much easier time cultivating in a world of light essence compared to a world of darkness essence. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were seated at the back, glancing at each other. They both discerned great shock in each other's eyes. Being excellent figures of the younger generation of the Night Temple, they had already lost all suicidal thoughts after being cursed so harshly by Longhaochen. They even originally thought that even if Longhaochen and Kaya were far beyond them, they should still be at least a bit stronger than the others. But now it seemed that these thoughts were clearly mistaken. From the display of strength showed by all Bright Glimmer of Hope's members, even if the two of them joined hands, they may not necessarily even prevail over any one of them. However, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi didn't show signs of dispiritedness, but instead had their fighting spirits greatly stimulated by that. Their wounds still had yet to recover for now, but they had already made their resolve. No matter what, they had to put effort into cultivation to grow as powerhouses. As Longhaochen said, there is not only one divine throne. At least 3 more divine thrones were there for them to contest over. This period of rest was rather long, taking no less than a whole hour, after which everyone successively opened their eyes. Aside from Lin Xin, who was still sustaining the effects of backlash of the spiritual stove of Blue Fire Phoenix, the others were already back to their peak state. Even Lin Xin would have no problem using his full-powered magic as long as he would not activate his spiritual stove. Carrying Haochen on her back, Kaya stood up, still quite pale-looking. Mysteriously, the incarnation of death she had previously materialized had not disappeared all this time, floating in midair from beginning to end. And after defeating the 7th Holy Guard, this shadow seemed to become all the more clear. Even the others from Bright Glimmer of Hope could only make some guesses that this should be an ability exclusive to the one chosen by the god of death, but they had no idea about the details regarding it. This was something Kair had never showed use of in the past. Kair declared, "In the 3rd floor of the Tower of Eternity, we have been confronting the trials of the 12th to 7th Holy Guards. It can be seen from their numbering that we have 6 more Holy Guards to face off next. From this 3rd floor on, the Holy Guards will have already reached the 9th step in strength, and the next trials will only be even more challenging. The elements we have already encountered are fire, water, wind, earth, darkness, and light, all 6 of the great elements. The most powerful ones were darkness and light. The rarer attributes such as spatial attributes have yet to appear, but even if they are all added up, it doesn't make a total of 6. So we will very possibly face some holy guards of the same elements as the previous ones next. I will be the main attacker next, and Inger, prepare yourself to take part in the 4th floor. If possible, you will be our main power in passing through the 4th floor's trials, so that we can directly enter the 5th floor." "Yes." Qin Inger agreed with no hesitation, nodding to Kair. She had been wholly unable to take part in the battles of the 3rd floor and was still in top form, as well as the most unexhausted in the group. But she's also a god's chosen one, and Saint's spiritual daughter is not just a name. In some particular situations, her strength and utility surpassed even Longhaochen and Kair. Their silhouettes stepped into the light, disappearing, and quietly faded away. 4th floor of the Tower of Eternity. This was an empty space, contrasting with the tides of skeletons on the first part of the 3rd floor. Upon entering the 4th floor, the surroundings were absolutely empty. Just like in the 1st floor, a sculpture looking like a lux was visible far away. Qin Inger advanced to Kair's side and asked in low voice, "Can I get started?" Kair nodded. A summoner's casting time is generally the longest, so getting started now while the enemy had yet to appear would give her the most plentiful time. Qin Inger directly sat down at her current spot, with the little pig McDull jumping from her arms. A soft incandescent radiance was emitted from her body, while all the spiritual pellets on her saint's spiritual robe lit up. Chanting a melodious incantation, Qin Inger crossed hands, as her crystal appeared slowly in the midst of her chant. Mystical spiritual waves came out from her. The others rapidly formed ranks surrounding her. As her incantation went on, Qin Inger gradually floated from the ground. The saint's spiritual robe let out a magnificent brilliance, making it appear as if all the magical beasts on it came to life. Intense waves of spiritual energy ascended above her at an astonishing speed. Yang Wenzhao gazed dazedly at Qin Inger. This instant, he felt like he couldn't recognize his own fiancée at all. What about the little girl who used to always hide behind his back? She actually became this strong already? At this very moment, the spiritual waves spreading from Qin Inger visibly reached the 8th step's threshold, and, moreover, were gaining in strength at a massive speed. Although Yang Wenzhao was unaware of what kind of magic Inger was using, she had clearly already surpassed him in strength. A feeling of loss came out relentlessly from his chest, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. From the look of it, he really had to persevere with all the more efforts. Right at this time 2 radiances appeared simultaneously. These were 2 immense pillars, both of which measured over 5 meters. On a blue and a red pillar of light, 2 tall skeletons appeared, intense soul fires pulsing in their eyes. Souls of powerhouses. Could there be 2 holy guards appearing at once this time? The expressions on the group's faces changed at once. From these 2 pillars, One could tell that they were fire and ice element users, just like the two holy guards who were assigned to the first floor. But the difference was that they had just appeared together. And without a doubt they surely had cultivations above the two holy guards from the third floor. Facing a powerhouse of the ninth step, and facing two of them were completely different things. Their addition will surely not be a matter of 1 + 1, but something way over that. Moreover, these two were one close-range warrior and one mage. And opposite of the 11th and 12th holy guards, the fire elemental skeleton was a mage, clad in a scarlet gown, and the ice guard was a warrior, clad in ice-blue armor, and with a huge ice-blue sword in each of its two hands. They were very clearly attracted by Chun Inger's incantation. This floor looked empty, but the presences of the two testing them seemed to fill it up with immeasurable pressure. As the pillars of light vanished, the ice warrior's figure flashed out, carrying an unbearable pressure as it dashed at Kyr's group. The fire mage lifted its staff high and murmured incantations. One could clearly see two regions of red and blue in front of the group, quite distinct and throwing a massive pressure on them. Right at that time, everyone had the same thought, thinking, if only Captain was there. In front of such powerful enemies, what they needed the most was a leader able to fend off the enemy attacks. If Longhaochen was still alive, he would surely be stopping the Ice Warrior's attacks with the use of the divine snail shield of sun and moon, enabling the others to make full use of their abilities. Even if Kyr's attacks were even more powerful, she didn't have an ability to attract the enemies like the saint's spiritual stove. And in a frontal clash, there's no way she could stop the offense of a powerhouse of the ninth step. Zhang Fangfang didn't cower in the slightest, standing in the front of the group, but Han Yu rapidly passed through his position. This was the first time uncoordinated actions were taken by the team since the start of their climb of the Tower of Eternity. But Zhang Fangfang immediately came to an understanding, following Han Yu's movements. Zhang Fangfang and Han Yu were about equally matched in strength, each having their specialties. Han Yu was below Zhang Fangfang's level in terms of defense, but as a real member of Bright Glimmer of Hope, he had the soul-sharing chains on him. A huge blue fireball was shot at the Ice Warrior Lin Xian's first move. Being a fire mage, he was visibly the main force against an ice user. The blazing heart of fire distorted the air, immediately going for the Ice Warrior thanks to his mental locking. The blue soulfire in the Ice Warrior's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. As if stepping on an icy soil, his feet suddenly made a sliding motion. The huge sword in his right hand struck above him, and as the temperature plummeted, a powerfully attractive sword projection was released from his heavy sword, pulling the large fireball to its direction. Immediately, the sword in his left hand was raised, unleashing a 1-meter-long ice blade projection, aimed at Bright Glimmer of Hope's group. More shockingly, after completing this blow, Lin Xian's large fireball was repelled by his right sword, thrown afar before exploding. The look on Lin Xian's face changed. While releasing a half-moon-shaped projection, the Ice Warrior had just actually cut the link between his spell and him, preventing the fireball from exploding immediately. The ice-colored half-moon projection traveling above the ground didn't grow in size like it would normally, but as the attack came, the nearby temperature plummeted frantically. Lin Xian swiftly strode forward, arriving behind Han Yu. An intense blue fire surged out from him as the light in his eyes flickered. Immediately, a large canopy of blue flames attached itself to Han Yu's body, giving him the looks of a god of fire. Lin Xian was naturally not the only one to make a move. Zhang Fengfeng, Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi all brandished their weapons at the same time, producing glints of gaudy holy light intercepting that ice attack. The attack they launched was extremely clever. Blade projections came out from their weapons, and their connection was immediately cut off to avoid sustaining backlash from the pulling force on the air. That ice-colored blade projection nevertheless had an irresistible force, showing no weakness. The bombardment of blade projections could only cause it to disperse some icy fog, but without showing any trace of weakening. When the ice-colored half-moon arc blade looked like it was about to smash Hanyu, flashes of intense light came from his left and right side. The left side was silver-colored, while the right side was purple-colored. Wang Yuan's divine soul shield launched space-splitting sauté, while Sima Xian used the godly purple thunder cannon. These two heavy bombarding attacks were really powerful. In the midst of intense rumbles, that ice-colored half-moon arc strike was split before coming to a stop. Hanyu then used shield bouncing to scatter the remnants of the ice blade. It took almost everyone's power to resist an attack from this powerhouse of the ninth step. And in the meantime that ice warrior rose to the air and was now heading towards the group. Without a doubt, in a case where he would make it to the midst of the group, no one would be able to stop his attacks. This ice warrior may not necessarily be much stronger than the previous Black Knight, but never forget about the fire mage threatening the group with an overwhelming pressure far behind him. When the ice warrior seemed to be rushing towards all bright glimmer of Hope's group, his body suddenly stilled in midair. Immediately, he gave up on his offensive stance, making a sudden turn to his side in midair, while crossing his heavy swords in front of him. The gray spectral light coming from a slash came to view, violently attacking the space between the ice warrior's crossed swords. A chirping sound of collision reverberated in the fourth floor of the Tower of Eternity, rising gradually. That valiant ice warrior was pushed over 40 meters away by this strike, striking against a stone pillar supporting this fourth floor. On his pair of ice-colored swords appeared blatant cracks. Without the support from his powerful spiritual energy, without a doubt they would have crumbled. Kyre was still standing there, putting down her sickle of the god of death slowly, as her sparkling eyes flashed a cold look. There was no sufficiently powerful guardian knight to stand in front of such a powerful enemy, so they could only rely on absolute force. The first of the 7 absolute arts of the god of death, death in childhood, finally descended. This death in childhood was at least twice as strong as when used in her amnesic state. The ice skeleton was a holy guard with knowledge on battle techniques from ancient times, but didn't have any escaping technique or cheap trick against this attack. He was sent flying by Kyre and narrowly lost his weapon in the process. From this, one may well imagine how terrifying this formidable power was. From their return to the Tower of Eternity to their arrival in here, Kyre had yet to use her full strength. That's because she understood thoroughly that the following trials would only get harder and harder. To obtain the full inheritance from the slumbering calamity Alux, and have the possibility to resurrect Longhaochen, she had to be in her best condition, which is why she borrowed her comrade's strength all this time, and unceasingly accumulated power all this time. The recovery of her memories made her two selves merge as one, but her powers as a god's chosen one were still a bit unstable. This powerful strength was being assimilated in the midst of battle. Ordinary attacks were already insufficient to stop an ice warrior of the 9th step. In case he were allowed to break in, even if the group could try to defeat it as fast as possible, it only needed to interrupt Chen Inger to make Kyre's group end up failing this trial for certain. At the same time this ice warrior was split away, the distant fire mage's spell was completed almost simultaneously with Chen Yinger's spell. One gate of light after another lit up at Chen Yinger's back. This total of 6 gates let out an intense radiance, each colored differently. They carried the 6 elemental colors: red, blue, yellow, green, gold, and black. In the midst of intense snarls, 6 immense earth dragon came out simultaneously from their gates, revolving around the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope. Chen Yinger was right in the center of their formation. Unfolding her spiritual wings, Chen Yinger's body instantly came to a standstill 3 meters away, floating in midair and facing her crystal ball toward the distant fire mage. The 6 hexagonal formations flashed, and all the demon hunters in their midst could feel a huge rise of all the elemental fluctuations around them. Right now, the whole Tower of Eternity had turned into a world of red. A series of gold-red fireballs appeared around the fire mage, very rapidly taking every corner surrounding him, just like a fire wall, showing not the slightest crack. Be careful, this is a real meteor shower, possibly comparable to the rank of forbidden spell. Lin Xian abruptly showed an affected face. If a fire elemental spell of this level was left on the battlefield, it would be enough to get rid of a whole legion. The space in the Tower of Eternity was wide enough, but such a multidirectional spell gave them no chance at all to avoid it. Groa! 6 roars rang out, as 6 breaths of different colors were released simultaneously from the Earth Dragon's mouths. These Earth Dragon were all magical beasts of the 9th rank, matching human powerhouses of the 8th step. The crystal ball in Chen Yinger's hands joined the midst of these breaths, turning into a multicolored beam. Go! Chen Yinger ordered adorably, and the 6-colored radiance was shot at the distant fire mage. The fire mage's staff was waved about the same time, bestowing the meteor shower with an incomparable might and launching it toward their direction. Right now, that ice warrior had evaded behind a pillar, disappearing from view. Some defensive barriers were unleashed by the group, but to their astonishment, no matter how hard they tried, none of their defensive spells could take shape, all of them dissipating in the midst of those 6 earth dragons' formation. How big could the light beam released from the crystal ball be? It was just a little larger than an ordinary person's fist. And how about meteor shower? That's an overwhelming thing. For a moment, even Kyer became anxious. But right now she could only put her trust in Chen Yinger. After all, she clearly saw that at the time Yinger released that 6-colored ray, her eyes looked full of confidence. The 6-colored ray collided against meteor shower, and the instant these spells with their own transcendent might came into contact, all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope had an eerie feeling, as if everything had come to a standstill at once. That fierce meteor shower abruptly stopped, and like a rock in the midst of a sea of fire, the 6-colored ray rippled lightly. The 108 spiritual pellets on Chen Yinger's saint's spiritual robe shone brightly as her pair of thin hands made a commanding motion. Immediately, the 6-colored radiance on the crystal ball sprayed out, forming a multicolored barrier, which enveloped the whole group inside with the backing of the 6 earth dragons. The next instant, time resumed its flow. Meteor showers fall still kept going, but the most central part of the meteorite had already lost all its light. From the looks of it, it became closer to a huge ring of fire. Although it still followed the same course, it had at least lost its core right then. Massive sounds of explosions rang out, and the terrible fire caused terrible twists to appear in the air. But having lost its core part, the meteorite could only clash with the air surrounding the group. The remnants of that red-hot fire was then melted by Chen Yinger's six-colored barrier like ice, losing all efficiency. More shockingly, the six-colored ray that melted the meteorite had yet to disappear, still shooting towards the distant fire mage. Back then, Lin Xian had suffered a great loss against this trump card of Chen Yinger. But right now, its use was far stronger than when comparing notes with Lin Xian. Obviously she had been lenient that time. The most mystical aspect of that six-colored ray of light was the unidentifiable magic element forming it, able to annihilate anything instantly, without being affected in the slightest. When the fire mage who had just unleashed his meteor shower suddenly saw the six-element radiance rush toward him, he immediately suffered a loss, hastily erecting a thick fire shield in front of him. Right at this time, an ice-colored figure appeared instantly in front of him, crossing a pair of swords in front of the six-element radiance. When the six-element radiance landed on the ice warrior, its body instantly came to a stop. Even his powerful elemental ice attack of the 9th step grade actually had no use. His whole body was only flashing in gaudy multicolored light and was stagnant, as if turned into a magnificent sculpture. Elemental cage. Chen Yinger had a tranquil look. Right now, she didn't have the slightest bit of her usual playful appearance. Putting the forefinger of her right hand on that ice crystal, she let her clear voice reverberate in this wide space. Elemental dispersion. A terrifying scene came to view. From the six-colored radiance on the ice warrior, the six elements, being water, fire, earth, wind, light and darkness, suddenly dispersed, the instant of their dispersion landing an indescribable attack on the ice warrior. The ice warrior's body suddenly smashed to pieces, turning into 6 parts before breaking in fragments in the midst of black holes formed by the attack formed with 6 split elements. This attack alone matched the 9th step in power. However, after launching such an attack, Chen Yinger visibly had a pale look, and the 108 spiritual pellets on her saint's spiritual robe shone even more dazzlingly. As she changed her hand's posture, she suddenly opened her mouth, letting a mouthful of blood flow onto the crystal ball in front of her. The 6 earth dragons shook simultaneously before releasing others of their breaths, once again gathered onto the crystal ball. "Go!" Chen Yinger shouted delicately. Immediately, another 6-colored radiance was shot out, heading towards the fire mage. At the same time her second attack was launched, Kyer also swept the sickle of the god of death in her hand. The soul fire in the eyes of the opposite fire mage pulsed violently. In front of that 6-colored attack, even such a powerhouse couldn't help but have a brief absent-minded look. Despite mastering magic abilities from ancient times, he was still unable to comprehend the ability Chen Yinger just used. It could only erect layers upon layers of fire defenses, attempting to exhaust the power from that 6-elemental pillar of light. But that 6-element radiance was like a matchless being, disregarding any fire-based elemental defenses. In the end, it came into direct contact with that fire mage whose body turned 6-colored as well. This time, Chen Yinger naturally had no need to launch another elemental dispersion. Kyer caught up soon after, her sickle of the god of death carrying a sparkling gray radiance as it ended the fire mage's life. The 6th and 5th holy guards both returned to the Tower of Eternity. The members from Bright Glimmer of Hope all had foolish looks. The atmosphere around them was originally extremely heavy, with these 2 powerhouses of the 9th step in front of them. From their point of view, passing through this hurdle would necessarily be extremely difficult, and hardly thinkable without paying a large cost. But who would have imagined Chen Yinger's full power moves to be so terrifying? Turning the situation all around, she had thoroughly crushed these two great powerhouses of ice and fire elements. Slowly falling to the ground, Chen Yinger's face looked as pale as paper, as she couldn't help but spurt out blood. In a flash, she fell on Yang Wenjiao's embrace, murmuring the words, "Leaving the rest to you guys," before fainting. Although she was the saint spiritual girl, and had the spiritual temple's only divine tool on her, she was after all just a summoner of the 7th step. To get rid of another powerhouse of the 9th step, and bind another one at this level was not just a display of higher-grade power anymore, but a total overdraft pushing her body past its limits. In order to raise the chances of resurrecting longhaochen, Chen Yinger showed no reserve at all. Her captain having done so much for her, she would have no regrets in the slightest even if she had to lose her life here. Elemental Cage was Chen Yinger's self-created magic, but it was actually outside the boundary of summoner magic. It was something she found inspiration for from Haoyue's Essence of Disorder, but it would need to wait for her to reach the 9th step to gain true full control over it. At her current cultivation level, the limit should be only 1 elemental cage, and at a far weaker level than the previous one. But Chen Yinger's previous forceful burst of elemental cage, achieved through capacity overdraft, was just too powerful, not only stopping the fire mage's attack, but moreover getting rid of the ice warrior through the usage of elemental cage. Elemental dispersion was an ability extending elemental cage that Chen Yinger would by no means be able to use without overdraft of her latent capabilities and use of her vital force. Elemental cage was actually not an irresistible technique, as it was only able to counter the 6 great elements of magic. It only had a great restricting ability but no great offensive power. And this binding would only last for a very brief time. In other words, if Chen Yinger was unable to kill the ice warrior a short time after the elemental cage, in case he recovered, it would be without the slightest wound. And with the defensive power of the ice warrior of the 9th step, even if Kyer was to go all out, she would not necessarily be able to kill the enemy in one blow. This was why Chen Yinger forced herself past her limits to this extent to use elemental dispersion. The fire mage being a mage, his defensive power was naturally not comparable with the ice warrior, so Kyer's prompt response was sufficient to end it, making their move a smooth success in passing through the 4th floor's trial. To achieve 3 instances of self-created abilities activating through the use of spirit bestowal, Chen Yinger had needed to go through a massive use of the saint's spiritual robe's supply. But this spiritual energy needed to be supplied in the scope bearable by her body. Exceeding this capacity would only end up with an explosion of spiritual energy and death. Speaking of which, she felt really grateful for Lin Xian's Forest Boa training pills, which raised her external spiritual energy over 10,000, greatly strengthening her physically. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no way she would survive from that previous burden. Even so, in such a heavily injured state, Chen Yinger would be unable to recover for a short while. She was already no longer a possible addition to the following fights. The 6 earth dragons were already back through their own gates of light, which subsequently disappeared. McDull hastily hopped around Chen Yinger. Being her contracted beast, he could sense her current weak state. Kyer was already turned back. Looking Chen Yinger, she watched her for a short time before commanding, "Yang Wenjiao, you stay to take care of Yinger. The others, follow me onto the 5th floor." Yang Wenjiao was using light magic to treat Chen Yinger, nodding at these words. Although feeling an extreme heartache, he was entirely able to understand the reasons for Chen Yinger acting so. If he was the one who had such an ability, he would surely not show reservations. The passage from the 4th floor to the 5th was straightforward. This test looked simple, and its process was actually even faster than in the 3rd floor, but actually, if not for Chen Yinger's burst of power, they wouldn't easily win against the combination of the ice and fire holy guards. This wouldn't be an issue if Longhaochen was present, as he could fend off the enemy attacks, but now they were exactly in short of a strong guardian able to resist the enemy attacks. So what would appear on the 5th floor? Kair had already used up her daily use of the 7 arts of the god of death, but still didn't show any intention to stop by and have a rest. Leading her comrades to the 5th floor, she walked into the transporting light. 5th floor of the Tower of Eternity. In a flash of light, Kair, Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, Lin Xian, Han Yu, Zhang Fangfang and Duan Yi appeared all together in a whole new world. Unlike the 4th floor, they perceived immediately upon arrival an overwhelming massive pressure inflicted upon them. In that pressure, they all had the reflex to release their spiritual energy at full power, making it a bit lighter. Kair stood motionless, looking ahead with great determination. The 5th floor of the Tower of Eternity did not look much different from the previous floors. Its breadth and the layout of the 2 stone pillars on the sides, extending all the way ahead, was the same. The pathway extended 50 meters long, and beyond that, a hazy figure was visible. Kair analyzed coldly. The 4th floor was combining ice and fire like the first one, but the mage and warrior specializations were just swapped. This 5th floor will very possibly combine earth and wind. Take care, everyone. After passing through the 3rd and 4th floor, they had already lost the saint's spiritual girl Chen Yinger, and in the group, Lin Xian's strength also plummeted greatly due to using Blue Fire Phoenix. After arriving there, they could only struggle as hard as they can. But every floor of the Tower of Eternity would get much harder than the previous one. Just what would they encounter in there? The answer would only come out when the opponent appears. You all remain here. I will draw out the enemies from this floor. Saying that, Kair slowly raised the sickle of the god of death upwards, still seeing that flashing grey figure after raising her head. The environment was much darker than the previous floor. Only the center of the floor was illuminated. Originally, she had planned to spend some time for rest and reorganization before proceeding, but if she did so, perhaps the shadow of the god of death would disappear. Its existence would only be maintained in the state of battle. Kair did not walk fast, but every step she took gave off an illusory feeling. That was clearly a special stepping exclusive to assassins. The pressure in the air seemed to keep increasing, and at the time Kair took her 10th step, a yellow pillar of light abruptly fell from the sky, in the midst of which appeared a tall yellow figure. A huge yellow skeleton, over 4 meters tall and looking much sturdier than the Black Knight, held a hammer in each hand. He caused the air to suddenly become heavy upon arrival. Earth Warrior. This time only one assessor came, and no longer were there 2 holy guards at once. But Kair didn't relax because of that, becoming even more tense. The 5th floor's trial was certainly more difficult than the 4th floor's. But only one examiner had come out, and that was an Earth Warrior as she had expected. But would it really go so easily? The next instant, this Earth Warrior told them the contents of this 5th floor's trial. The radiance surrounding the 4 meters tall Earth Warrior disappeared in a flash, its right feet stamping the ground loudly. Immediately, a terrifying shaking force rose, massively bursting into the group. Under Kai's lead, all Bright Glimmer of Hope's members soared without hesitation, spreading their spiritual wings to avoid the seismic waves. But they very rapidly saw the seismic waves take shape upon arriving under them. Yellow streams of air issued a massive pulling force created from the ground. Even Kai, whose cultivation was the highest, was instantly pulled back to the ground. The massive pulling force dragging them made them feel as if pulled in an ooze. Domain! Han Yu cried out in alarm, identifying the kind of ability that the Earth Warrior was using right now. Right, they had only one opponent to face in this floor, but that was a powerhouse of the 9th step strong enough to use a domain. What's a domain? That's a trademark ability of a powerhouse of the 9th step. Only someone able to wield a real domain can be called a supreme powerhouse. Generally, a domain ability would hardly be acquired at the first stages of the 9th step. Any domain inevitably has some unique characteristic. Even two powerhouses of the same element cannot possibly have an exactly identical domain. In his own domain, a powerhouse of the 9th step can wield a several folds higher power, while binding the opponent greatly. And generally, having a domain implies a spiritual energy above 200,000. Maybe this Earth Warrior had a weaker equipment, but his fighting strength should already be close to the level of someone like the Dragon Rider Demon God, Asmodeus. But of course that's if you only count one of Asmodeus' 3 head. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope had already experienced Chen Hongyu's powerful domain in their battle. But because Chen Inger was here as the saint's spiritual girl, Chen Hongyu's ability as spirit master was greatly restricted. But right now, they were facing a skeleton warrior wielding an earth elemental domain. In other words, an even more powerful opponent than the previous combination of the ice and fire elemental holy guards. What everyone got to experience was the ultragravity and swamp technique attached to this earth elemental domain. Even if this warrior wouldn't attack, the persistent effect of this swamp would perhaps be enough to annihilate them. But moreover, how could this warrior just stand still? After activating his domain, the Earth Warrior strode forward, his body lustring resplendently, shooting out innumerable lights, and making appear an armor made of a diamond-looking material on its torso. Earth is widely known for its superior defense, and there stood no doubt that this Earth Warrior held high prowess in this regard. Sweeping its huge hammer, it swung it at Kai. Kai suddenly let out a shriek. Her ear-piercing voice lanced through the warrior's soul like a sharp needle. Monstrous brain-filling sounds. In the meantime, her body suddenly had an illusory look. From the effects of brain-filling monstrous sounds, the Earth Warrior's hammer-wielding slowed down greatly. Kai took advantage of this short delay to lightly tap that huge hammer with her sickle of the God of Death, seizing the opportunity to draw back. However, this Earth Warrior's strength was actually a frightening thing. Kai felt 3 consecutive impacts on her and let out a stuffy groan. But in the end she managed to draw back to a distance a dozen steps from her comrades. Cojoined spiritual pills. Kai shouted loudly, and in the meantime, pointed the sickle of the God of Death at the deathly shadow. An overflowing murderous spirit burst out at once from her body. To some extent, an opponent of Earth element was the hardest type to deal with, the difficulty lying in the Earth Warrior's defensive power and powerful force, and most of all, on this domain's existence. Even if Chen Inger still had enough fighting strength to keep going, relying on elemental cage to bind the Earth Warrior may not necessarily give enough time for their attacks to finish it off in the short binding duration. But, right at this time, a tall silhouette suddenly sprang out in front of Kyer, shouting determinedly, "Vice Captain, let me do it." The one that popped up in front of Kyer was Sima Xian. While shouting to take cojoined spiritual boosting pills, Kyer had already taken one. And this time, the Earth Warrior was already coming up. Avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth, she immediately let go of the sickle of the god of death, and pressed both her hands on Sima Xian's back. In the meantime, at Kyer's back, Wang Yuanyuan, Han Yu, Zhang Fangfang, Lin Xian and Duan Yi all entered the connection the next instant. Duan Yi's pill was directly inserted from Lin Xian to his mouth. The 7 of them immediately formed an heptagon, with Sima Xian standing as the vanguard. The gigantic ball of light was lifted high above his head, making a large bang as it forcibly stopped the downward swing of the warrior's 2 axes. Intense rumbles followed as the 7 who consumed the cojoined spiritual pills had their bodies shake violently. In the front, Sima Xian's body was flashing in fiery red and gold radiance, the defense boosting of the Scarlet Dragon armor, and the soul-sharing chain's effects. Even if that was done the instant of the cojoined spiritual pill's effects completion, receiving this blow still caused some damage. However, the energetic ball of light truly deserved being called a weapon of epic tier. Crush, smash, and triple blast's power erupted instantly against the dual hammers, forcing the warrior back 2 steps. "Your father is going to make it an all-out fight against you." Sima Xian had his round eyes wide open, his whole body's muscles swelling violently. An incomparably intrepid bearing was felt from him. "Sima, you can't." Lin Xian shouted in haste behind him. But as if Sima Xian didn't hear anything, he directly unleashed his berserk ability. There's no way he would have forgotten Lin Xian's numerous warning that the berserk ability couldn't be used under the effects of the cojoined spiritual pills, because in case he enters berserk state, his external spiritual energy will immediately erupt, greatly amplifying his body's capacity. But if a too large amount of internal spiritual energy is poured in the body, upon termination his body would very possibly not be able to bear the burden, and would crumble. However, the current Sima Xian seemed as if he had totally forgotten all this. Instantly entering berserk mode, his body seemed to swell as his muscles tore through his gown. His right fist shot out, beating on the gigantic ball of light to make it bounce back, and in the meantime his right feet stamped on the ground. A surge of purple electric flow rushed out from his body, spreading to the surrounding like lightning flashes. Each of the 7 reached over 15,000 spiritual energy, and all of them had taken cojoined spiritual boosting pills. Adding to that Sima Xian's self-use of berserk mode and the spiritual cojoined boosting pills, now, although the current Sima Xian's spiritual energy was still below the Earth Warrior, it was not much below. The Earth Warrior swung its 2 hammers, abruptly knocking the air and shooting a yellow ray of light out upon collision, shooting straight to Sima Xian's chest. His greatest defect after making use of the cojoined spiritual pills was a lack of agility, so Sima Xian did not think at all about dodging. With a loud roar, his hands gripped onto the handle of the energetic ball of light, abruptly meeting with the enemy. In another loud collision, yellow light was dispersed all around, but this time none of the light from the life-sharing effects of the chains manifested. The previous happening of his right foot stamping the ground was not wasted at all. Making use of the shock it caused to avoid the attack, he made use of the enhanced power of the spiritual stove of godly purple thunder to temporarily neutralize the earth elemental domain under their feet. "Feel free to try out my great self." The energetic ball of light was lifted from his chest as Sima Xian shouted out in fury, causing the power of the spiritual stove to break out in all directions. An incandescent purple-colored ball of light took shape, flying straight to the Earth Warrior. Positioned behind him, Lin Xian unconsciously shut his both eyes, which were already muddled. As the creator of the cojoined spiritual pills, no one else understood their effects better than him. Sima Xian was under the effects of cojoined spiritual pills, and was using berserk mode together with his purple godly thunder spiritual stove, with over 10,000 spiritual energy. The burden on his body could only be described as terrifying. When this battle ends, the backlash on his body would only be of the same level. Even Lin Xian didn't know whether he would be able to bear it all. And, for now, he could only pray for that scarlet dragon armor to be strong enough to protect his body. The strengthened purple godly thunder cannon burst out instantly in front of the warrior, who met the attack with crossed hammers. An intense explosion burst out the next instant. As expected, thunder was not very effective against earth, but that's only if you speak of elemental affinity. Sima Xian's purple godly thunder spiritual stove also had a terrifying explosive force outside its thunder elemental power. When facing the panther demon god Oser, even an ordinary use of the purple godly thunder spiritual stove was able to repel him. This earth warrior, though, was certainly even stronger than Oser, in addition to having the support of a domain. But Sima Xian's enhanced purple godly thunder cannon was more than twice as strong. Bang. A terrifying explosion nearly took all Bright Glimmer of Hope's members' hearing at once, as the Earth Warrior fell back after being pushed back a distance of 4 walking steps. The pair of hammers in its arms were already cracked, and its entire body was surrounded in purple light. The process of its backstep looked like the sight of a falling drunk man. Although the powerful explosion force did not manage to make that earth elemental's body numb, this purple godly thunder cannons might did cause the earth warrior's soulfire to get numb. Sima Xian once again roared, rotating the energetic ball of light thrice above his head before throwing it fiercely. The comrades behind him didn't see it, but right now Sima Xian's both eyes were already colored blood red. And a similar bloody red ray was spreading from the chain to inside the ball. Sacrifice, the night ability. This is an ability Longhaochen had used not only once. Originally, priests should not be able to use such an ability, but Sima Xian was not an ordinary priest but a disciplined priest. And this sacrifice ability was something he had pleaded Longhaochen to teach him. In the current situation, Sima Xian did not give the slightest thought about the aftermath for this battle on his body. Only memories of Longhaochen's death in the demon god emperor's hands kept surfacing in his mind. He was Longhaochen's retainer knight, yet wasn't able to help him in the slightest back at that time. Sima Xian was quite a bit older than Longhaochen, but ever since this demon hunt squad got formed, he had been following him wholeheartedly. In his heart, Haochen was not only his captain, but also an elder brother. Being the soul and cornerstone of his team, Longhaochen had acted several times as the burning soul of that team. Sima Xian only had a single thought now, and that was to pave the way for resurrecting their captain without sparing any cost. Since a girl such as Chen Inger dared do that, how could he shrink before making sacrifices? Even under the effects of the cojoined spiritual boosting pills, Sima Xian understood that he didn't have much prospects in winning. But he still stood there, bearing the responsibility of becoming the focal point of the spiritual gathering pills. The thoughts he had were, if this lasts, I can only end in defeat. With the domain boosting him, that Earth Warrior is not someone I can win against. So his strategy was to launch an attack of unprecedented intensity, to get the Earth Warrior in an instant kill. After revolving thrice, the gigantic ball of light had turned into an amethyst color. The terrifying electricity emanating from it had a translucent feel, and carried a truly ruthless reek of blood. The instant the 1-meter diameter energetic ball of light came flying, Sima Xian spurted out a large mouthful of blood. In a resonant splurt of blood, his scarlet dragon armor then smashed to pieces suddenly. With a loud bang, his upper body covered in scars came to sight. Bam doom! The retreating Earth Warrior was bombarded by Sima Xian's full-powered and willed energetic ball of light. The pair of hammers shattered, and immediately the ball left a mark on its chest. Bang, 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 bang. 12 repeated booms resounded the same as alternated shots from magic cannons. In the midst of these 12 blasts, the Earth Warrior's body shook violently. Without a single burst of sound, the gap on its body spread out even more massively as the cracks multiplied. At the time of the last echo, the Earth Warrior's body was already blasted to shreds. It wasn't even able to pay a single word of allegiance to its master, turning into a yellow light shooting at the eternal melody on Kai's chest. Sima! The instant that Earth Warrior collapsed, Sima Xian crumbled as well, falling to the ground with a large shock underneath Kai. His upper body was full of bloody wounds, having turned into a man of blood the instant of berserk mode's ending. 2 glints of light landed on Sima Xian's body almost at the same time, coming from Duan Yi and Zhang Fengfeng's holy protections. The instant after the two released this instantaneous spell, they immediately started chanting healing magic of higher scale. Han Yu came to Sima Xian's side, releasing his spiritual stove of light blessings to help everyone present recover their spiritual energy. Lin Xian stepped forward, holding Sima Xian's fallen body and placing pills into his mouth before inspecting his wounds. Leaning on Lin Xian's chest, Sima Xian's chest moved up fiercely as blood flew continuously from his mouth, nose, and ears. But despite it being full of blood, he had a smile on his face. I succeeded, Vice Captain. Leaving the rest to you. Possible. Domain. Wind Powerhouse. Take care. Just before. This opponent. Power. Wielded with nature element. We. Must. Resurrect. Boss. As if these were his last words, Sima Xian spoke these words as his body was shaking all over. By chance, Zhang Fengfeng and Duan Yi's high-level magics were completed successively right after that, healing his bruised body. The bruises on the surface healed easily, but the internal wounds were not that easy to heal. Kai was kneeling in front of Sima Xian, strongly pursing her lips together to stop her tears from flowing down. She was now the whole team's leader, and as such, she had to stay strong. Thank you, Sima. Sima Xian's whole body was shaking, gradually entering a state of serenity from the healing magic, but in the meantime his vital force became fainter and fainter. Wang Yuanyu and grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, asking hastily, "How are things?" Lin Xian grinded his teeth tightly, and did not give a reply to Wang Yuanyuan's question, taking out other pills to pour into Sima Xian's mouth. Right now, Sima Xian was already unconscious and couldn't swallow it on his own. Lin Xian went so far as to push his mouth against Sima's to help him swallow the pills. Under the effects of Han Yu's spiritual stove of light blessing, and Duan Yi and Zhang Fengfeng's nearly simultaneous usage of healing spells, it still took a whole half an hour for Lin Xian's face to finally become a bit more relaxed. "How are things?" Wang Yuanyu and asked hastily. Sima Xian breathed in a large gasp as he replied, "Our Baldy is tenacious and finally managed to make it through alive." The backlashes from his spiritual stove, berserk state, and use of the ability sacrifice was majorly sustained by his scarlet dragon armor of epic tier. Otherwise, how could a piece of equipment of epic tier break down like that? But even so, that nearly cost him his life. His internal organs had started to crumble and decay. But my pills and the brothers' healing kept them alive by a thread. At least now his life is stabilized and is not at risk anymore. Pa. Shit, what a loss. Why did I have to make contact with this guy's thick lips? An incomparable loss. The tense atmosphere finally relaxed after Lin Xian said these few words. Aside from Kair, the whole group exuded smiles. In normal times, they would perhaps be laughing in joy, but right now, they were only filled with heavy feelings. This was only the test of the first half of the 5th floor, and they had already lost Chen Yinger and Sima Xian. Since the following tests would only get harder, would they really make it to the final 7th floor? Although Sima Xian had vanquished the Earth Warrior by himself, that was after using the cojoined spiritual boosting pills, therefore making everyone fall into a weakened state. Although it was continuously improved by Lin Xian, who made the backlashes far weaker than before after adding a lot of ingredients, they were in the midst of continuous battles, making even light blessings insufficient to return them to their optimum state. Although Kair was worried, she could obviously not keep advancing immediately. By continuing, they would face off against even more powerful opponents wielding domains, against whom they could only have a chance by using the cojoined spiritual pills given the current state of the team. Everyone have a rest here. After our weakened state is over, we will keep advancing. Reaching this point, Kair cautiously untied Longhaochen from her back, placing him on the ground. Seeing his pale, bloodless face, Kair's body couldn't help but shake. Raising her hand and gently stroking his face, tears fell down beyond her control. "Idiot, you idiot! I will bring you back to life no matter the cost." This time of rest was much longer than the previous one. Under Lin Xian, Zhang Fengfeng, Han Yu and Duan Yi's joint efforts, Sima Xian's body was finally stabilized, at least guaranteeing his certain survival. It was at this kind of time that the effects from the forest boa training pills became visible. Compared to other powerhouses of the same vocation at the same level, their powerful external spiritual energy made their resistance towards the side effects of the cojoined spiritual pills much better than ordinary powerhouses. This was something Duan Yi got to see very clearly. After roughly 8 hours, Kair's group was already done recovering for the most part, apart from Duan Yi's weakened state which still persisted. Under these conditions, he wouldn't be able to take another cojoined spiritual pill, so even if he begged repeatedly, Kair decided to instead have him stay and take care of Sima Xian. "Everyone, have cojoined spiritual pills prepared?" Kair asked sternly. "Lin Xian, do you have some more spares of cojoined spiritual pills?" Lin Xian nodded. "I have another set on me. Adding it to the set in everyone's hand, we can still go for 2 more battles." Kair wrinkled her eyebrows, nodding slowly. After less than a day, they had successively taken the 3rd and 4th floor trials, and half of the 5ths. But this Tower of Eternity had 7 floors in total. Since the 5th floor already had powerful holy guards wielding domains, how about the incoming 6th and 7th floors? Right now, everyone had a very grim facial expression. Although they were unwilling to think of it, they faintly realized that the final climb of the 7th floor would perhaps be extremely difficult. But none of them was willing to speak out these facts, much less believe in them. No matter what, they would strive their greatest effort to fight for time and fight for the opportunity of resurrecting Longhaochen. This Tower of Eternity was their only hope out there. Kyer took a deep breath. Another trial is waiting for us right after this. Up next, we should have to face a wind elemental mage in control of a wind domain. Wind mages' greatest strength is in their speed. We have no way to know about the opponent's domain in advance, but I will be in charge of the offense, while everyone else boosts me through the cojoined spiritual pills. We must defeat the opponent in the shortest time, and not let him deploy his greatest attacks. While speaking up to there, she had already placed Longhaochen back on her back, binding him tightly with the chains. Kyer! Wang Yuanyuan suddenly called out her name. Yeah. Kyer looked at her puzzlingly. Wang Yuanyuan determinedly stared at her face. Let me be the one undertaking this duty. No way. Kyer rejected her suggestion without giving it the slightest thought. Just before, Sima Xian had to try hard with his life at stake, narrowly dying in battle. How could she, as the temporary captain, let her comrades take such risks? Moreover, the strongest of the team was her. Wang Yuanyuan grabbed Kyer's shoulders, facing her face on. Kyer, listen to me. We are a team, and resurrecting captain is by no means a business all your own. Inger and Sima already gave their greatest shot, so the next one to go should be me. I am confident in succeeding, as the space attribute is a counter to wind element. Moreover, just like everyone else, I have secret moves of my own. I am very confident. Kyer still shook her head. Yuanyuan, I know that you have good intentions, but I have greater chances than you. Wang Yuanyuan suddenly gave an emotional response. I know that you have greater chances than me, but are you confident in being able to stay unharmed while defeating the enemy? No, you cannot. With your current cultivation, you must utilize the 7 arts of the God of Death to vanquish a mage wielding a domain, but you have already used it once in the past 12 hours. Using it once again will undoubtedly cause a terrible backlash. Don't forget that this is not the last trial we are going to face. We still have the 6th and 7th floors coming up after that. You may be the strongest of us, but this is all the more of a reason for you to preserve your strength for what's coming next. Against the even stronger opponents, we can only rely on you. Can you afford to be weakened by the backlash at that time? I am not acting out of blind impulse, and am certainly confident since I dare demand to take your stead. Let me go. Boss did so much for us. The least I wish to do is to be able to do the most I can to bring him back to life. If we end up in failure, I will otherwise be filled with regrets for my whole lifetime. Kyer's eyes reddened unawarely. Yuanyuan? At some point, Zhang Fengfeng had joined Wang Yuanyuan's side. Kyer, how about letting her go? I believe that Yuanyuan is capable of it. For the sake of advancing, we must make some concession, and your strength will be needed at the most challenging hurdles. Wang Yuanyuan showed a faint smile, spreading out her arms to give Kyer a tight hug, before turning back and taking the lead to head deeper into the 5th floor of the Tower of Eternity. Zhang Fengfeng followed after with Kair, Lin Xin and Han Yu right behind. At this point, only 5 members of the team were left, all of whom had a conjoined spiritual boosting pill in their hand. Without a doubt, all the trials starting from this 5th floor were all prepared for powerhouses of the 9th step. Having come here without having even reached the 8th step of cultivation, they already had no effort to spare. Continuing on, every step ahead would inevitably have a massive cost. And even if they fail, they will have to keep going forward, so that Longhaochen may have a chance to be resurrected, even at the cost of their lives. As bright light waves were released lightly, the surrounding air suddenly intensified after they walked 50 meters forward. The wind freely fluctuated in the hall, moving up and down, and dim green radiance flashed in all directions. Wang Yuanyu and put the conjoined spiritual boosting pill in her mouth without hesitation, and so did the others. The 5 of them became one in a split second, forming a whole new formation. However, after taking the pill, Wang Yuanyuan still didn't take out her terrifying weapon Bloodstorm, only focusing on her huge gigantic divine soul shield. Her footsteps were very steady, letting the spiritual energy obtained from her comrades integrate with her own. The surface of her skin was starting to disperse some silver light, and both her eyes appeared particularly bright. A thick bloody aura came out from this powerful and determined female warrior, causing the nearby air to fluctuate violently. The air surrounding Wang Yuanyu and turned illusory due to all the spatial essence. The reason why they had taken the conjoined spiritual boosting pills earlier was that the enemy was very possibly of the fastest kind of wind mage. As expected, the interior of the Tower of Eternity abided by its own rules. As a green pillar of light appeared afar off, a thin green skeleton appeared in the group's line of sight. In a thin brush of green light, the sky suddenly dispersed soft fluctuations of spiritual energy, just as if signaling the arrival of spring. A spring wind came brushing away, but in the midst of this feeling, waves of green wind blades condensed in the latter part of the 5th floor of the Tower of Eternity. In an instant, myriads of wind blades were gradually taking shape. Was this a domain or a spell? For a moment, everyone in the group shared these same thoughts. Only Wang Yuanyuan standing in the vanguard looked like she did not even put these wind blades in her eye, focusing her sight on her own gigantic divine soul shield. 4 silver crystals were on the gigantic shide, dispersing intense spatial attribute waves. While looking with determination, she swiftly took out another silver crystal, embedding it in the shield's 5th hole. The instant this crystal was inserted inside the shield, an intense silver light abruptly rose from that shield, carrying the spatial spiritual energy released from Wang Yuanyuan's body to produce fierce flame-like fluctuations. A silver-colored fog rapidly ascended over her body. Wang Yuanyuan's whole body, which used to be enveloped in silver light, gradually twisted as she stood. The divine soul shield was still silver-colored, but the 5 silver crystals inlaid inside were all showing an orange-colored luster. In other words, this divine soul shield had started the process of entering the epic tier. Wang Yuanyu and didn't stop at that and swiftly inlaid the 6th gem in turn. Bang! A terrible silver flash resounded, like an ignited can of gunpowder in its instant of explosion. And just at this time, that wind element mage's first attack also reached out. Multitudinous wind blades carried ear-piercing sounds, shot from all directions toward the 5 from bright glimmer of hope. Each wind blade had a metallic gloss, just like a physical weapon, with the attached spiritual energy seemingly able to cut everything down. But these attacks met the silver radiance extending like a volcano, dense and deep silver spatial spiritual energy turned into a silver dragon in a split second, enveloping Wang Yuanyuan's group of 5 and coiling rapidly. All the green blade projections melted instantly upon contact with the silver dragon, which let out some ripples all around. The distant green skeleton showed a slight shock. This powerful holy guard blessed with the soul of powerhouse could not recall having ever met such an opponent. But the previous attack was just a start. Lifting the green spear, he shouted lightly, "Swift wind!" These mere words turned the whole space into green. Sparkling in green, the whole latter part of the 5th floor of the Tower of Eternity turned into a gigantic whirlpool without any chinks and revolving at an astonishing speed. That was his domain, a wind elemental domain with great offensive capabilities. Perhaps the burst power of a wind mage did not reach that of a fire mage, but their speed and the duration of their offenses were in no way below. Upon release of the domain, the silver flames surrounding Wang Yuanyuan's body started shaking violently. One could clearly see them turn into layers upon layer of silver light, looking close to collapse. Right now the 4 people behind Wang Yuanyuan all had whole new looks. Although they had guessed that the next opponent would be extremely powerful, this wind mage's strength really surpassed all their expectations. This second domain wielder clearly surpassed the previous Earth Warrior by far in offensive power and domain wielding ability. Furthermore, whereas the Earth Warrior's domain was only supportive, this wind mage's domain was able to launch powerful directed attacks. At its 9th step cultivation, this domain would be able to reach the forbidden spell level of power if given just a bit of time. How could Wang Yuanyuan resist in front of such a powerful attack? The cause is the cojoined spiritual boosting pills, making her skills temporarily able to withstand the enemy. But under the pill's effects, she was unable to make use of her spiritual stove of spatial gates. No one was able to think of a way she could subdue the enemy under such circumstances. Furthermore, there was nothing the others could make out from her expression. How was Wang Yuanyuan feeling right now? Her eyes were full of determination, not looking at the distant enemy, but at the divine soul shield in her hand. Her most powerful silver coiling dragon was rapidly dispersed, as she held her last spatial crystal in her hand, slowly placing it onto the last cavity of the divine soul shield. This instant, her eyes were filled to the brim with determination. She could also do what Sima Xian did, that was her only current thought. Maybe in her comrade's eyes, her epic tier upgraded Bloodstorm was her most powerful weapon, but only she knew that actually, the most powerful asset she had was still her divine soul shield. However, its requirements in spiritual energy being so high, and the strain on her being far greater than Bloodstorm, she did not really make use of the most powerful abilities attached to the divine soul shield. With her current cultivation, she could at most sustain for a short battle the use of 5 embedded gems, and the 6th spatial gem was already her limit after cojoined spiritual boost. The divine soul shield had in total 7 cavities, but the 7th and the previous 6 were entirely different. After the 6th cavity is gemmed, the divine soul shield was just a weapon. But this 7th made it a. Her left foot stepped forward, and Wang Yuanyuan abruptly stuck out her chest, releasing an intense spatial elemental spiritual energy, and causing the collapsing silver dragon to gain a great deal of substance. Immediately throwing her stubborn gaze to the distant enemy, she looked at that wind mage. Bang! An intense silver light was shot out, like myriads of silver arrows abruptly bursting out from Wang Yuanyuan's body. the terrible silver halations surrounding her instantly reached their climax, especially all around her chest. Spirit Blast. Wang Yuanyuan utilized this powerful warrior amplifying ability. In some sense, Spirit Blast was a fuse for internal spiritual energy, instantly causing its ignition and enabling it to exert an even great fighting strength in a short duration, quite similar to the effects of the Knight's Sacrifice ability. In the meantime, Wang Yuanyuan slowly lifted the Divine Soul Shield, reciting in a bloodthirsty voice, "Almighty Shield, please grant me you the true power of the Divine Soul Blood." In the meantime, Wang Yuanyuan retrieved her left hand, knocking her fist onto her chest. Immediately, she spat a mouthful of blood, splashing all over the Divine Soul Shield, and the spatial crystal in her left hand swiftly made it into the last cavity of the Divine Soul Shield. Bang, bang, bang. The instant the spatial crystal made it into the last cavity, 3 successive loud sounds reverberated. In the midst of those violent rumbles, the spatial spiritual energy dispersed by Wang Yuanyuan grew threefold, or rather, blasted 3 times at once. To the audience's shock, all they could see during the process of these 3 blasts was an expanse of silver, but at the end of the blasts, in a stupor, they witnessed the sight of the originally incomparably domineering wind elemental domain crumbling at once. What level of strength could do that? Never had they expected Wang Yuanyuan to actually have such a power. At some unknown point, a gigantic figure had appeared in front of Wang Yuanyuan, over 10 meters tall and fully equipped in silver armor. But from the outside, that armor was not shining in silver but in reeking blood red. This 10 meters tall gigantic warrior held in its left hand a shield, an enlarged version of the Divine Soul Shield, just as tall as that giant. With a large bang, the warrior abruptly strode forward. The whole Tower of Eternity shook violently at each step he took. Right now, Wang Yuanyuan's eyes were colored silver, and the Divine Soul Shield previously in her hand wasn't there anymore. One could distinctly see thin bloody beads flow outside her skin, as her whole body trembled severely. God's Descent. This was clearly a God's Descent. But unlike Kai'er and Longhaochen, who had previously made displays of God's Descent, Wang Yuanyuan was not a God's chosen one. She was borrowing the power of her weapon to activate God's Descent. With her gigantic soul god blood vessels as a catalyst and the Divine Soul Shield as an intermediary, she unexpectedly managed this inconceivable summon. The instant that terrible gigantic soul god strode forward, the 10 meters long shield in his hand already splashed across. The next instant, the whole space became filled only with silver color. A strident lacerating sound could be heard everywhere that shield passed. A god's power. That was the power of a true god. Kai'er even concluded that at least none of her previous displays of God's Descent could compare with this gigantic soul god, and the same went even for Longhaochen. But what could be the cost to pay for such a terrible attack? Kai'er, Lin Xian, Hanyu, Zhang Fengfeng felt extremely tense right this instant. The Wind Mage was also full of shock due to this so sudden shocking scene. His hand moved rhythmically, and complex symbols appeared in front of him, as the shattered domain reconstituted anew. In a flash, 9 whirlpools had gathered in front of him. These 9 whirlpools were completely different from the previous display of the domain. Although they were much smaller in volume, they gave off far greater feelings of threat. Each little whirlpool dispersed a greenish-gold glow, flying at very slow speed, but heading towards the certain path of the Divine Soul Shield. After releasing those 9 little whirlpools, the soul fire pulsing in the eyes of that green skeleton weakened greatly. It was clearly not a magic to take lightly. The first whirlpool shattered the instant of contact, spattering green light to all directions. Immediately, the second, third, fourth, and fifth followed, none of which missed to block the divine soul shield's path. But at the time of the sixth little whirlpool collision, the divine soul shield made a short pause, as if signaling that its power was starting to get exhausted. "Kill!" Wang Yuanyuan roared to the sky, once again spraying out blood in her enraged shout. Immediately, a large bloody shadow rushed out from her body, dissolving into the gigantic soul god ahead, and the splattered gigantic soul god immediately regained its vigor. The seventh spatial crystal on divine soul shield lit up resplendently, and immediately, a massive silver pillar shot up loudly. This was a silver pillar of light extending over 10 meters. The remaining 3 green whirlpool were instantly swallowed inside alongside that green skeleton. A loud explosion shook the whole Tower of Eternity, causing light undulations of breath of death to faintly disperse at each shaking. After this blow terminated, the whole spiritual energy-sharing effects produced by the cojoined spiritual pills came to a stop. Wang Yuanyuan remained kneeled on the ground, entirely covered in blood, just like Sima Xian was just before. But unlike him, though the blood on her was leaking outside her body, there was no scar left on her. The 10 meters tall gigantic soul god crumbled, and after the shield spiraled several continuous times, it pierced the ground in front of her. Dang! In ear-piercing shatters, the 7 spatial crystals on the divine soul shield shattered at the same time, and the shield lost all its color, turning a pitch black. Wang Yuanyuan still had a knee on the ground, motionless, as the silver light in her eyes gradually dissipated. Still, her look was directed ahead of her from beginning to end, gazing at where that immense silver pillar of light gradually disappeared. Finally, all the silver light had vanished, and that green skeleton was still standing there, shrouded all around by a solid-looking green barrier, and in a standstill. It did not kill him? Kai's group of 4 looked at that green skeleton in disbelief. But the next instant, clang sounds reverberated, as the green light surrounding that green skeleton splattered like a falling egg, splitting open from head to toes. "Third Holy Guard acknowledges allegiance to you." In a flash of green light, a sort of green arrow shot toward Kai, making way inside the eternal melody. Kai couldn't attend to feeling the heat from the eternal melody submerging her, and strode forward toward Wang Yuanyuan at once. What she saw was a deep murderous spirit and conviction gradually watering down. A look of relief and gratification gradually appeared, but her eyes had cleared, then become ashen white. This instant, a blood-colored radiance shot to her side, containing a fist-sized rune flashing out from beside Kai to make its way inside Wang Yuanyuan's forehead. Wang Yuanyuan's body shook violently, and her originally ashen white pupils regained some color. Letting out a stuffy groan, she fell to the ground. Kai hastily caught her body, while on the other side Zhang Fengfeng also collapsed. Wang Yuanyuan was already unconscious, but Zhang Fengfeng, still conscious, displayed a smile of satisfaction. "This time, Yuanyuan is to be left to me without any possible other option. Now I can be satisfied. You all have to succeed." After saying this, Zhang Fengfeng's eyes shut, going unconscious. After he went unconscious too, a strange scene took place. From Wang Yuanyuan and Zhang Fengfeng dispersed faint blood-colored rays, and on their foreheads started to glint similar blood-colored runes. These 2 runes were completely different, but on their edge one could see that if they were joined, it would make a single complete rune. But just what could they stand for? Han Yu supported Zhang Fengfeng's body with his hand, slowly placing it beside Wang Yuanyuan. Kneeling on one knee, his fist on the chest, he resonantly performed a knight's salute of the most solemn kind. This was an etiquette of great homage. Han Yu, hurry up and get on with healing magic. Why aren't you treating them? Beside them, Lin Xian already couldn't hold his thoughts. Han Yu shook his head calmly. There's no use, healing magic won't have any effect on them. Brother Zhang is the most respect-worthy young knight I have ever encountered outside boss. Kai'er asked in a rush. Will there be anything happening to them? Han Yu shook his head and replied, their lives are not endangered, it's just that. Lin Xian was hasty. Don't cut off what you're saying in the middle, can you? Just what is going on with them? Han Yu took a deep breath, also feeling emotional. If I am not mistaken, the power Yuanyu and just utilized was totally past her limits, using her own blood vessels to call a god's descent through the divine soul shield and launching 2 attacks depleted nearly all her vital forces. She had to ignite her own life, to raise her blood vessels to their limit of tolerance. Only like that could she achieve that summon. But as a result, Yuanyuan's life is coming to its limit after the battle's termination. Didn't you say their lives were not endangered? Kai'er questioned hastily. This is where Brother Zhang really is worthy of respect. Although this is not a magic spell I am capable of using, it can be seen from the symbols that what he used should be a secret life-saving technique passed from old times, to transmit one's life to another, passing the caster's vital force to a target on the verge of death, to extend the target's life. From Brother Zhang's look and the gloss on this rune, he should have passed half his life straight to Yuanyuan, which is to say that if he originally should have had 100 years left to live, now Yuanyuan and him will only be able to share 50 for each of them. Hearing Han Yu so far, Kai'er and Lin Xian both couldn't help but gasp. No matter how ice-cold Kai'er's dispositions were, she couldn't help but involuntarily cry out bitterly at this instant. Yuanyuan, why did you do that? If Haochen was let known that you guys had to pay such a cost for his sake, I'm afraid he would not even be willing to let himself be resurrected. Shaking greatly, Kai'er understood that, to come so far, there had already been 3 of her comrades that had to go to the brink of death, while Zhang Fengfeng had to give half his life expectancy away. For the sake of resurrecting Longhaochen, they had paid far too much. Han Yu declared, don't put it that way, Kai'er. Yuanyuan was right just before. Resurrecting Captain is not solely your responsibility. Ever since our demon hunt squad was founded, how much did Captain sacrifice for us? Although we did not mention it a lot, everything was engraved deep inside our hearts. If we hadn't had Captain, maybe we would already have gotten wiped out long before. And how could we still be here on this day? How could we have gained the honor of getting called a titled demon hunt squad? Following Captain in demon territory gave us worth. Now that Captain has died in battle, even paying the cost of each of our lives is worth it if we can bring Captain back to life. This is what every one of us thinks. Without Captain, bright glimmer of hope doesn't have its soul. We need him to come back to life and keep leading us, to go create even more miracles, to guide us in vanquishing demonkind. Even the demon god emperor, moon demon god, and star demon god had to acknowledge that Captain's existence threatened all demonkind's survival, making Captain's life even more important than all of ours added up altogether. Resurrecting Captain is necessary to see the dawn of the Alliance's victory. No matter what the cost is, it will be worth it. Lin Xian nodded. Han Yu is right. As long as Captain is resurrected, I am willing to pay any cost. We have finally passed the trials on this 5th floor, but we will have to face even greater challenges next. The opponents will be even stronger, but only the 3 of us are left now. Kyer, when it comes to it, you mustn't stop us no matter what Han Yu and I will have to do. Looking at Lin Xian and Han Yu standing in front of her, Kyr's eyes were firm and resolute, already unstoppable by mere words. Having come so far, they had to keep going forward, otherwise their comrades' sacrifices would have come to naught. Unbinding Longhaochen's body from her back, and cautiously placing it onto the ground, Kyer didn't argue any longer with Lin Xian and Han Yu. At this point, she could only stay strong. As Longhaochen's temporary replacement as captain, she had a lot more responsibilities. Han Yu and Lin Xian sat across Kyer's side. Petting the eternal melody full of warmth, she declared, "The Tower of Eternity has 7 floors in all. When we originally first came, Haochen had been offered Eluxa's heritage. At that time, he said that his heritage was on the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, but that he had a plethora of trials to pass through before he would be able to meet him. 10 of the 12 holy guards have already showed up before us, so there are only 2 last ones left now, all of whom will inevitably appear in the next floor. According to the previous disposition, it will very possibly be on the 6th floor that they will appear. In other words, the trials on the 6th floor will most likely be our last ones." Han Yu nodded. "It is highly probable. The trials of the 5th floor have all confronted us with domain-wielding powerhouses of the 9th step, and the 6th floor will go one step further. It wouldn't be justified for the 7th floors to also contain trials. If it really needed to be so strong, what point would there be to fight over a heritage?" Lin Xian asked. "But what could this trial on the 6th floor taking it one step further be? Based on our previous encounters, we should have to meet a darkness elemental mage and a holy light-wielding warrior. Could it be that these 2 domain-wielding powerhouses of the 9th step will appear together?" From these words, the 3 of them had looks of total shock. In fact, one must know that of the 6 great elements, light and darkness were originally placed above the 4 natural elements. Therefore, wielders of light and darkness will usually be a bit more powerful than wielders of the 4 natural elements. Even the appearance of only one of these would already be a considerable challenge to them, much less 2 of them coming together. Han Yu furrowed his brows. They should not be coming together, right? That would be just too difficult to handle. In contrast, Kyer shook her head. "I hope that they can appear together." "Why?" Han Yu and Lin Xian asked almost at once. Kyer replied, "That's because this is the only way we can pass through this 6th floor. The trials of the Tower of Eternity all gradually get harder, but the last trial is always bound to be much harder than all the previous ones. When we reach the 6th floor, in the case where we only encounter light and darkness elemental powerhouses alone, the increase in difficulty won't differ too much from previously, at least not qualitatively. But only if they appear together will the increase of difficulty make it plausible as the last trial of the Tower of Eternity. Although such a trial will be much more difficult to face, at least it's better than afterwards facing a totally unknown other trial." Han Yu murmured, "Actually, it isn't necessarily a bad thing for light and darkness to appear alongside each other." "Not a bad thing? That's 2 domain-wielding powerhouses." Lin Xian spoke in incomprehension. Han Yu replied, But don't forget that out of all 6 great elements, light and darkness are the most conflicting. Tell me, how can light and darkness complement each other? And most of all, let's speak about domains. Domain are abilities of large scale, acting on a region. If domains of light and darkness appear together, they can only interfere with each other. How could a match even be considered? Maybe, if they appear together, they won't necessarily make use of domains, which will make it a bit easier for us to respond. Kyer didn't utter a word, pondering deeply. She was strenuously trying to make guesses, but was still unable to tell what the 6th floor trial could be. Han Yu looked at Kyer. Anyway, how about letting me try out? Kyer rejected with haste. Out of the question. No matter what trials are awaiting us in the 6th floor, the examinee will be exceedingly powerful. And without sufficient strength, they surely won't even go all out, so you won't be able to scout out anything. We have only one chance to deal with it all in one spurt and pass through at once. Let's recover our strength at once. This time none of you is to go against me. I am the only one who can possibly get through. Now formulating more guesses would be of no use. Only by facing it for real would they be able to understand the last floor's challenges. The 3 of them sat cross-legged, rapidly entering a meditative state to recover their spiritual energy. Despite the times of pause between the uses, taking cojoined spiritual pills in such quick succession still caused severe overdraft on their bodies. They were on the verge of facing the 6th floor, which would very possibly be the very last one. This time, Kyer didn't rush and made sure they recovered their whole capabilities before continuing. In the sky, the shadow of death was still floating, calmly standing there, and dispersing a faintly discernible gray radiance. Just like a breathing human, every pulse of the aura on it caused the air in the Tower of Eternity to fluctuate slightly. Kyer entered the state of cultivation completely. After passing through the previous hurdles, her spirit and strength gradually completed perfect harmonization after having just recovered her memories. At the same time, these few hard battles caused great liberation of her strength, which gained an important increase. At the time she was back to opening her eyes, even she didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Xin and Han Yu had opened their both eyes long ago, and all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope were reunited to her side. Qin Inger was resting against Yang Wenjiao's bosom, Duan Yi supported Sima Xian on his other side, and the pale Wang Yuan and Zhang Fengfeng were already awake. Although none of it could be told from their expressions, their breath was much, much weaker than before. Not even fluctuations of spiritual energy could be perceived coming out from them. You all came. Looking at the comrades in front of her, Kyer couldn't help but purse up her lips. Kyer, we will succeed at any cost. We will climb to the 6th floor with you at any cost, and do our best for you. Qin Inger's voice was still very weak, but she spoke with determination. The others nodded just like her. Maybe they were already unable to do any more to prepare the way for Kyer, but they were willing to come even if it would be only for the sake of encouraging Kyer in the following battle. Kyer stood up slowly, giving a look at the longhaochen lying down peacefully. She did not keep thanking them, because no words would be enough to express her gratitude. Having comrades such as you all is really great. Then let's ascend this 6th floor together. Saying that, she held longhaochen, but this time didn't attach him to her body using the chain. Turning back, she advanced toward the pillar of light that had already appeared long before. The shadow of death in the sky followed ahead, and the instant Kyer disappeared in the pillar of light, it turned into streaks of light, disappearing inside the pillar as well. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope lent their arms to support each other, resolutely entering the pillar of light. Streaks of radiant light shone, bringing them to the top floors of the Tower of Eternity. 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. After everyone passed through the teleporting gate, they all unconsciously stared at the same direction. This floor was different from the 5th floor, arranged around lines radiating from the center. The whole 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity was separated completely into two worlds. On the left, everything was pitch black, and on the right was a golden, holy illumination. Light and darkness were separated clearly, and at their center was an expanse of white energy. Kair cautiously placed Longhaochen on the ground and turned toward her comrades. "Please take care of him, guys. Hanyu, Lin Xin, I'll need to borrow your powers." Having Longhaochen on her back would make it hard for her to display the full extent of her strength. "Yes." Lin Xin and Han Yu strode forward simultaneously, taking a conjoined spiritual pill each. Their movements were stopped by Kair. "It's not about taking the conjoined spiritual pills. I want to borrow your strengths through the spiritual stove of samsara. You will lose all your spiritual energy in the process, and will need 3 months to recover it. In a bit, please be completely relaxed. That's the only way I can assimilate your spiritual energies." The two of them were startled, so Kair still had such a method? From behind, the others all watched Kair attentively, as well as Longhaochen. The situation in the 6th floor was telling them that they were undoubtedly on the verge of facing light and darkness alongside each other. Would Kair truly be able to pass through this trial? No one knew if Kair would be able to make it. They were all praying silently deep in their hearts. "Kair, we are there too. Our spiritual energy is yours." Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi stood up completely. They were the only two left with some spiritual energy of the group aside from Han Yu and Lin Xin. Kair didn't act modestly and nodded. "All right." The four of them formed a row, with Kair standing in the front, slowly lifting the sickle of the god of death in her hand. Above her head, the shadow of death descended slightly. An ice-cold murderous spirit filled the air, but right now, this murderous spirit wasn't invasive, but had the form of a kind of extraordinary energy. The Tower of Eternity was filled with a very extensive breath of death. But this instant, it looked like the breath of death had suddenly disappeared at once, and Kair's shadow of death became glittering. The area on Kair's chest glowed. It was not the light of the eternal melody, but a gray radiance forming gray halos hovering around her chest. The sickle of the god of death pointed forward and aimed first at Han Yu. The sharp edge was pushed against Han Yu's chest, causing the latter to feel a cold chill. He felt his whole body going cold, as an unsurpassed might surged out in the midst of that icy cold. The internal spiritual energy in his body felt like gushing out, turning into groups of white halations heading through Kair with the sickle of the god of death as extension. Just like Kair had instructed, Han Yu didn't resist and completely loosened his body, allowing Kair to absorb it all. In just a moment, his over 10,000 supply of spiritual energy was reduced to naught. But, as the effect of the absorption had yet to finish, Han Yu activated the effects of his spiritual stove of light blessings, and declared, "Kair, absorb from the others first. My spiritual stove's effects should improve your absorption further." Kair nodded silently, and the sickle of the god of death next landed onto Lin Xin. The spiritual stove of light blessings encompassed Lin Xin, Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao in its range of effects, greatly accelerating their spiritual energy recovery. The sickle of the god of death kept flickering with deep coldness as it absorbed every drop of the four's spiritual energies. At the start, the four were originally standing, but as their spiritual energy was greatly diminishing, they had no choice but to sit down because of the feelings of weakness. Time passed second after second, and in the time needed to have a meal, Kyer obtained over 100,000 spiritual energy from these four. This was thanks to the spiritual stove of light blessings. Without it, it would already be pretty good for Kyer to get 60,000 from these guys. Absorbing 100,000 spiritual energy caused Kyer's whole body to release fluctuations of spiritual energy. Thin gray streams of air fluctuated lightly around her body. Everyone could totally feel the imposing ice cold which the four who had gotten their spiritual energy absorbed had felt. The shadow of death in the sky became more and more distinct. The still illusory-looking face aside, every wrinkle on its gray armor became clear to view. Kyer slowly bowed the sickle of the god of death towards her comrades, showing her resolve in the depths of her gaze. All demon hunters from Bright Glimmer of Hope were aware of her thoughts. The resolute look she had gave off an indescribable feeling of deathly stillness. She had the determination to achieve a sure kill in this battle. Right now, none of them could stop Kyer, and as they also knew, none of them would even be capable of it. Taking deep breaths, Kyer placed her sickle of the god of death onto the ground. Immediately, the gray radiance surrounding her body formed into a gray lump spiraling around her. As a gray barrier was formed on her body, both Kyer's feet shot out abruptly. If one absolutely had to describe the feeling she gave off, then nothingness would be very fitting. Even the comrades behind her felt that she seemed incorporeal. Layer upon layer of spiritual energy kept gushing out, and she was overflowing with murderous spirit as she quickly brandished the sickle of the god of death. A tyrannical gray ray was clearly visible, drilling forward and aiming at the junction in the midst of the world of light and darkness. At the same time Kyer made this move, in the golden and dark opposite worlds appeared two lights and shadows. This instant, everyone felt like the sun and moon had appeared simultaneously in this sixth floor. Right, this was the feeling of the sun that symbolizes the day and the moon that symbolizes the night. These were two identically shaped skeletons, a golden skeleton in armor and a black skeleton in a gown. Just like Kyer had anticipated, these last two skeletons had appeared together. And, from the looks of this sixth floor, that white energy in the center seemed to make it so that their respective domains wouldn't counteract each other. Bang! A murderous gray, almost corporeal spirit abruptly attacked the white barrier in the middle, causing the sixth floor's spatial limits to sway slightly. That thin-looking barrier was actually incomparably tough and durable. Even such an intense and sharp corporeal murderous spirit was unable to cause any damage whatsoever. Chaos attribute and spatial attributes. Qin Inger and Wang Yuanyuan blurted out almost simultaneously. Their eyesight having grown stronger and stronger with their strength, they were able to perceive traces of the attributes they were pretty knowledgeable with. The mixture of chaos and space formed this separating barrier. The two skeletons moved together. The bright warrior was growing an immense pair of golden wings, and its body turned into a stream of light rushing straight at Kyer. This ability seemed quite close to Longhaochen's lightspeed flash, but even faster. The instant of its release, the place where the skeleton used to stand glittered with the shine of sunlight, and a dense light essence giving off a sticky vibe flared out a discharge of radiant light. On the other side, the darkness mage lifted up its staff, and behind it appeared a dark purple crescent half-moon, from which a thick darkness element arose. Light and darkness had absolutely no way to harmonize, but the instant these two powerhouses made a move, Kair suddenly became stagnant in the midst of light and darkness. In other words, the barrier formed of chaos and space was right on her body, and right now, she was being attacked by darkness from the left and light from the right. Her body was locked in the path of the two powerhouses' attacks. Indeed, light and dark had no way to assimilate each other, but under this clever setup, Kair was restricted to the central spot of the 6th floor. Being aimed at simultaneously by the powerful offenses from the light and dark elemental domains, she was pulled into the center of the room in a straight line. The restrictions inflicted by light and darkness pushed her into desperate straits at once. The expressions on the team's face took a sharp turn. The gap in difficulty between the 5th and 6th floors was just excessive. They originally believed that the trials on the 5th floor were already an excessive challenge, having two powerhouses of space making use of domains. But in this trial, Kair was facing not only two powerhouses but also attacks formed of repulsive power. Light and darkness opposed each other terrifyingly, making it so that in case these two elements impacted her body at the same time, the mutual repulsion would be sufficient to crush her body completely. Even in such desperate straits, Kair did not panic. Raising the sickle of the god of death in her hand, her whole body was in a state of great serenity. Striding once, her body moved and shot up in straight line. This instant, Kair's speed suddenly reached an indescribable level of terrifyingness, actually even exceeding that light warrior wielding its domain's power. In a flash, she crossed ways with the light warrior and even crossed the darkness mage's path without launching an attack. What kind of technique was that? One could only see a gray shadow moving at a speed that even an assassin of the 9th step wouldn't necessarily attain. Following Kair's frontal charge, that shadow of death that had kept floating so far finally landed to the ground. Following her like an afterimage, it finally blended into Kair's body after a short time of approach. A god's descent? In the minds of all Bright Glimmer of Hope's members appeared that same reaction. But they had yet to understand the nature of this god's descent that Kair had employed. That shadow of death had appeared long before on the battle of the 3rd floor, and had taken part in the previous battle only for a short moment. But Kair hadn't yet utilized it while still maintaining it. It was a wonder how a god's descent could be maintained and fermented for such a long time. All gray, an endless gray. Kair's whole body sank in a pool of gray, and the instant that shadow of death suffused her body, the latter suddenly gained a slender feel. The spiritual wings on her back shrank as ripples of gray color circulated all around her body. As Kair slowly turned back, the colors of her eyes changed, turning gray instead of black, tinted with a sharp white. A white color generally gave off a cleansing feeling, but the white in Kair's eyes seemed filled with inexhaustible magic power. The instant she turned back, the black mage and light warrior's movements became dull, not even launching their attacks immediately. A gray barrier spread out from Kair, and a fantastic scene followed. The central area formed of chaos, and space was unable to breach through this gray barrier, as it looked like Kair had embedded a huge gem in that area just then. This was already beyond astonishing. The slaughter intent coming out from her body disappeared at once, giving way only to deathly cold stillness, but this deathly stillness was not an aura of death either. Her long skirt drifting even without any wind, the white glow in Kai'er's eyes grew even further in intensity. 7 Arts of the God of Death, Death in Childhood. Kai'er made a move, and the instant the sickle of the God of Death was launched, it was already glinting in a clear white color. This strike was not aimed at any opponent in the sidelines, but right into the central area. Splitting this area was her only chance, otherwise the pincer attack of the great domains of light and darkness elements would make her defeat the only possible conclusion. The dark mage waved his staff forward, and from it a pitch-black ray took shape. In the meantime, a half-moon shape behind him drifted forward, and its deep purple radiance chased after that black ray. The light warrior didn't immediately launch an assault. The heavy sword in his hand was pointed to the sky, releasing a bright golden brilliance of incomparable intensity. In a flash of gold, another projectile like that purple half-moon was shot at Kai'er. In an ear-piercing, splitting sound, the white barrier shattered, and the powers of darkness and light instantly mixed together in their midst. However, right as these two totally opposite powers clashed, the rays of the purple moon and the golden halo clashed against Kai'er head-on. The white ray released by the dark mage was split by Kai'er's sickle of the God of Death, but slightly slowed down her movements. The next instant, the purple moon and golden ray began clashing at once. But, mysteriously, as these two domains' powers clashed, the whole space suddenly came to a standstill. The area having lost its central nucleus, the light and darkness which should have clashed violently came to a sudden stop, and then happened to join each other instead of colliding. Purple-black and golden-yellow intertwined with each other, forming a head-sized circular yin-yang symbol. Seeing that, everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope couldn't help but feel a chill of stupefaction. This is a harmonization between light and darkness, a dual-element mixed magic. They had seen mixed magic before, but the pure mixture of light and darkness was something they had never expected to see. Chen Yinger's elemental cage mixed the 6 elements to produce a formidable power, but it made use of some tricks. For instance, water and fire, as well as light and darkness, had to be divided by the other elements, preventing them from coming into contact, otherwise she surely would have no way to control it. But what was just happening right before their eyes? A magic combining light and darkness, combining the light elemental and darkness elemental domains. To say nothing of that situation, there was no record of anything similar even in all the records left by humankind. That was a crazy mixture of light and darkness, and it gave rise to such a terrifying might. Could Kai'er block it? Even the demon god emperor would be surprised, seeing such a thing. The difficulty of this 6th floor went way beyond their expectations. These two great holy guards were actually able to achieve such combinatorial magic. How could they win? The instant that ball of light had appeared, the light and darkness elements on its two sides gathered extremely naturally. Those souls of powerhouses in the two skeletons' eyes pulsed violently, and the whole Tower of Eternity shook due to this mixture. If such a combinatorial magic should detonate, there would be no certainty that even the Tower of Eternity could bear it. That was the mixture between two domains of the 9th step, a combination of explosiveness. Right at this instant, Kai'er launched her second attack. The white light in her vanished as she seemed to become entirely transparent, like a pure white sculpture. The sickle of the God of Death pointed to the front, and Kai'er's body slid forward quietly, before rushing to the ball of light of combined light and darkness. A bizarre white light extended from her sickle of the God of Death, in the shape of a thread, which nimbly encircled that ball of light. Shockingly, that white thread slowly cut through the midst of that ball of light, combining light and darkness, stripping all the spiritual energy contained inside. The mixture of light and darkness came to a stop, and the soul fires in the skeleton's eyes pulsed once again, taking the same action of launching another attack. That domain combination was originally their most powerful attack. If not for the fear that Kair had aroused in them with the powerful purifying force of death in childhood, destroying the barrier between light and darkness, they would not be so harsh as to show this move. But Kair's second attack shocked them once again. Those somewhat thin white threads were even more frightening than the previous instance of death in childhood, as that was a purifying force no element had a chance to resist. Combining light and darkness is easier said than done. An extraordinary balance needed to be achieved, so that they would neither counteract nor swallow each other. This was something extremely hard to control, and needed all the elemental forces composing it to reach a state of solidity. When pierced by those white threads, how could this state of balance be maintained? The portions colored golden and purplish-black instantly showed traces of instability looking about to burst. The two skeletons guarding these floors were without doubt the number 1 and number 2 of the 12 holy guards. As the most powerful beings out of all the holy guards, they were the left and right arms of the slumbering calamity Elux. Their mastery of light and darkness had already reached the peak level. Seeing the ball of light about to burst, the two powerhouses simultaneously made the same move. The first holy guard, the holy warrior, swept his heavy sword in a circular motion, tracing a circle, and the second holy guard made the same motion with his staff. Due to the ravaging white threads, the ball of light took only an instant to be routed, with light essence and darkness essence gushing out from the two sides at once, rapidly melting toward the light warrior and darkness mage. All the golden and black essence in the air returned to their respective directions. Upon seeing this scene, the mage of this group, Lin Xin, shivered unconsciously. This was absolutely not doable with just 200,000 spiritual energy. A mage able to transfer his or her thoughts to forcefully call back his elemental magic. What level of control was that? These two holy guards not only had an ultra-high control over magic power, but also a flawless grasp of their own domain. This level of strength was just too terrifying. Their spiritual energy ought to have attained at least 300,000. Even with lacking equipment, they were strong enough to match some demon gods in the top 36th ranks, making full use of their demon god transformation. And Kair was facing off against two such powerhouses by herself. What a pressure! Even if Longhaochen was resurrected, he might not even necessarily win such a match. However, the previous courses of action confirmed some of Lin Xin's thoughts. These first and second holy guards were indeed unwilling to let their spiritual energy collide. The rupture of the state of fusion would cause light and darkness to corrode each other, and therefore greatly affect their ability. Lin Xin's only point of curiosity was, how could these light and darkness users show such a high level of mutual understanding? Powerhouses of the light and darkness elements should normally be mutually repulsed by each other. Light and darkness rapidly retracted in the same direction, causing an eye-catching scene to follow in the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. However, the two great holy guards clearly hadn't such an easy time of regaining their own domains by these means. They had to sustain considerable backlashes from their domains. Two groans were heard at the same time. Drawing back, the fluctuations of spiritual energy they released became very frantic. Facing two such great powerhouses wielding light and darkness combinatorial magic, Kair not only did not suffer loss but even had the advantage. If this was not happening right before their eyes, who would dare believe that? Kair had her eyes shut, the glow in them disappeared at once. Second of the 7 arts of the god of death, death in cleansing. All the white surrounding Kair, including the white filling her eyes, stemmed from the god of death's purifying power. Kair's god's descent was already in use from the start of the 3rd floor, in the shape of that shadow of death. In another place, Kair could only deploy her death god's descent for 5 minutes at most, but this Tower of Eternity was not the same. Kair had gained some understanding as early as the first time she followed longhaochen there. This comprehension stemmed from the death energy inside the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity was the strongest divine tool of the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity elux, absorbing souls to raise its power. So who could imagine how much death energy came out from it? And what's the god of death? That's the divinity in control of death itself. Not a deathbringer but a death purifier. Through the cleansing of death, he could turn all the death energy into his own power. That's the power of the god of death. Kair's god's descent had been absorbing the death energy inside this Tower Eternity since their arrival on the 3rd floor. This god of death's descent was maintained through an incessant purification of that nearby death energy. The death energy in the successive 3rd, 4th and 6th floor was entirely wiped clean, and because the death energy in the 1st and 2nd floor would not be strong enough to boost this death god much, Kair gave up on it. The reason why she did not unleash the death god's descent's power all this time was to make an ultimate attack. This death god's descent was only affordable after she had the spiritual stove of samsara absorb the spiritual energy of the other 4. Right now, she was not only finally making use of God's descent, but moreover completely joining with that incarnation of the god of death, which had already purified so much death energy. This was an unreproducible process, as no other place had such a massive death energy as the Tower of Eternity. If right now, everyone was to leave the Tower of Eternity, they would take notice that all the specters surrounding it had disappeared, to become instead pure soul force. This was the great purifying ability of death. As Yi Xiaolei said before, Kair who had inherited the power of death should be the bane of a necromancer. None of their evil tendencies would show any effect on her. Kair should originally not have had the need to utilize the 7 arts of the god of death so fast, but the situation beat her expectations. Kair had been rating this floor quite highly but still didn't think that light and darkness could harmonize in such way. This mixture of domains was really too terrifying. Right before, she could be said to be in a situation of life or death. If that ball of light really had been blown on her, the 2 great holy guards' full power would have ignited, causing everyone here to die due to the explosion of light and darkness, including the 2 holy guards whose soul fires would have no way to be preserved. So, Kair took advantage of the fact that these 2 holy guards had the objective to put them to trial, not wipe them all out, which is why they directly stopped their attack midway so fearlessly. This is why these 2 great holy guards had withdrawn their own domains and now suffered their backlashes. This way, she broke their unity as well as their domain combination, turning around the situation of her great disadvantage. Treading forward, Kair's body became hollow, and her 3rd strike came at the same time darkness and light retracted. Unordinary ripples carrying an incomparable purifying force suddenly showed up. Kair's figure appeared just like that. She had appeared right on the central point between the 2 great holy guards, the nearest spot to the two of them at the same time. Third art of God of Death, Death's Scream. The power of the 7 arts of the God of Death harmonized so perfectly with the spiritual stove of samsara and the sickle of the God of Death, that the full display was undoubtedly even above the fusion of Longhaochen's pair of divine swords in strength. However, Kai'er also had a massive cost to pay. Launching death in purification, Kai'er chose to lose her sense of sight, which was not amongst the most important in a battle of this level. Right now, her other thought was to return to a state like when she reunited with Longhaochen in Holy City. Her eyes were unable to see, but her heart became all the more peaceful. All kinds of memories she had with Longhaochen flashed through her mind, causing her to enter a special state. In case of utilization, the 7 arts of the God of Death needed to be used in succession. Otherwise, if Kai'er thinks of again using death in childhood later, it will come at the same cost as the 3rd art. They had to be used sequentially, which is why she chose to keep going on. One could see a jade-like halation spread out from Kai'er's current spot, striking against the 2 great holy guards. The restricting aspect of death towards any undead undoubtedly manifested at this point. The severe attack of Death's Scream caused the 2 holy guards of the 9th step to groan once again. The soul fires in their eyes pulsed violently, and cracks even appeared on the forehead of the 2nd holy guard, Darkness Elemental Mage. Death's Scream was an attack aimed thoroughly at the soul, using an extraordinary pattern of attack. Any spiritual energy, technique, equipment of defense measure would be totally futile. But it was not an attack of the mental type, as it was also making use of a power exclusive to death, purification. Maybe an infinitely pure person would have no way to get purified, and in that case, Death's Scream would show no use, but if some impurity exists in one's mind, or a lot of negative emotions, this death in hissing would be proportionally amplified, up to the level of fracturing the enemy's soul. Without a doubt, the 1st Holy Guard using light attribute had a much higher degree of purity, so the 2nd Holy Guard took far more damage in the impact. The 3rd of the 7 arts of the God of Death instantly made her comrades tense. Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao did not know about the kind of ability Kai'er was using, but how could it be the case for the others? Originally, back when Kai'er hadn't yet awakened to the divine power of death, the bursts of power of the spiritual stove of samsara against the enemy would cause her to lose some of her senses for a long duration. Right now, these 7 arts of the God of Death were far more terrifying than the original spiritual stove of samsara. These current 7 arts of the God of Death were far more terrifying than the previous spiritual stove of samsara. Kai'er relied on it to withstand these 2 domain-wielding powerhouses. Even with the backing of her comrades' spiritual energies and the god's descent, the backlashes from the spiritual stove were inescapable. Kai'er's movements didn't come to a stop. Death in childhood, death in cleansing, and death in hissing gave her a strong control of the battlefield. As a god's chosen one just like Haochen, Kai'er's awakening should have intensified her strength much more than Longhaochen. But because of the state of her lost memories, her power was still in a state of adaptation. No matter what one could say, Longhaochen became Scion of Light at the age of 10 years old, and his constitution didn't have a divine tool attached. The divine snail shield of sun and moon was obtained pretty late, when his ability was already well blown. Therefore, although Longhaochen always made the greatest displays of prowess in the team, and had the highest cultivation, in terms of individual strength, Kai'er was actually above him despite having yet to reach the 8th step. None of Longhaochen's ability could possibly block her whole set of attacks, forming the god of death's 7 arts. But Kai'er's future potential had no way to compare with Longhaochen's. Her gain in strength was only based in her cultivation and the power of her 7 arts. But Longhaochen's future growth was developed from all sides. All things considered, he would surpass her in the end, but this didn't mean anything if he was not alive. Longhaochen having died, Kai'er no longer exercised restraint, hiding behind her lover. Her memories having come back, gave her back the entirety of her strength and comprehension of her divine powers of death. Once again blending into nothingness, her overflowing killing intent already filled the whole 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity, and filled it with ashen gray, just as if she had a domain of her own. The instant she disappeared, the darkness mage suddenly trembled severely, the soul fire in his eyes pulsing frantically. Taking long breaths, he could feel that he was Kai'er's target. At the very moment, the 2 holy guards were withdrawing their spiritual energy, so the light warrior did not have the leeway to save him even if he wanted. In these circumstances, he would only rely on himself. As guardians of the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity, these 2 holy guards were really extremely powerful, far above the group's expectations. This was not only about the level of their spiritual energy, but the most important point was their control over light and darkness. The darkness mage revoked his staff the instant Kai'er disappeared and placed it against his chest. Immediately, a purplish-black radiance broke out from his chest. It turned into a 2-meter-tall purplish-black colored ball wrapping all around him, just like a purple full moon suddenly arising in there. Domain control, internal release for self-defense. Right, that purplish-black was still his domain's power, but under his great control, the domain was contracted by force, being brought down to a diameter of 2 meters, making it far more powerful than before in a small scale. Being able to accomplish such a feat after sustaining 2 successive powerful backlashes really showed the great attainment attained by the dark mage in cultivation. As it took shape, Kai'er appeared right above his head with no forewarning. A diamond-shaped gray crystal had at some point appeared on Kai'er's forehead. As the sickle of the god of death slowly descended, that gray crystal immediately let out myriads of gray rays, all of which instantly gathered as an extension of the sharp blade. Next, the sickle of the god of death made way inside that purplish-black colored ball. A sparkling gray color intruded into that substantial purplish-black domain, as if it was cutting through butter as it made its way inside. 4th of the 7 arts of the god of death, Death God's Kiss. Such a tyrannical domain was actually still split in 2 by this attack. One could clearly see myriad gray rays abruptly shooting through that purplish-black ball, crushing over half of the domain. The remaining half of the domain instantly weakened, and one could clearly see that dark mage retire to the remaining half of the domain. His staff-grasping right hand was completely smashed to pieces and purified by the gray radiance. But at the same time, the light warrior from the other side moved. In a glow of bright light, the heavy sword grasped in both his hands was brandished over his head. An intense sunshine seemed to become one with him, as his gold-red figure flashed like lightning in the midst of frantic accelerations. This attack seemed able to split the earth, just like the unsurpassable sunfire. Kai'er shifted her stance, flinging her now ash-gray-colored hair back, scattering it away. Just like a gray waterfall, it traced an arc, whirling at slow speed. The gray diamond-shaped crystal on her forehead disappeared, but an incomparably strong and vigorous gray radiance emerged from her chest. All the surroundings suddenly slowed down. Kair was moving slowly, but that light warrior who was originally dashing at a light speed also slowed down. The movements of the two became very distinct. In this process of slowdown, a transparent gray entity emerged from Kair body that was similar to Kair, but illusory and transparent looking. Her hands kept forming seals in front of her chest, and the gray figure flashed, marking extremely complex runes onto Kair's back. Fifth of the 7 arts of the god of death, death's silent annihilation. In the process of slowdown, the next instant after those gray runes were marked into her back, the sickle of the god of death turned into 7 other weapons of the same shape, the first being the slowest while every next one was a bit faster, with each one following each other. At the time the sickle swept at the already seriously wounded darkness mage, the 7 sickles made one, and a translucent ash-gray blade projection was shot at the darkness mage, before flying toward the rushing light mage. That blade projection was extremely bizarre. Its main part was like a substantial crystal of a gray color, but all around the blade converged circles of intense white light, which revolved all around it. It did not emit killing intent nor death energy, but gave off, just at the sight of it, a choking feeling. The instant that blade projection flew off, space and time returned to normal, all speeds reinstated to their original state right before the sword of that light mage clashed against that annihilating projectile. The darkness mage under Kair's feet directly disappeared into a gray fog, and his powerhouse's soul integrated with the eternal melody in a black flash. An ear-piercing sound of friction came from a white smoke. It was a thrust of intensity comparable to a red-heated piece of iron clashing against a piece of ice. In that quick impact, all the domain power of the light warrior was gathered at once to block, his whole body stagnating in the sky. The intense golden-red radiance emanating from his body was shrouded in the midst of a drizzling white halation, clashing against the light essence dispersed from his body. That white light was the annihilating light of purification, attached to the 5th of the 7 arts of the god of death, able to purify any elemental essence. Even an elemental attack of much stronger properties would get substantially consumed and purified. Although the light warrior was making use of the light attribute, he was, after all, an undead creature born from a soul of a powerhouse, making the light of purification his bane. In addition, even with the support of his domain's power, his originally quite wounded state made it very hard for him to rush out from the eroding light of purification. Kair! The whole group cried out unknowingly in alarm. Kair had already had to use 5 of the 7 arts of the god of death since the beginning of the fight, but she still showed no signs of stopping. A gray path extended underneath her, over the midst of which she stayed afloat. On the surface, the current Kair looked no different than normal, as if none of that had affected her. But everyone could clearly see that when the 7 arts of the god of death reached such a level, the backlash inflicted on her could only be equally fearful. As the light warrior managed to expel most of the corroding effects of the annihilating purification, the gray path had extended underneath him. The next instant, Kair moved, just like a gray butterfly throwing itself at that light warrior who had holy fire ascending over his body. The current Kair was in an extraordinary state of mind. The sickle of the god of death launched an attack at astonishing speed. As a translucent blade projection shone upon him, the soul fire in the eyes of the light warrior pulsed in extreme terror. First of the 7 arts of death, death in childhood. Second art, cleansing death. Third art, death's scream. Fourth art, death god's kiss. Fifth art, death's silent annihilation. The 5 consecutive supreme arts that were launched in a spurt united as one, unleashing the inevitable might of the death god, a journey in the incomparable land of death. And that was the 6th art of the god of death, death in journey. The unity of the 5 arts formed this 6th absolute force. The first art, death in childhood, forced the light warrior to using his heavy sword to barely resist with his all, but the second art filled his swords with cracks, his whole body once again shrouded in light of purification. Then death's scream locked his body in a stiff state, before death god's kiss and death in silent annihilation flashed in turn. Kair appeared right behind the light warrior. Flashes of gray and white colors slowly dispersed, and a faint halation flashed through. Kair stood there silently, her hands holding the handle of the sickle of the god of death. She looked extremely calm, as the ash-gray radiance on her body dispersed at an astonishing speed. But from her straight posture, she was not in any state of weakness. Pop! The frozen light instantly turned into fine powder, before a golden radiance traced an arc to arrive in front of Kair and enter into the eternal melody hanging on her chest. Success! She had just succeeded, relying on the power of 6 of the 7 arts of the god of death, in crushing 2 holy guards of the 9th step able to unite their domain. In front of the death god, the great might of light and darkness withered away in purification. The saint daughter of Samsara Kair had just succeeded. She had to use all she had, but she managed to break through the 6th floor of this tower of eternity. At the very moment, she seemed to be in a far lighter state than her previously desperately wounded comrades, but the deeply wounded Chen Yinger and Wang Yuanyuan were the ones unable to refrain from their overflowing tears. They didn't know about the backlash that Kair had to sustain after using these 6 arts of the god of death, and all were afraid that this backlash would last for a very long duration. Kair was standing calmly, but the next instant, her body suddenly shivered. Deep halations dispersed from her chest. First was a red, then a blue, a green, a yellow, a black, and finally golden halations circling back and forth and flickering around each other, causing Kair's fair figure to let out a dazzling light. As this multicolored radiance flickered, the whole Tower of Eternity lit up, and this multicolored light shone in the midst of the Tower of Eternity. That was a dazzling lighting, giving off an indescribable feeling of brightness. This whole radiance came out from the eternal melody hanging on Kair's chest. Her body kept shivering lightly, and the next instant, the multicolored radiance on Kair's body shone even more remarkably. Making use of the 6 arts of the god of death already drew out her whole power. If not for the fusion process the spiritual stove of samsara had undergone, she would be nothing more than a walking corpse right now. The first art of death in childhood didn't cause any backlash, but starting from the 5th, the backlash would affect her whole body. The disappearance of the senses in all one's body will result in death. And right now, Kair had only her 6th sense left, perception. Her vision, hearing, taste, smell and touch had already disappeared, leaving her left with only her perception. This instant, she was already incomparably weakened, to the extent that she was not even able to raise a finger, as she made the astonishing discovery of a mystical force surging out from her body, causing a massive amount of surrounding energy to gather onto her body. A feeling of warmth spread through her whole body, causing her incomparable feeling of weakness to disappear swiftly, as the spiritual energy in her body was replenished at an astonishing speed. Which was to say that this force was on the same level as the post-fusion spiritual stove of samsara. In fact, this was the force belonging to the Tower of Eternity, belonging to the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity elux. the multicolored halation gained in intensity with Kair in its midst, causing her darkened skin to recover its original gloss. To her shock, Kair found out that her lost senses were unexpectedly recovering. She was not the only one experiencing this kind of feeling. Although the center of this multicolored light was her other comrades were directly exposed to that light, including Longhaochen lying on the ground, who was also cleansed by this multicolored light. The other heavily wounded teammates recovered at an astonishing speed from their injuries, the same going even for Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan's lost vital force. This light was really beyond miraculous. No known healing forbidden spell could compare with that elemental force of incomparable purity. This instant, everyone could sense the elemental gods of fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness descending and joining their forces to heal the whole group's injuries. Kair gradually felt flashes of understanding filling her. Right, all the tests they had to bear were so challenging, and they could only rely on their own power to pass through. The eternal melody didn't give them any kind of help, and some of them were narrowly killed during the trials. But this was in the end a trial, not a battle to death. No matter what kind of a cruel person the holy necromancer Elux could be, he had left this place for the sake of choosing a successor to inherit his great strength, and not to cause destruction. So, after everyone passed through this sixth trial, everything seemed to be over, which is why the Tower of Eternity caused this powerful six-elemental recovering light to descend, helping them to recover from their wounds and replenishing them in energy. Elux wouldn't want a completely bruised disciple, let alone one wounded beyond recovery. The first ones to recover were Lin Xian, Han Yu, Yang Wenzhao, and Duan Yi, who had left all their spiritual energy to Kair, and even had some damage in their channels due to that. But it took them under 10 minutes to recover fully, with a capacity of spiritual energy even above their original peak. This was due to the development of their capabilities through incessant battles. The next one was Chen Inger, whose face gradually regained red tints. Managing to get up under Yang Wenzhao's assistance, she felt her depleted strength coming back slowly, and half an hour later, she had the pleasant surprise to find out about her total recovery. How bizarre! Right after recovering entirely, that multicolored radiance started to avoid her and stop integrating. This instant, the different degrees of the other's wounds were visible. Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan, and Zhang Fangfang were already soaked in the light for no less than 1 hour, and it was about the same for the distant Kair. And that multicolored light was maintained as if it had no limits. After another hour passed, Zhang Fangfang and Wang Yuanyuan opened their eyes simultaneously, filled with great joy as their vital forces were already recovered fully. It was not that Wang Yuanyuan's injuries were not as severe as Sima Xian. In reality, she had already sacrificed her life at that time, and was originally supposed to be dead, but Zhang Fangfang was there to share that backlash of hers, as well as offering a half of his vital force to her. Sima Xian's recovery took close to 4 hours to complete. As he groped his bald head while standing up, everyone couldn't help but cheer for him. That was the feeling of being done with the hard times. Their struggles and sacrifices were being paid back, and the more severe their wounds were, the more they gained from the Tower of Eternity's trials. For instance, Sima Xian's internal spiritual had directly soared to the 8th rank of the 7th step, nearing closely the 8th step. The same went for Wang Yuanyuan and Zhang Fangfang, but because they had originally higher levels of cultivation, their upgrade was not as great as Sima Xian. The others were also boosted more or less greatly. Their cheers didn't last for long before coming to normal, because that multicolored light did not disappear after their recovery. The light was still there, seemingly gathered only on those two, Longhaochen and Kai'er. What a strange thing to behold! Longhaochen was clearly already dead, yet that multicolored light kept rushing forth inside his body. And the same went for Kai'er. The two of them had become the cores of this multicolored halation. Will boss resurrect like that? Lin Xin raised the question with traces of hope. Han Yu silently shook his head. Not likely. After all, boss is already dead. See, the wound on his chest doesn't show any traces of recovery. The demon god emperor's strength is just that terrifying, that injury is impossible to treat, to say nothing about resurrecting him. It looks like we will have to head for the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity. But where is the 7th floor? Kai'er has already passed through the 6th floor, but how come there is no pathway for the 7th floor showing up? Qin Inger asked in incomprehension. Zhang Fangfang responded, For now we can only wait. Maybe it will come out by itself after this multicolored light terminates. Wang Yuanyuan remarked with some worries. Hopefully they can make it fast. Boss could only last for 7 days, and that's without including the time needed to resurrect him. We have already used up 2 days, so we have only 5 days left. Sima Xian remarked. That's already pretty good. We have 5 days left. They can't possibly keep absorbing this light for such a long time. Time passed, minutes after minutes. 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours. When no less than 12 hours had passed, the group started to get anxious. How much longer would this last? Right, because of this, they couldn't help but secretly admire Kai'er. After each of them recovered fully, the assimilation of the multicolored light stopped immediately. The already deceased Longhaochen aside, Kai'er certainly made it back alive after this battle, yet this multicolored light soaked her for a whole 12 hours, which was not even enough for her to recover entirely. From this one could see the terror of the backlash from the 7 arts of the god of death. As everyone started to grow more and more worried, the multicolored light in the sky suddenly dimmed down, vanishing slowly. Kai'er opened both her eyes as this multicolored radiance disappeared from sight. Kai'er! Everyone immediately rushed to her in excitement. Sima took Longhaochen's corpse in his arms before running to join Kai'er's side. Qin Inger grabbed Kai'er's arm, attentively watching her face. How are you, Kai'er? So the backlash of your 7 arts of the god of death was... Kai'er showed a faint smile. I didn't expect my backlash to actually disappear. It seemed to get counteracted by the ability of this Tower of Eternity. That's great! Chen Inger immediately shouted in joy. They all knew that upon reaching the 6th of the 7 arts of the god of death, Kai'er's backlash would very possibly persist for several years, and some part of her may not ever recover again. As everyone was soaked in joy, Kai'er's chest suddenly lit up. This phenomenon was not the same as the previous multicolored radiance. Through Kai'er's clothes, the skull-shaped pendant started to make noises. The necklace binding it disappeared in the midst of a brilliant light. That golden skull slowly floated above Kai'er's head, its small eyes suddenly lighting up. 2 tiny but extremely brilliant golden flames pulsed up. Suddenly the 2 lights inside its eyes shot like 2 needles toward the end of the 6th floor. Everywhere the golden light passed, the originally hazy-looking 6th floor was lit up, and at its end another sculpture of a lux came into view. This sculpture was entirely gold-colored, with only the heart's spot colored black. From the point of view of the group, a black flame seemed to ascend above it. A brilliant body, even with a dead heart soaked in darkness. Maybe this was the truest portrayal of the slumbering calamity Elux. Compared to the sculpture of the fifth floor, this one faintly gave out a much sadder feel. The rays shot from the eyes of the golden skull, coming from the eternal melody, entered into the eyes of this sculpture of the slumbering calamity, and immediately, an intense golden flame ignited in result, as the whole sixth floor was set aflame. From the outside, a pillar seemed to form from these intense golden flames. The death energy that Kair had originally cleansed there abruptly became rich, and in the midst of the intense death energy appeared countless departed spirits filled with negative feelings. In such an environment, an incomparably rich light energy arose. This instant, the concentration of light essence in this sixth floor of the Tower of Eternity even exceeded that of the divine snail shield of sun and moon at the time they had found it in the swamps of gloom. Only, although the light essence was massive and rich, it was filled with bits of malevolence, completely unlike the peaceful feelings the divine snail shield originally used to let out. The pairs of massive pillars set to fire, the whole sixth floor became entirely illuminated. An intense golden halation spread out in the sky, and that light energy kept growing in intensity, giving off to Kair's group the feeling of getting soaked in a lake of light essence. Counting Sima Xian, a total of 5 light users were present. But they didn't dare absorb the slightest bit of this rich light essence. This light essence permeated inside an extensive energy of death, giving them unawares strong feelings of rejection. Only Kair preserved a natural expression. As the one chosen by the god of death, any spectral and death energy around her body would only need a moment before dispersing. An aged voice suddenly sounded out from all 4 directions. That was a kind of soul transmission that Kair would be able to hear even after losing all her 6 senses. Welcome to the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity. The fact you made it here proves that you are strong enough to succeed to me. Step on these last stairs, I will be waiting for you on the 7th floor. You only have to meet me face to face and I will make you my disciple. Otherwise, there will be no connection between the two of us. The aged voice did not carry any emotional vibes. If Longhaochen was still alive, he would definitely be able to tell everyone that this voice was exactly the same as the one he had heard the first time he stepped into the Tower of Eternity. The only difference was that it was not as cordial back then and sounded extremely cold instead. The holy necromancer only left these few simple words before his voice disappeared. The sculpture at the end of the 6th floor suddenly made a movement, slowly moving its right arm which brandished a staff pointed toward the dome on the top of the floor. The next instant, the whole 6th floor shone in a golden color. The group was only able to see that golden gloss in their lines of sight, and all couldn't help but shut their eyes because of its dazzling aspect. The liquid-feeling light essence became solid at once that instant, making them unable to move in the slightest. This intense light did not last for too long, and when it vanished, everyone could see that the whole 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity was already completely different. The surroundings were pitch black, and a night sky formed the surroundings. An infinity of resplendent starlights glinted all around. Right now, although they had a firm feeling as when walking on the ground, they looked just like they were walking in the midst of a night sky, staying afloat. Under the illumination of the stars, this first experience filled them with a bizarre feeling. Not far in front of them had appeared a 10-meter-tall golden gate formed of 2 doors, shut tight right now. This sliding gate did not have any gorgeous decorations or ornaments, it was only filled with a deep golden color. They couldn't see what was behind, but what that golden sliding gate dispersed was an abundant death energy. A golden light swept past Kaire's head. She unconsciously lifted up her hand to catch it. Impressively, that was the eternal melody. However, right now it wasn't just a simple skull anymore. From the tip of the skull extended a metallic key. A bizarre feeling filled Kaire's head, faintly realizing that everything she had experienced was actually a preparation for opening this gate. Every victory against a holy guard not only got her his approval and assistance, but also poured the power of its soul of a powerhouse inside the eternal melody. When the 12 holy guards are all absorbed inside the eternal melody, the ignition of the whole 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity was intended by the slumbering calamity. That would cause this golden gate to appear, its key being the eternal melody. What is the right path to take? Kaire didn't know, but right now she already had no way out. Turning back, Kaire looked at the others, nibbling her lower lip. I will resurrect Longhaochen no matter what. No matter what. Everyone repeated loudly. Wang Yuanyu and took Longhaochen from Sima Xian's hand and attached him onto Kaire's back tightly using the chains. As the eternal melody in Kaire's hand approached that golden gate closely, everyone couldn't help but feel tense, even more than during all the previous trials. For the sake of reaching this objective, they had spared no efforts, and that objective was right in front of their eyes. Just like after returning home a long time later, this made them instead even more nervous. Regardless of whether they would be able to resurrect Longhaochen with this move, they had only one final chance. After sparing no cost to arrive there at the risk of their lives, the matter of whether they could succeed was really too important. Kaire didn't have any perplexed or apprehensive feelings anymore in her eyes, only determination and devotion. Her only thought was to resurrect Longhaochen. If that couldn't be done, then she could only accompany him in the other side where they would set up their own home. At the moment, Kaire couldn't attend to humanity's situation. She only had Longhaochen in her heart. What use would there be to keep living if her beloved person stayed deceased? He was her whole world. The instant he died, her world just collapsed. The golden gate was heavy and full of awe. When Kaire arrived in front of it, the eternal melody key in her hand dispersed a scorching heat. Lifting her hand, Kaire put that key in, and it disappeared in this golden gate. Immediately, an rippling golden halation spread out from this gate of light, and the surrounding night sky flickered in golden light. Without the slightest sound, the 2 doors opened slowly. The whole bright glimmer of Hope's group controlled their breaths as they took a look. Right now, they felt incomparably nervous. The matter of whether Longhaochen could make it out alive would depend on this moment. Their view gathered onto the opening gate. Just what was behind? They saw very rapidly. The final road was right before them. More accurately, that was a golden flight of steps, which elevated in the midst of the illumination of the night sky, leading even higher in the night sky. These stairs were placed at a slope of 45 degrees, with this steep slope and an even step height all the way upwards to where bright flashes of light emanated. This was an aerial passage extending high in the sky. But this passage seemed to have no end in sight. Kowtow after each step on the aerial passage. A majestic voice was transmitted from the bright gate of light to each person's ear. So we actually have to kowtow at each step? They were all alarmed, but Kaire still showed no hesitations and immediately stepped through the gate and kneeled on the first step. No matter how arrogant, she had to set that trait aside for the sake of her loved one. As long as Longhaochen would be saved, Kyer believed anything to be worth it. The rest of the group unwittingly went through the gate of light, but although open, it had a massive resistance. That force rejected them all, and only Kyer and Longhaochen on her back were able to go through. After kneeling once, Kyer took a higher step, then kneeled once again, paying her respects. Longhaochen on her back swayed only lightly in the process. Lin Xian asked Sima Xian hesitantly, "Is this path going to be highly oppressive?" Sima Xian nodded and replied, "Very possibly. This should also be a kind of trial." At this point, he suddenly became alarmed and murmured, "We have already vanquished the 12 holy guards and passed the 6 floors trials. This path can't be a trial for making it to the 7th floor, right?" Hearing him, the whole group's expressions looked different. They had all already seen personally how hard the trial on the 6th floor was. If there was another trial even in this 7th floor, everyone was afraid that even Kyer wouldn't be able to bear it. Wang yuanyu and responded in a grave tone, "There should not be a trial of strength, right? The trials we have already passed were already hard enough. If there's yet another even harder trial, what need would there be to even fight for Eluxa's inheritance? I think that even if this turns out to be a trial, it should be for evaluating other aspects than sheer cultivation strength." They were taking successive guesses, but the only one to really know would be Kyer. This path to the sky had no end in sight, and wasn't comprised with any oppressive existence, with nothing there to pressure her or stop her advance. But at the first step she took after passing through the gate, all the internal and external spiritual energy in her vanished. She had absolutely no idea of which miracle could make all traces of her cultivation vanish. At the very moment, she was not the saint daughter of Samsara anymore, but just an all the more ordinary girl, with at most a better overall body condition than her peers. Longhaochen was neither overweight nor underweight, making Kyer have no feeling of weight at the time her cultivation was still present. But the current Kyer had neither her internal nor external spiritual energy, so Longhaochen on her back felt heavy. Stepping and kowtowing in succession, Kyer already started to get slower after climbing for just 10 or so stairs. Sweat had already started to form on her forehead, and her legs and waist already felt numb. Kyer knew that if she couldn't inherit from Elux, all their previous efforts will come to naught. But with Longhaochen on her back, and without backing from her spiritual energy, how could she even go far? Another person would perhaps already be starting to think about pros and cons, or perhaps even give up, but Kyer only had determination in her. The path to the sky beyond was getting harder and harder, but she didn't flinch, only filled with one thought, that she would either bring Longhaochen to the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, or die in the attempt. With such a resolve, she did not have the slightest negative feeling, and these difficult times instead made her even more stubborn. With one stare and one kneel, Kyer did not turn back even once. There was nothing else but the stairs going upwards in her eyes. Her footsteps were extremely steady. One step, one kneel, get up. And so on, and so forth, over and over again. When Kyer reached her 20th stair, everyone standing on the other side of the gate could already see her pained look. Is this path to the sky really pressuring? Otherwise, how could she already start to get slower so rapidly at her level of cultivation? But if that was really pressuring, she should be resisting thanks to using her spiritual energy. Yet there was not the slightest spiritual energy flowing out from her body. They had stopped talking, as a talk would never be as tangible as truth. Kyer was already working on passing that path to the sky, advancing without pause. Kyer, you can do it. Wang xuanhuan clenched her fists. All they could do was to cheer for Kyer now and support her with their feelings. When Kyer was at the 30th stair, her whole body was aching terribly, especially her knees, which felt as if myriads of needles had pierced through them. Sweat was already drenching over all her body. After bowing down for 30 times, half her body was already drenched in sweat. If she wasn't carrying longhaochen on her back, she would have at least gone through 200 stairs before this situation would have arisen. She would even be able to move faster and more unrestrainedly. And now, Kyer had on her back a longhaochen weighing over 80 kilograms. And at the same time, her weight didn't reach 100 kilograms. This burden was really too heavy for her body. But Kyer didn't stop. In the end, the pain of her body was unable to affect her heart in the slightest. She took firm steps in the process of advancing and kowtowing. 35, 36, 37, 42, 43, 44. Look everyone, what's that? Qin Inger suddenly called out. Everyone followed her pointed finger, to see that at some point those sparkling pure gold stairs had gained 2 tints of faint red color. This was a mild red that one wouldn't discover without paying great attention. There's more. Qin Inger called out once again, and as Kyer once again took another step, 2 thin red traces had flowed from 1 stair higher. Han Yu clenched his fists. Even despite his strong character, his voice was unexpectedly shaky. Kyer is wounded in the knee. Right, those thin red traces were blood, Kyer's blood. After over 40 steps, burdened by the 80 kilograms weighing longhaochen, her long skirt was already torn, which is how her blood could be left on the step. Everyone couldn't help but worry for Kyer. Although they didn't know why Kyer would let herself bear such a pain, right now, it was really obvious to see that this path was abnormal. Although this path stripped all her spiritual energy, that was not enough to bend her willpower. Due to the pain she had to sustain since she was young, Kyer's willpower had become extraordinary. Moreover, her goal now was nothing else but to resurrect her man. 1 step after another, each step a kowtow. Blood drops kept falling 2 by 2, and at the time she reached the 57th stair, her pair of blood drops turned into 3, that third one coming from Kyer's forehead. Kyer was already in Yang Wenjiao's arms, and didn't dare look anymore, lost in tears. The others also unconsciously shut their eyes. Their bodies and minds were shaken violently. Kyer was really too strong. Kyer didn't take any pause, seemingly feeling no pain at all. 50 stairs, 60 stairs, 70 stairs, 80 stairs. Those stairs were painful, and she had to staggeringly go on. Her body was already close to collapse, and the blood trails left on the ground started to form a puddle at the bottom of the stairs. But she still kept going on, climbing without rest. A deep force of incomparable scale seemed to be supporting her gradually weakening body. Bam! On the 112th stair, Kyer suddenly fell down, violently smashing the stairs on the ground. But her right arm still grasped the bottom of the stairs so that she wouldn't slip down. Blood covered the whole hem of her skirt, and as her tiptoes slided along the way, Kyer's face of originally extreme beauty had already become full of blood. Because her body was far too burdened, it was shaking violently. Only her eyes and look remained firm, resolute. With a violent gasp for breath, she barely managed to shift position to another stair, and kowtow once again in her But this time she did not climb further. Her line of sight turning dark, she directly fell unconscious. Kai'er! Outside the gate of light, the rest of the group was clearly seen shouting loudly. Wang Yuanyu and even had no qualms to ram her whole body against that screen, only to be shot back directly. To say nothing of Chen Inger, even Sima Xian, Lin Xian and Han Yu, the oldest of the group, already couldn't bear to watch. The traces of blood flowing down at each of Kai'er's movements felt like sharp swords piercing through their hearts every time. But there was still nothing they could do. Unable to enter through that gate, they were naturally unable to be of any help to Kai'er. They could only stare blankly at the sight of her blood flowing through those golden stairs. There was no chance at all on the path to the sky. The golden stairs still had no ending. An hour passed. Kai'er's body suddenly shook lightly. Using her arms to prop herself up, she slowly rose up. She had just awoken. Not turning back, she just paused slightly before struggling to barely manage to get up. Once again stepping up, she kowtowed once again. In just a moment, her blood had covered a whole new stair. Kai'er! Chen Inger and Wang Yuanyu and already had tears dripping all over their faces, and their voices had already turned hoarse due to the crying. Each and every man had their eyes reddened, clenching their fists to the extent of having their fingernails pierce through their skins. They were just so hopeful to be able to take Kai'er's stead to climb through this path to the sky. 1 stair, 2 stairs, 3 stairs for stairs. The awakened Kai'er was still that strong. On her back, Longhaochen's corpse already felt as heavy as a mountain. That was how heavy he weighed on her heart. Without a break, she kept advancing through that path. It's either die in this path, or bring him back to life. These words were repeated without pause in Kai'er's mind. This time, she managed to advance through 28 stairs, before once again collapsing and falling unconscious. But even so, she took grasp of the next stair in front of her eyes unbendably so that she wouldn't slide down. Climb and fall unconscious, climb and fall unconscious, and so on. Kai'er collapsed time after time and climbed many again and again. When she had made it onto the 200th stair, she was already entirely covered in blood. This was already her 7th time falling unconscious on the path to the sky. Chen Inger had already passed out in the midst of crying, while the others attacked relentlessly that gate blocking their way. Only that way could they vent the pain and torment inside them. Kai'er's knees were already devoid of the slightest skin and flesh, her deep white bones already coming to sight. She was unaware that her fair white bone contorted all the time, and because of the excessive blood loss, her whole body was morbidly pale. Her life was running off at an astonishing speed, yet no end of the path to the sky came to sight. This time, Kai'er fell unconscious for an especially long time. A whole 7 hours had passed before she awoke. Kai'er! Kai'er! The whole bright glimmer of Hope Group was frantically venting on the separating area in front of them, already all shouting hoarsely. They really couldn't bear to watch anymore and really wanted to tell her to stop already. The stairs between the 6th and 7th floor were tormenting them far more than all the previous trials. But Kai'er didn't look back from beginning to end, slightly lifting up her head, only to see a large swath of blood color in front of her eyes. Barely moving her body, she found out that she was already unable to stand up anymore. Falling unconscious 7 times already had drained all her physical force, and her life was already close to an end. Right at this time, a flash of light came in front, and a massive gate of light appeared on the 10th floor in front of her, flashing slowly. As the gate of light opened up slowly, it faintly revealed a golden world concealed behind. A gate! A gate! Kai's somewhat ash-gray eyes suddenly lit up at the sight of this gate. Hope had come out in front of her. The rest of Bright Glimmer of Hope could also see what she saw. They unconsciously became silent, looking at that even larger gate while biting their teeth tightly and painfully. Kai's legs were already totally numb, but this instant her eyes lit up incomparably. Carrying longhaochen, she did her utmost to pull herself and longhaochen to the next stair using her arms, her forehead leaning on the next stair with force. Deep traces of blood being left on the stair, this golden path to the sky even started to gain a thin red tinge due to the blood left by her. But Kai didn't care about that. The gate in front of her eyes was her hope. I must bring Haochen through this gate of light so that he can resurrect. Kai didn't know why, but she faintly came to hear an extremely emotional teary voice resound through her ears, crying in extreme suffering. But this did not matter to her. How could she attend to reflect on other matters than to keep going forward? The hidden capabilities in her body were aroused by this hope, and she managed to climb through a stair after another by the use of her two arms. Crawling up stair by stair, she would cover at least a third of its surface with the blood on her body every time, but this blood became more and more light in color every time. Wouldn't her blood run out at this rate? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finally, when the gate of light became very near, Kai's firm and resolved expression finally displayed a faint smile. Raising her hand and her fingers, already ground to the extent that its bones were coming to sight, she shiveringly grabbed that gate of light. But this time a sickening scene came to all Bright Glimmer of Hope's sight. That gate of light suddenly swayed lightly, raising one step higher and causing Kai to catch emptiness. Despair filled up the eyes of everyone present outside the first gate. Was the gate on top of the stairs actually a fake? They became mad to the extent of pounding the gate in front of them with all their strength. They all cursed the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity elux. Kai was just a girl, why must he be so cruel? Only Kai didn't fall to despair, still as determined looking. Her emptiness-catching hand fell onto the previous stair on emptiness, and her body shifted up once again. This was her final chance. She knew that if she were to fall unconscious once again, she would perhaps never awake again, so there was no other chance to resurrect longhaochen. Conviction and resolve burned fiercely inside of her. Kai's arms suddenly exerted all their strength to make a frantic rise to the next stair. A miraculous scene emerged. The already out of strength and almost dead Kai suddenly pushed her own body up alongside longhaochen's in a surge, making a movement close to a pouncing carp. In the midst of this pounce, her right hand finally dug into that gate of light, but this had just exhausted all her remaining potential. While stretching her hand in front of the gate of light, Kai's eyes opened wide, already devoid of light. At the same time her right hand came into contact with the gate, that gate abruptly shone brightly, enveloping both Kai and longhaochen, who disappeared inside in a swish. As Kai and longhaochen disappeared, all the steps in view of Bright Glimmer of Hope disappeared as well. Space twisted and refracted, and the next instant, the sixth floor regained its original appearance, the only difference being that Kai and longhaochen weren't there anymore. Kai's miserable condition and hysterical state were causing everyone to violently gasp for breath. With only one line of thought in them, Kai succeeded. The bright light kept curling up, bringing Longhaochen and Kair into a gold-colored world, filled with inexhaustible golden rays. Tiny traces of blood bleached and dyed the air, and dots of bright light circulated all around Kair's body, making their way inside. Even the blood on her lapel drifted back due to that bright light, slowly returning back inside her body. Kair's right arm was still stretched forward, with Longhaochen tightly under its embrace, as if she was afraid of dropping his body off. The injuries on Kair's body recovered slowly, and all imperfect parts scattered to all direction, disappearing. Only her torn long skirt wasn't restored. The look on her face was still determined, even if it had lost all light. In the golden world, following a deep long sigh, an aged voice sounded out. Was it really worth it? The golden light vanished gradually, and Kair, who had carried Longhaochen on her back, landed lying on the ground. She seemed to be dreaming about the time the two of them had reunited back in Holy City for the demon hunt competition. They were holding hands and walking alongside that road to the inn. That road seemed to suddenly become endless. No matter how long they walked, they did not reach the inn. But they didn't get fidgety at all, instead enjoying the warmth of each other's hand. The sounds of the cane in her hand, tapping onto the ground, kept reverberating in Kair's world. Every time she turned back to look at Longhaochen, she would catch sight of that extremely loving and warm smile. Their lives were melting together at once. All the pain seemed to be forgotten like that, forever and ever. But a lot of things frequently turn out differently from one's wishes. The road in front turned illusory, and the next instant the surroundings all became golden. Kair was quite panicked, tightly gripping Longhaochen's hand and shouting loudly, "Haochen! Haochen!" The awakened Kair suddenly sat up, immediately catching sight of Longhaochen's pale hands wrapped around her chest, and she immediately gripped them tightly. Her body was really no longer feeling any pain, and even all her internal and external spiritual energy had come back. Quite a few memories of the harsh pain she had previously experienced had remained. The hem of her skirt was still tattered since long ago, and she was unaware that her body was shaking greatly. Remembering everything she just did, Kair raised her head to look around. This should be the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, right? As far as the eye could see, everything was gold-colored. Compared to the 6th floor of the Tower of Eternity, this place was far smaller in volume. The circular hall made up a diameter of roughly 30 meters. This was a dome, surrounded by a total of 20 golden pillars. The surface, dome and surrounding pillars all contained countless golden magic-infused runes. The ground of the hall formed a huge golden hexagram, from which a thin golden fog arose. At the center of the hexagram stood a huge coffin. 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, this coffin was embedded with various precious gems, and not only gems but also magical beasts' magic crystals and human spiritual pellets, none of which was below the 9th step. So was this the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, eternal dwelling place of the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity Elux? Kair stood up impatiently. After spending so much effort to come here, she was in the midst of getting her one and only chance to resurrect Longhaochen. But where was Elux? Was it really worth it? An aged voice suddenly reverberated in her head. Kair unconsciously stepped back, staring at that huge coffin in front of her. A white fog slowly ascended from the top of that coffin and in the sky surrounding it. Very rapidly, this white fog turned into a human shape, looking the same as all the previous sculptures. It just didn't have a lower body, which was just replaced by fog linked together with that golden coffin. An aged face, extremely emotional looking, had a gentle look directed at Kyer. Letting out a light sigh, he asked once again, "Was it really worth it?" "It's worth it. You're the slumbering calamity, Elux?" Kyer asked with determination. Elux nodded and responded, "I am indeed the holy necromancer and slumbering calamity, Elux. Was it really worth it?" Kyer wrinkled her eyebrows. "Of course it's worth it." Elux let out a deep sigh. "What a good girl. I didn't think that you would finally manage to complete all the trials I have set up in those years. You should know that the most unacceptable attribute in my eyes is your purifying attribute, so there's almost no way you should be able to inherit my legacy." Hearing him, Kyer immediately became greatly alarmed. She didn't mind the inheritance at all, but this was pertaining to the matter of whether she would be able to resurrect Longhaochen. If the power from Elux's legacy couldn't be borrowed, wouldn't all her efforts just come to naught? "I am willing to inherit your power. You left the message that as long as one can attain this 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity, they could receive your legacy. Don't tell me these words didn't count," Kyer stubbornly stated. Elux showed a faint smile. "I have never heard anyone address this tone of speech to me in my living years. And yet you want to inherit my power." Kyer became sluggish, slowly kneeling in front of Elux and bowing down to him. "Sorry, teacher. I was in the wrong. I hope I can inherit your power. You must have a way, right?" Elux's eyes pulsed at once. "All for the sake of this child on your back. This one should be my original successor, right?" Kyer didn't mutter a word, only continuously kowtowing towards Elux, her forehead rapidly turning red and swollen. Elux waved his hand, and immediately, a spurt of golden light came out from the ground, supporting Kyer's body. "You have already knocked your head on the ground enough. Indeed, I have a way to make you inherit my power. But if you inherit it, your original power of purification will completely dissipate, and your body will even consequently fester, turning you just like a zombie. This power of purification is originally entirely incompatible with my power of necromancy. Are you still willing even if it turns out that way? If you lose your beauty, do you really think that even if the one on your back is resurrected, he would still come to like you?" "I am willing," Kyer replied with no hesitation. "Are you not worried?" Elux seemed almost unwilling as he asked. Kyer shook her head with energy. "I am not worried." "Then, please begin." Elux took a deep look at Longhaochen, his look turning greatly emotional, causing that body formed of mist to distort slightly. "A long time later," he replied quietly. "His heart is already destroyed, giving him no more opportunity to live. Although his soul is intact, resurrecting him will be extremely difficult. First of all, he will need a live and fresh throbbing heart." Kyer raised her head to look at Elux, undoing the chains on her body, cautiously placing Longhaochen on the ground, laying him on the golden ground. Taking a deep look at him, and gently caressing his face already empty of blood, she lowered his head and lightly kissed his forehead. Although this forehead was already devoid of warmth and was ice-cold, that still gave her the feeling of a living person. Her cute face displaying a faint smile, Kyer slowly stood up, raising her right hand which flashed in black light as the sickle of the god of death appeared in her palm. "You are right. Actually, he should be your successor. Please resurrect him." As for the heart, Kyer smiled, full of sincerity. This instant, she looked as charming as a myriad of blossoming flowers. Even the holy necromancer Elux, who was already dormant for several thousand years, couldn't help but blank out upon sight of her smile. Please use mine. In a flash of black light, the sickle of the god of death in Kyer's hand was flipped back, aiming its sharp blade toward her own chest. She had the absolute confidence of being able to extract her own heart intact and leave it in the spot of his one. This seemed to be a perfect ending. This way she would be able to stay forever at his side, which is why her smile was sincere. She could already feel the cold blade of the sickle pierce through her skin, and in just an instant, her blade would cut through her chest and cautiously extract her heart. Not allowed. Golden splurges of light burst out from below, clashing against the sickle of the god of death, and taking away the massive weapon, although a trace of blood had still appeared amidst Kyer's chest. Elux declared in fury, "What a girl! Is he really worth you doing such a thing for him? Don't you know that this purifying blade has soul-purifying properties? Even if you are the one using it on yourself, in case your vitals are pierced by it, an inevitable death will follow. No force will ever be able to bring you back to life." Kyer looked at Longhaochen with deep emotion. "So what, with my heart being together with him, having him resurrect is already enough for me. I am willing to die for his sake. Don't tell me you have another heart at disposal here aside from mine? All I am asking is for him to be resurrected." Elux became silent, his eyes showing struggles, but right now, Kyer, whose attention was focused onto Longhaochen, just didn't notice it. "If only that girl I had met at those times was like you, maybe none of that would have happened. Perhaps I would have just followed her in death. Even if everything ends with death, at least that would be a happy ending." The words that Elux murmured woke Kyer up with a start. Lifting up her head, she insisted, "Please use my heart." Elux suddenly interrupted her. "Child, don't be hasty. How about it, let's make a bet. If you win, I will help you to resurrect him, but if you lose, just give up on him, and concentrate all your thoughts and efforts in inheriting my power. Although I do not like the purifying attribute on you, I like your character." "I am not taking the bet." Kyer shook her head vigorously. "There's no way I can take a bet with him as the stake, because I cannot afford to lose." Elux replied coldly, "Then it cannot be helped for you." This instant, he really had the imposing manner of the holy necromancer Elux. In a wave of his hand, Kyer felt extremely tense all over her body, already out of control of her whole body, and even the sickle of the god of death in her hand was suppressed, returning back into her own body. Pulled by the golden light, she was pulled to Elux's side. Immediately, the surroundings twisted all around, and everything transformed miraculously, turning illusory, yet substantial. Kyer discovered with stupor that she was not only unable to move, but also unable to let out the slightest sound, and was unable to exert the slightest bit of spiritual energy. It seemed that her very soul was frozen. Elux remained afloat on her side, dispersing layer upon layer of bright light. On Longhaochen's side appeared another Kyer, with a hole in her chest and having lost her heart. Immediately, his right hand pointed its forefinger on Longhaochen's body in a touch. Then the wounds on his body healed up at an astounding speed. In the midst of intense fluctuations of golden light, the golden foundation armor on him was removed, and under Kyer's emotional watch, Longhaochen's pale skin gradually regained color. All of it was really too miraculous. Alux just needed a lift of his hand to bring Longhaochen back to life. Alux's voice resounded in Kairos' mind. I have temporarily simulated the situation where he would be brought back to life. Now guess, what will his reaction be when he learns that your heart was used to resurrect him? Kairos' original feelings of excitement turned instantly. She struggled as much as possible against Alux's binding, but how could it be so easy to resist in front of this man, who was previously known as humankind's disaster, who narrowly caused humanity to go extinct? There was nothing she could do except for looking on helplessly at that instant of resurrection, at Longhaochen in the midst of trembling. So cold. Longhaochen felt as if he was soaked in a pond of ice, shivering with extreme cold. The deathly stillness in his brain gradually rose and fell, and he felt chills in succession, and was roused by the cold. A golden expanse came to his sight, as the intense light essence caused the chills felt by his body to decrease sharply. Where is this? Hell? Subconsciously, Longhaochen placed his hand onto his own chest, finding out astonishingly that the hole in his chest had disappeared, and that he felt an indistinct heartbeat, and had the sensation of blood flowing through his body. Only, his powerful cultivation was obliterated completely, and faint waves of weakness assaulted his brain again and again. Are you awake? An aged voice drew Longhaochen's attention, who immediately noticed that huge coffin and the soul floating in the sky. You are? And what's this place? Longhaochen asked reflexively. Right now, he still felt dizzy, but the ice-cold sensation all over his body subsided gradually, and the thick light essence in the air helped him feel better. The spiritual energy in his body also seemed to slowly recover thanks to absorbing the light essence, and at long last it felt a lot warmer. This is the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity. And I believe that you must know who I am, right? Alux asked in a faint voice. Longhaochen became greatly alarmed, and immediately sobered up. What? This is the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity? But then, just how did I get here? Alux pointed to his side and replied calmly, She's the one who brought you here. Longhaochen followed his finger and immediately became stagnant. His mouth agape and eyes staring confusedly. He suddenly found himself unable to let out the slightest sound, as if his body was locked down, remaining motionless. That was Kaier. A Kaier with a hole in her chest and whose blood was flowing all over the ground. Having lost all vitality, Kaier looked as pale as a piece of paper. Kaier! How could my Kaier? Longhaochen stayed so stiff for several seconds, totally motionless. Alux's voice reverberated through his ears. She has been carrying the eternal melody I have given you, and been shouldering your corpse, going through the challenges in the Tower of Eternity one after another. She said that you were my successor, and that she wanted to bring you back to life. You should clearly know how you died. Having lost your heart, even my magic cannot resurrect you without a live and fresh heart. So she offered her own heart to you. No. Longhaochen looked up to the sky and kneeled down to the ground, throwing himself at Kaier and tightly gripping her tight figure, his tears falling beyond control. Kaier's corpse was really cold. Longhaochen felt as if the blood flowing in his body froze down this instant. How could you be so stupid? Just how could you be so stupid, Kaier? Don't tell me that you believe that I can keep on living by myself with you dead? Suddenly turning back, Longhaochen looked at Alux. Elder, please give her heart back to her. You must have a way to do that, right? Please bring her back to life. A lux coldly responded, Do you take this for a game? Do you think that heart transplants can be cycled over and over again? Moreover, even if I was able to do that, you would return to death without a heart. At this point, his voice suddenly warmed up. She is already dead, having offered her heart to resurrect you, and wishing for your heart to be made one with you. This way you won't ever be separated. Don't tell me you don't understand her pain? You are my chosen disciple, who came here to inherit my power. There are plenty more fishes in the sea. With your talent, you will surely be able to find an even better girl than her. And moreover, one can only take revenge by staying alive. If you did not die, she wouldn't have died for the sake of bringing you back to life. You should go look for the culprit of your death, instead of mourning in sadness like a coward. Stand up and accept the holy necromancer Eluxa's inheritance. At the time you leave from here, you will be the greatest human powerhouse in the world. At that time, everything will come to your grasp. You will be able to get as many girls as you want, and even use the body of your target to pay homage to her. Longhaochen held Kaire's body, then turned back toward Alux with an indifferent look, as if convinced by Aluxa's words his previous state of hysteria disappeared at once, entering a serene state of mind. Holding Kaire's corpse, he slowly stood up, and muttered irresolutely, If only one of us can live on, it's a good thing that she died first. Alux's eyes diluted in shock, turning back toward the real Kaire standing at his side. Longhaochen was unable to see her, but Alux could. His ice-cold voice reverberated in Kaire's mind. See, that's the man you were willing to sacrifice your life for. But to Alux's disappointment, Kaire seemed to only feel some grief alongside a deep feeling of love, as if she hadn't heard Longhaochen's heartless words at all. Don't you understand? Alux questioned Kaire in a slight splurt of fury. Kaire lightly shook her head as if she didn't see him. I understand very well. You are the one who doesn't, because you don't understand him at all. Alux let out a cold snort. I don't understand him? He turned back toward the apathetic Longhaochen and declared, You are right. She died for your success. Are you prepared to inherit my power? Longhaochen shook his head lightly. Inherit your power? What use is there for me to? You are just a slaughterer, a man who clearly is a scion of light, and should have brought light to humanity, yet chose to cause dark slaughters. I don't need to inherit your filthy power. Living on is even more painful than death. If Kaire and I could age together, I would definitely strive the hardest to follow after her in death. This way, she could have me accompany her in death, and have me by her side in death. But the event of me dying before her could only make the rest of her life lonely and nothing else. What about strength? What about revenge? None of it matters in my eyes. Perhaps I have a lot more responsibilities, but how can I let Kaire keep waiting for me? At this point, his eyes shifted back to his left arm. Sorry that I have disappointed you, divine snail shield of sun and moon. I couldn't bring light to humanity in the end, even if I am the scion of light, and even if I have made the resolve to never let myself get stained by impurity. Even so, I have a weakness that I can never correct. Please let me be unruly once, let me be selfish once. Kaire, I am a bit late, but let me join you. Drawing Kaire toward him with his left hand, he lowered his head, and offered a deep kiss to her lips while raising his right hand, and condensing the bit of spiritual energy he had just recovered onto his palm, abruptly aimed it at the top of his head. You are not allowed to die. Elux shouted in unreconciliation. His soul materialization instantly appeared in front of Longhaochen and grabbed his hand. Longhaochen raised his head and looked at him coldly. "Are you qualified to stop me?" For who knows which reason, Elux's powerful soul force only felt chilly upon Longhaochen's cold gaze, unexpectedly causing him to not even be able to retort back. "Go away!" Longhaochen shouted in fury, struggling fiercely. Elux grabbed his arms energetically. "Don't tell me that there is nothing else you are reluctant to leave behind in this world? Is it really worth it to die just out of a romantic love?" Longhaochen smiled in contempt. "From what you are saying, you don't understand what love is at all. Love is the most basic thing there is, yet the most intense. Without her, it is like my heart is dead. The other things I am reluctant to leave are just meaningless at that point. This world is already colorless in my eyes. Don't stop me in my search for Kair. Do you think that you holding my hand would stop me from causing myself to die?" Saying that, Longhaochen's eyes suddenly lit, and one could vaguely see a golden flame instantly flaring up. "Bastard, you are crazy!" Utterly discomfited, Elux shouted loudly, pointing his finger to the space between Longhaochen's eyebrows. Struck by this finger, Longhaochen struck the 7th floor heavily of the Tower of Eternity. If Elux's reaction was just a bit late, Longhaochen would have been ignited, and at that time, let alone a necromancer, even a god would be unable to bring him back to life. Bouncing back onto the wall, Longhaochen was still hugging Kair tightly, his right arm whirling once again, and aiming at blowing off his own head with no hesitation. "Crazy!" Elux saw in Longhaochen's eyes an apathetic look like never before. The worst sorrow is not as bad as an uncaring heart. Perhaps this was the true meaning behind his look. "She is still alive." These simple words were more effective than any attempt to stop him. Longhaochen's right hand stopped on top of his head, lowered to look at Kair, but he still didn't see an ounce of life in her. But right at this time, a sorrowful call came to his ears. "Haochen." In Haochen's arms, Kair disappeared into several dots of light, and beside Elux, Kair appeared alive and well, rushing into his embrace, crying loudly. Kair's body was warm, her tears instantly seeping rapidly into Longhaochen's lapel. Her arms were really vigorously, tightly hugging him. "Kair! Kair! 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 Kair!" Longhaochen called out her name without pause. He wanted to cry, to let out every tear in his body. Having just regained the most precious thing in his life, he was returning to a state of joy as his soul finally saw a light from a state of deathly stillness. Tightly hugging her, his chin shook and his calls became more and more choking. Seeing the embracing pair, the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity Elux declared with difficulty, "You two have won. You two have won." These simple words sounded really terrible in Elux's mouth. His soul form floated in a daze, his eyes filled with incomprehension and unbelief. It seemed as his thoughts were shaken to the core, causing his soul to fluctuate in instability, dispersing layer upon layer of white light. Right now, Longhaochen and Kair were completely soaked in the joy of reuniting, and did not take note of any changes in Elux. "Kair! Kair!" Longhaochen called out her name over and over again. Right now, his feelings of wretched sorrow ended with Kair's appearance, to change into an extreme fear, the fear that this Kair was a fake, which would just shatter his hard-won last hopes. So he hugged her tightly, as if attempting to absorb her in him, and called her name incessantly. Longhaochen still remembered clearly the instant the demon god emperor pierced through his heart. Darkness approached, but he didn't have any grudge or pain in him, only an inexhaustible reluctance to part with Kair. Darkness had descended gradually. Kair's figure became fuzzy until the instant that he finally started to fear death. The last thought in his mind was, "So I'll never be able to meet with Kair ever again?" But right now he was back to life, and Kair was finally back in front of him. The fire of joy and hope rose in him in an indescribable manner. Hugging her tightly, the fear filling his heart gradually turned into extreme joy. If this was a dream, he hoped to never wake up from it for eternity. "If you want to stay together forever, calm down a bit." A warm, soul-shaking voice woke up the two of them with shock from this moment of bliss. Longhaochen and Kair turned back their heads at the same time, finally taking notice of the changes in Alux. Alux's condensed soul dispersed some white halations. From his body, a breath of death slowly spread outwards. The pair of eyes on his condensed body seemed far brighter than before, watching them ardently. Longhaochen failed to understand his words, but Kair had a terrible chill. Right, Longhaochen hadn't yet really resurrected. It's just that Alux used extraordinary ways to temporarily bring him to life. She immediately stepped up, filled with hastiness. "You just said that we won. Since we won, shouldn't you be helping to resurrect Haochen?" Longhaochen was startled, and looked at Kair in incomprehension. "Am I not truly all right? What are you saying, Kair?" Alux had a faint smile. "What a fool you are, kid. Don't tell me you have forgotten everything that has happened before? Although I just used my soul power to make an illusion, it can be considered real in some sense. If I had at that time really accepted letting this girl offer her heart to resurrect you, everything just now would be real." "Kair, you..." Longhaochen tightly drew Kair closer in his embrace. "Why would you do such a foolish thing? If you die, what meaning is there for me to live?" Kair buried her head in his chest. At that time Longhaochen was just a corpse. Her only thought was that she had to resurrect him. That is why the previous scene shook her greatly, especially Longhaochen's crucial words. Right. If he's resurrected but at the cost of her own life, he'd still choose to die. So wouldn't that make everything up to now meaningless? This instant, the two of them became very calm. Longhaochen seemed to no longer be in a rush to resurrect Longhaochen. They would either live together or die side by side. Her heart finally felt relieved at this realization. So a thing such as real love really exists in the human world. Alux's aged face displayed a bitter smile. Although that was body just a condensed soul, he suddenly seemed to look much older at once. "Of course it does." Longhaochen raised his head, ardently looking at Alux. He still did not have the slightest good opinion of Alux. This slaughterer was the one to cause the collapse of Xingma Dalu, the great loss in power of humanity. If not for him, how could the Dark Age even have come to be? If not for him, perhaps everything would be different. As the scion of light and candidate chosen by the goddess of light, all he caused was destruction along his way. Longhaochen still remembered the deep impression the helpless testimony of the divine snail of sun and moon had made on him at that time. Alux could not avoid seeing the look of rejection in Longhaochen's eyes, and he calmly declared, "Longhaochen, you have a chance to choose now. Compared to her, you are the most fitting to inherit my power." I can see that you have already formally become the one blessed by the goddess of light, so you must despise someone who has walked in the path of death and darkness like me. But now you have no other choice than to rely on me to come back to life. On one side is your beloved girl, and on the other side your conviction. Now is the time to make your choice. By choosing to inherit my power, you will be able to stay by her side, and the two of you will be able to live together. And you will become even stronger. If you choose to renounce this, you will die, and surely she will follow you soon. It's up to you. Longhaochen became blank-faced, and Kair too. They did not expect Alux to give Longhaochen such a choice to make at such a time. Are you saying that even without my heart, you can help bring him back to life? Kair asked in great joy. Alux responded proudly. I am the almighty holy necromancer, slumbering calamity, Alux. In this world, the things that I cannot accomplish are very scarce. Your soul is still present, so what's the deal with reconstituting your body? But why would I help reviving him? Unless he consents to inherit my power, and becomes the next necromancer lord, you are free to live or die as you wish. You will see him die, and whatever you choose is none of my concern. At worst I just have to enter several thousands more years of deep slumber, awaiting a next successor's arrival. Kair instantly turned her head to look at Longhaochen. But the instant her pretty eyes caught sight of Longhaochen, the flames of joy in her were extinguished entirely in one instant. Right. Inheriting from Alux would be the only way to resurrect him, but Haochen was the one chosen by the goddess of light, the scion of light. How could he accept inheriting Alux's power? Alux was the enemy of mankind, a terrible sinner, the slumbering calamity. If Longhaochen were to inherit his power, would that befit the scion of light? That would be like renouncing his whole beliefs. Kair was totally unable to speak a word. This being the man she loved deeply, how could she bear to tell him to renounce his beliefs? Kair understood clearly that these beliefs were as important as his life in his eyes. He was a knight, a pure knight to the core. Telling him to renounce his beliefs was no different than telling him to die. She didn't speak a word, tears flowing from Kair's eyes again. Stretching her hands forward, she wrapped them around Longhaochen's chest, sticking tightly close to him. She was already unwilling to think of anything, and just wanted to let him make his choice. If he chooses death, then let the two of them share this fate. This instant, Kair suddenly felt very tired, and only wanted to hold him. No matter whether they lived or died, they would stay that way forever. The dull feelings in Longhaochen's eyes disappeared gradually. Lowering his head, he looked at Kair leaning on his chest, his eyes flickering in the light, but it seems that no conflicting emotions were in him. An insipid smile started to form from the corners of his mouth, as Longhaochen raised his head and looked calmly at Alux. Have you made your decision? Alux looked at him with some stupor, originally thinking that he would be in an incomparable struggle. But he didn't expect him to have such a look on his face so rapidly. This clearly meant that he had already made his decision. Longhaochen calmly answered, I am willing to accept your inheritance. Sito live on. Hearing his declaration, both Alux and Kair were suddenly shocked. Kair raised her head suddenly, looking at him in disbelief. Haochen, you? Alux reacted with great unbelief. You are not even afraid of death, yet want to renounce your beliefs? Don't tell me that you have already forgotten that you are the scion of light, the one chosen by the goddess of light. Longhaochen raised his hand, lightly caressing Kai's long hair. I am willing to die for her, as well as I am willing to live for her sake. At this point, he paused slightly, his eyes looking dazzling at the time he turned toward Alux again. For the sake of Kai, what's the deal with renouncing my principles? Two explosions occurred almost simultaneously. One was in Kai's brain, feeling totally empty, as if she had already lost all her ability to think. And the other explosion occurred in the holy necromancer, or more accurately speaking, his condensed soul body. The terrifying explosion caused massive fluctuations of soul force, blasting Longhaochen and Kai away. Alux lifted his head, shrieking in pain, and his entire soul body trembling violently. Large amounts of death energy were spurted out from his soul, and even more pure holy fire of white color had appeared, igniting his soul and spreading to every corner of his sui. Longhaochen hugged Kai tightly, using his own body to shield her from the assault of the terrifying soul force. Alux's soul force was just too powerful. Even the demon god emperor would be almost unable to compare in this aspect. In front of the terrifying soul might, he was unable to even struggle. The terrifying spiritual waves persisted for a whole quarter of an hour before gradually pacifying. No, no. This can't be. How could such feelings exist between humans? Humans are supposed to be vulgar and shameless, disregarding anything in front of benefit. Why would you have such feelings, just why? Alux howled in hysteria. Right now he seemed like a wounded wolf, completely turning mad. No soul attack came. Longhaochen was drawing close to Kai, who noticed that right now Longhaochen was full of incomprehension. He had just consented to inherit Alux, so why would this holy necromancer make such a fuss? Alux kept yelling all along so far, but Longhaochen could feel that the aura of death in the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity was disappearing at an astonishing speed. This place, originally full of dense light essence, gradually regained its sacred feel. This madness lasted for the time of a meal before Alux gradually calmed down. Although he was just a soul with a body, it took him large gasps to breathe, and his body was at least half its previous volume. But it had become pure white. Right now his soul seemed ignited to burn strongly, and the soul fire pulsing in his eyes gradually pacified as well. Unexpected, what an unexpected thing. Alux's voice clearly became stiff, and although his emotions had settled down, his feeling of incomprehension was still present. Longhaochen looked at him without understanding. Senior, you can let me inherit your power. Alux shook his head, replying in distress. No, I am not qualified. I was mistaken. I didn't expect myself to really be so mistaken. I was mistaken for several thousand years. He shook his head vigorously, full of pain. Kai held Longhaochen's hand. Right now her mind was empty, filled up with Longhaochen's figure. She warmly stood by his side. All traces of her original coldness totally vanished. The haze from her youth's traumas were all swept clean, leaving no traces behind. If one were to ask her why, surely she would reply that it's the power of love. Right, Haochen showed her his abiding love, willing to renounce his convictions for the sake of love. This caused a sublimation of Kai's soul, as all negative feelings in her were swept clean at that very moment. Nothing else mattered in that life where this fulfilling love existed. Alux raised his head, his ardent look faced toward this pair of sweethearts. His warm expression contained an unspoken admiration, but no traces of jealousy. Willing to hear my story? That's a story from 6,800 years ago. Elux's voice changed to contain a dense sadness, which came out all around him. For some reason, Longhaochen felt thin surges of sympathy when looking at him, and nodded unconsciously. Elux calmly declared, 6,890 years ago, I was born in a city from the Pombo Empire on the northwest of the continent. This city was called Sidi. My father was the Lord of Sidi, a hereditary earl, and I was his only son. From the day of my birth, I lived in nobility. For the sake of letting me succeed his position as earl in the future, he arranged the best teachers to teach me knowledge and etiquette. The year of my 6th birthday, my great affinity with light essence was found out. I was blessed with a constitution of a scion of light. Although nearly 7,000 years have passed since then, I still remember very well the great joy Father had at the time. He held me in his arms and shouted in excitement through the whole hall, "Elux, you are my pride." From that point, I became a light mage. My cultivation was extremely fast, shocking every teacher, and during the year of my 11th birthday, I had already become a mage of the 4th step. And at 13, the 5th step, then at merely 15 years old, I became the youngest mage of the 6th step to have ever appeared in the continent. At this point Longhaochen was also shocked, because, despite being a scion of light too, he had yet to reach the 6th step when he was 15 years old. In other words, Elux was even more outstanding than him at the same age of 15 years old. Father said that I was shockingly talented. Therefore, he personally brought me to participate in the talent war organized at that time between the 3 empires by the Glorious Church, where only youngsters below 20 were allowed to participate. Right, does the Glorious Church still exist at present? Have they yet taken over the whole continent? Longhaochen shook his head. No, at the time of the start of the Dark Age 6,000 years ago, the Glorious Church was annihilated by demonkind. Annihilated? Elux became blank, and immediately made the strange statement, Great. I knew that they would one day walk this path. So, what was I saying again? Talents war. Kyer reminded him. Right, the Talents War. I was without doubt the focus of this whole Talents War. The enemies that came out in front of me rarely resisted for over a minute. When I was young, I was also on par with your looks. Uncountable young ladies from the 3 empires gave me coquettish looks, and during the finals my opponent was the Princess Fulua of the Empire. She was also a genius, a powerful summoner. With the royal family's backing, she already had a purple thunder star dragon emperor as her contracted beast. Although her cultivation was below mine, her endless successions of summons were tough to face. That battle had lasted for a whole half of an hour, and in the end, because of her insufficient spiritual energy, she lost by my hand. I thereby became the final champion, and our Pombo Empire became the great winner. No matter how many years had passed since then, Elux looked extremely proud as he recounted these facts, making clear how impressive that feat used to be. At that time, humankind was still ruling over the whole Xingmao, and the total human population was perhaps 10 times more than nowadays. This talent war was undoubtedly a stage for the youngest elites, so the achievement of that victory was truly a great glory. The Pope of the Glorious Church from that time rewarded me personally with a direct title of Viscount, and a feudal fiefdom of 50 kilometers. My reward was a great item, later known as equipment of epic tier. The me of that time was quite pleased with himself, having become the most glorious youngster of all continent. Even the Pope's son Pello was nothing in front of me. Also, that saying, a friendship may arise from an exchange of blows, is true. That battle with Princess Fullo created a link between the two of us. From that day onwards, we were known as the two great seeds of the empire on whom great hopes were placed. I was then transferred to the Royal Academy, pursuing my studies alongside Princess Fullo, and received all the support of the empire. Just by listening to his story, Longhaochen and Kyer could feel how successful Elux was in his younger times. Receiving such glory at the age of 16 was not something just anyone could do. Elux's face started to fill with warmth. During the period of my studies in the Royal Academy, I was with Fullo training together and researching magic together all the time. Our feelings started to get deep between the two of us, and I deeply loved that beautiful genius. When the two of us were together, we were never short of topics to talk about. We made an oath of eternal love, engrossed with each other. The rise of these feelings did not only not adversely affect our cultivation, but instead made it faster and faster. In the year I turned 18 years old, I became a grand magic tutor of the 8th step. Given my cultivation speed of that time, I was certain that I would surely be able to break through the 9th step at the age of 20, making me the youngest powerhouse of the 9th step in the whole continent. As time passed, the superiority of my talent became clearer and clearer. Although Fullo was also outstanding, in the end she was unable to compare with my gifts as Scion of Light. When I broke through the 8th step, she had just broken through the 7th. Back at that time, I could see that she was unhappy but didn't put a lot of thought into the issue. I told her that I was willing to make a pause to wait for her to catch up with my cultivation. At the same time, I asked His Majesty her father for her hand, and he accepted a marriage between Fullo and me. Everything went smoothly. His Majesty was extremely pleased about our relationship, and the day I would break through the 9th step would be when we would marry. At that time, I was already acclaimed as the man most likely to rise to the level of God. The Pope of that time personally came to the empire, expressing the wish to take me as disciple, and to take over his position in the future. For the sake of the empire and for Fullo's sake, I refused. At that time, the church was extremely powerful in the continent, and in some manner, all 3 kingdoms had to listen to their orders. I could feel His Majesty's unwillingness, and for His Majesty's sake, I preferred to offend the church rather than leaving the empire. After reaching the 8th step, my great speed of cultivation visibly slowed down. My teachers in the Royal Academy told me that because I only kept cultivating all the time, I was lacking in other experiences, and suggested that I go to the outside world and gain experience, to discover all the miraculous places in the continent so that I would be able to progress while gaining in understanding. I followed their suggestion and told Fullo about this matter, hoping to gain these experiences alongside her. But Fulluo refused. Although she loved me deeply, she had an even greater eagerness to be number 1. I knew that she was always looking to surpass me, but the gap between us only kept getting wider. So she chose to remain in the academy to keep training hard, looking to catch up to my cultivation. For the sake of reaching the 9th step as early as possible to take Fullo as my wife, as well as to bring an even greater honor and glory to the empire, I took this training trip. But never did I expect that because of the great gains in this trip, the incoming period of my life would become a total nightmare. At this point, Elux's face became gradually more and more sinister, filled with anger. Alongside his fury, his intense soul fluctuations caused repeated shakes of the Tower of Eternity. After leaving the Empire, I roamed through the whole continent. With my cultivation reaching the 8th step, I encountered almost no challenges. During 2 whole years, I wandered through almost all cities of the 3 great empires, discovering all the local conditions and customs and experiencing the joys and the sorrows of the world. The scope of my world and my cultivation all made considerable progress. And, maybe because I was the one chosen by the goddess of light, I had a lot of happy encounters in these 2 years, and acquired a martial technique of incredible might. When I returned to the empire, my cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th step. Upon seeing Fulo again, I couldn't help but take her in my arms while sobbing from extreme joy. I could feel that I was nearing the edge of the 9th step, only at 1 step from breaking through, and believed that I would be able to marry my most beloved Fulo in the near future, as well as to inevitably become the future greatest powerhouse of the empire. At that time, I had almost no notion of schemes, and told Fulo about all my various adventures during these 2 years of training, to share the feelings I had during these moving encounters with her. However, something slightly displeasing happened to me later. The son of the Supreme Pontiff unexpectedly joined the Imperial Magic Academy to study. At that time, I found it very strange. Why he would come there? Compared to our Pombo Empire, the glorious church should have reached even deeper levels of magic researches, so he had no need at all to come here to pursue his studies. However, I didn't give it much thought because of my joy from being on the verge of marrying Fulo. After I told Fulo everything about my trip, she held a great interest toward that martial technique I gained in my encounters, hoping that I could hand it over for her to learn, but I rejected her. That martial technique was certainly miraculous, but it could by no means be learned or used, because it came at a too great cost, and I feared she would get wounded in the process. Do you know what kind of martial technique that was? Even now, I still find it to be really miraculous. Although it was just a move, it required a perfect harmonization with the owner's soul to be executed. It seemed to come from an ancient tribe from another world. A type of martial soul technique, this technique had a very strange name. It was called tortoiseshell technique. When I had just obtained it, I still took it to be just a defensive martial art, but after deep researches, I found out that it had almost no relations with defense, but was an ability of prediction. Back then, the glorious church was the only other entity in the whole continent to have a prophet. I also have some understanding of it. All they can predict is the future. As for that martial technique, its use would execute a kind of divination, with a really overbearing aspect. Its unconditionality. Launching the tortoiseshell technique would act on all living creatures in its scope, the user being no exception. And even if a god is in the area of effect, he will have no immunity either, being just as affected by its absolute control. It's such a fearful technique. But at the same time as it has absolute effects, it brings certain danger. This technique has a great indeterminacy. After using it, the user will have no control over its effects. In other words, the effects may be positive just as they may be negative. But no matter what, the user will have to bear some burden, so using it could very possibly offer the user as a sacrifice for the tortoiseshell technique after a few uses if they are unlucky. How could I be willing to learn such a martial technique? Or even give it to Fulo? At this point, Elux had an extremely bitter look. But Fulo didn't understand my painstaking effort. She thought I wanted to keep it for myself, and thus refused to transmit it to another. Its absolute effects and efficiency against even a god was just too alluring, making her completely unable to treat it lightly. Why didn't she consider that if I really wanted to keep it for myself, then I'd simply not tell her about it. At first, I was thinking that she was just temporarily letting her emotions affect her decisions and didn't think about it too much. It would likely calm down after 2 days. As expected, when I went to look for her 2 days later, she seemed to have entirely recovered, only looking as though she still had some worries. But her attitude to me was the same as before, and the matter of that day was not mentioned again. Never did I expect her to be such a snake-hearted girl, who had already executed her schemes against me. Lux gritted his teeth as his whole body shook, clearly because the experience he had at that time was simply far too painful. Then, on a bright day with good weather, with the blue sky stretching continuously over the horizon, and the sunshine was especially abundant, the intense light essence brought an indescribable sense of harmony to me as the scion of light. This sunshine was really ideal. Fullo had invited me to go for an outing, to which I naturally agreed gladly, and even told her that I would seclude myself to aim for the 9th step after that excursion, to ask His Majesty for her hand after I succeed in accomplishing this breakthrough. At that time, I believed His Majesty would at least offer me the level of nobility of a viscount, as well as a title of court mage. We exited the empire to head for the outskirts, and right when we were out for a scenic tour, I suddenly discovered that we were surrounded, a large amount of black-clad men sealing off every one of our routes of escape. These people were masked head to toe, making not even the slightest shred of their skins visible. Upon appearance, they launched a frantic attack at us. At that time, Fullo was in a daze, seemingly having even forgotten about the use of magic despite her cultivation reaching the 8th step. As a man, protecting my own woman seemed like common sense in my eyes, especially with how conceited I was at that time. Relying on my cultivation reaching the peak of the 8th step, I made use of the various magics I had researched painstakingly. Those black-clad men were extremely strong, but a lot of them were killed at my hands. However, they were only growing more and more numerous, each of them reaching at least the 7th step. I found it very strange at that time. If this many powerhouses from the other 2 great empires were really infiltrated, how could the powerhouses from our empire disregard them to such an extent? If this kept up, I was afraid Fullo and I wouldn't ever get away, so I made the prompt decision of bringing out Fullo to immediately break out from the siege. At this time, Fullo seemed to have recovered her senses, immediately using various summoning spells to assist me, and we rode her summoned beast to flee back to the Empire. As we thought the enemies would already no longer catch up to us, we rushed out at full speed, and the distant walls of the Empire even came into sight. But suddenly, a slight chill permeated in my heart, and when I lowered my head, I found a pitch-black dagger piercing deeply through my chest, its handle being held in Fullo's hand. At this point, Longhaochen and Kair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Never did they expect this Princess Fullo to actually betray Lux. They were lovers who had sworn the pledge of eternal love. At that instant, her look was completely filled with malevolence. Deep tears of sadness flowed out from Lux's eyes. She even murmured, just why didn't you hand the tortoiseshell over to me? Why? I hadn't planned to go so far at first. My heart was in pain, even more in pain than my wound. My cold chest gradually got numbed, and I could feel my vital force gush out through that dagger. Even at that time, I was still unable to believe that my beloved Fullo was the culprit of that act against me. I just loved her that much. For the sake of marrying her, I trained night and day. All for the sake of sharing happiness alongside her in the future. But she stabbed a dagger full of poison in my left chest, aimed at the spot which should correspond with an ordinary person's heart. This stab inflicted complete despair in me. She should have been clearly aware that I had no suspicions at all toward her, and moreover, her stab was timed the instant my vigilance was the most loose. This instant, even more black-clad men came from in front of us. They seemed to have been lying in wait since long ago and expected all of this to happen long since. The previous ambush was just a start, but Fulo's stab was the true critical point in the move against me. A familiar-sounding cold voice spread. That man told Fulo, "Kill him." That instant, I finally came to a realization. The desire for survival caused me to push Fulo away, jumping off from her mount. That instant, Fulo seemed quite in a daze, seemingly having had a change of heart due to this stab, which stopped her from immediately finishing me off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I took out a scroll, which was forged by a great master for me, and used that escape scroll, teleporting me instantly 6 kilometers away. They clearly didn't expect me to have such a thing in store, which is how I managed to get away. The instant the escape scroll took effect, I still remember clearly that the sobered Fulo hastily commanded her summoned beast to attack me. That instant, her eyes were only filled with cold killing intent, without any of the former tender sentiments. Longhaochen and Kyer were already completely immersed in Alux's story, to the extent of forgetting the whole situation they were in. Perceiving the deep sadness coming out from Alux, they were totally able to imagine the kind of feelings he had back at that time. For a moment the two of them were completely speechless. So there was after all a basis for the Scion of Light's betrayals to his duties. He was in the end betrayed, but how could that mere fact cause him to become the slumbering calamity? The sadness in Alux's eyes gradually turned into coldness. "You are feeling that the mere betrayal of Fulo shouldn't be enough for me to betray my holy convictions? You misunderstand. This alone would still be insufficient to cause these changes in me. But Longhaochen, as a Scion of Light, you should understand that the Scion of Light is the one chosen by the Goddess of Light, and the resolve he has is such. However, the one to betray me was not Princess Fulo alone, but this whole world. Through the escape scroll, I broke away from their ambush, and only felt a great chilliness fill me at that time. The beautiful parts of my heart disappeared with Fulo's betrayal, but even so, I couldn't bring myself to hate her at that time. I loved her deeply, and wanted to think of her good parts no matter what. That black-clad man's final appearance caused me to guess that maybe Fulo was coerced into doing that, and was completely unwilling. Although I was clearly aware that, as the princess, it was almost impossible that there could be anyone who could coerce her, I still wanted to keep this way of thinking. At that time, I was just really too foolish. Fulo's stab was aimed right at my left chest, but she didn't know that unlike an ordinary person, my heart was located on the right side. Although her poisonous dagger caused heavy wounds in me, these wounds were not mortal. I resisted the pain with great difficulty, finding a hollow tree to treat my wound. Relying on medicine I had gotten in my adventures, I forced out the poison from my body before gradually eliminating all this poison by the means of my pure light essence. This process was painful and long, but I knew very clearly that even if I wanted Fulo to clarify all this, I had to first wait for my body to recover entirely for that. I heard a lot of brouhaha outside the hollow tree in the process, as if large armies were transferred around. But at that time, I did not expect the reasons for these armies to be deployed. It took 2 entire months for my injuries to get better, and my cultivation to recover. I stealthily exited the hollow tree to return back to the empire. But before arriving at the city gates, a thunderous scene came to my sight. A very clear announcement from the royal family was displayed right nearby the city gate, in which was written, "The Duke of the Empire, Elux, who attacked the Princess Fullo to steal a powerful martial technique, snatching it and causing her to sustain heavy injuries, is wanted for the crime of treason. Their whole family is to be deprived of their territory and get death penalties. Every commoner reporting traces of the criminal will get rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." I absolutely didn't expect them to use such despicable means, actually making such bogus accusations. Furthermore, this announcement from the royal family was not the only thing. There was also an announcement from the glorious church with the same contents, designating me as a heretic corrupted by darkness. At that time, I took a whole half-hour to gradually come back to my senses. I loved Fullo deeply, but I wasn't a total idiot. If I hadn't realized this huge plot aimed against me at that time, I wouldn't be fit to be the inheritor of the identity of Scion of Light. I immediately went into concealment to disguise myself, thinking at that time that I had to find a proof that they were deceiving His Majesty and the Church, to prove my innocence. The key element to this proof lay in Fullo, which is why I went to look for her to make it clear. Perhaps it was because several years had passed, or perhaps because I was thought to have died from the poison, the Empire did not put emergency measures in place. So after I disguised myself, returning to the Empire's capital was very easy. Looking at these formerly familiar places, my heart was in great pain. At night, I stealthily infiltrated into the royal palace, still extremely familiar with that place. Although I was a mage, having a cultivation reaching the 8th step, I had numerous means for infiltrating my destination. Coming into Fullo's quarters, I saw another man there. The son of the Supreme Pontiff, Pello. They were discussing, and that was in Fullo's bedroom. At that time, I already had guesses about the relationship between them, but was still unwilling to believe it. But when I clearly heard the contents of their discussion, I finally realized how stupid I was, and the extent of that plot. Back then, Fullo questioned Pello on why they hadn't found me, and he replied that he had already mobilized the glorious church's force, matching with the Empire's forces to find traces of me, dead or alive. That martial technique in my hands had to be seized at any cost. I gradually constructed it all from the clues I heard in the midst of their conversation. It turned out that as early as when I was out for a few years, Pello had already made a trip to the Imperial Academy, having two purposes in mind. One was to discuss the matter of pulling me into the glorious church with the Emperor, and the second to chase after Fullo. At first, His Majesty had no interest in enticing me to join the glorious church. But Pello insisted, using countless means to seduce Fullo. Though, Fullo being so materialistic, due to his flowery speed and the appeal of the numerous martial techniques and pills at the disposal of the glorious church, she finally gave in to his continuous offenses. Pello mentioned to her that the Scion of Light would be a threat to the glorious church, hence the church needed absolutely to get rid of me. To make sure of their eternal rule at the time, he would become the Pope and Fullo would be his Empress. Originally, Fullo still had some apprehensions, but Pello expressed to His Highness the will of the glorious church to support their empire in vanquishing the other empires and in uniting the continent. Moreover, he promised Fullo to give her all the martial techniques from me for her to learn. Both the royal family and Fullo were finally ensnared by the benefits that way, while I became the sacrifice for all these benefits to be obtained. This was supposed to be a perfect plan. By taking advantage of the trip I took with Fullo to ambush me, they wanted to deplete my strength, and then on the way back, Fullo would take advantage of my lowered guard and exhaustion to move against me, making it hardly possible for me to escape. At that time, they would only need to kill me and report me as a betrayer to the Empire and the Church, so that even despite my reputation as the pride of the Empire, the truth behind this conspiracy would rapidly be drowned. I hated them bitterly. I never expected my homeland, my lover, and my convictions to actually betray me together. At that time, my brain went blank, and as Fullo and Pero were in the midst of making out, I suddenly rushed in and launched fatal attacks against them. My appearance was just too sudden for them. Although they were top figures of the younger generation, there was a significant gap in our strengths, and this was moreover a situation of ambush. I very rapidly took the advantage, wounding Pello seriously while suppressing Fullo with my attacks. Although a large amount of powerhouses from the palace immediately gathered as a result, they did not dare act rashly as I held Fullo and Pello as hostages at that time. Then I questioned Fullo. Why did you have to do this to me? What in me dissatisfied you? She only kept begging me for her survival then, but I had already heard all their previous conversation. How could I still trust in her words after that? At that time, my only thought was take to them down with myself. The former me was incredibly proud. At that time, I had been reduced to the position of traitor to the nation, completely unable to accept such a huge downfall. Having no more attachment to my own life, I only wanted to take down this cheating couple with me. But that Pello was, after all, the son of the Pope, having many survival means at his disposal. Right when I was prepared to take them down with myself, he used extraordinary means to summon the Pope's attack, causing me to get seriously wounded. And in the end, as I couldn't bear to move against Fullo, I could only choose to escape the encirclement. After I finally made it out, I went into hiding in the capital, covered in bruises after a narrow escape. Immediately, the Empire initiated a manhunt in the whole city, looking for traces of me. It was through the help of a beggar that I formerly saved that I luckily escaped their chase. But as I was just done healing my wounds came thunderous news. They had caught my family. Alux gritted his teeth and declared, they knew that I was concealed in the Empire, which is why they released an announcement about executing the traitor's family. I still remember that day clearly. The sky seemed to get blood-red colored as His Highness passed down the execution order in front of the masses. When I saw Pello and Fullo clad in armor and cutting off my relatives' heads, I lost the last ounces of hope and light in me, which all faded away. Can you imagine? Someone who witnessed all his kin getting killed. My father, mother, older sister, younger sister, and the rest of my family. Even the young children were not spared. My whole family was executed with no exception. I knew that they were waiting for me to show up at that time. Waiting for me with a perfect bait, they just understood my character far too well. But at that time, a black tile I had formerly gained in the previous training trip got affected by my dark emotions, turning my whole body cold and unable to move a single step. It was because of this that I had to stare blankly at the scene of my family getting slaughtered one by one. At that time I was furious, having entered a frantic state. My kin's blood dyed the ground of the public square of the Empire's capital. Not a single one of my 367 family members escaped this fate. They all met with violent deaths under their butcher's knives. At the time I recovered from that cold state, the rest of my family was already extinguished. I seemed to catch sight of their specters, pacing back and forth irresolutely in the sky, utterly unreconciled. I didn't step in as my family was already all dead, and I left that place with an overwhelming rancor. As I did not appear from beginning to end in this slaughter, they believed that I already had left the Pombo Empire, hence the hunt came to a provisional end. Instead, they went on to search for my traces over the whole continent. After finally exiting the empire, I rushed out in a set direction, running frantically for 7 days and 7 nights, until getting completely washed out, finding myself in a valley. From that day onwards, there had not been any more light in my heart, only an endless rancor and grudge. This hatred was what kept me alive. I had to kill all those who had betrayed me and slaughtered my people. For some reason, at the time I lost all light, the tortoiseshell technique had ineffably disappeared, perhaps because it was disgusted with the hatred I had. But this didn't matter in my eyes. That black tile I had was the inheritance of an ancient necromancer. Light and necromancy should be two totally opposite powers, but thanks to my innate gifts, I gradually fused them as one. I needed power. I needed to topple the whole Pombo Empire and destroy all the glorious church's forces. I had no more relatives. Everyone else in this world were my enemies. Only their blood and lives could offset the rancor in my heart. I trained day and night, increasing my strength massively, all for the sake of taking revenge one day. Revenge became my greatest driving force. A scion of light hidden in deep mountains to train at 100%. Can you imagine how frightening that is? At the time I left these deep mountains, I was not the scion of light Elux anymore, but the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity Elux. I killed people at sight, turning all living beings into undead under my command. Starting from a small town, I gradually gathered my army of undeads. When I was back at the Pombo Empire, I already had 1 million undead by my sides. I thoroughly destroyed the Pombo Empire, and when that slut Fullo followed Pombo back to the glorious church, I finally brought my undead army to destroy the church. I wanted to annihilate them thoroughly for the sake of avenging my family. Hearing all he said, Longhaochen couldn't help but burst out in rage. Haven't you thought about these countless innocents you took with such a revenge? Your targets of revenge were the royal family of Pombo Empire and the church. So why did you have to implicate so many people? He sympathized with Elux's encounters, but was utterly disgusted with his ruthless methods and his treatment of other humans. Elux revealed an indifferent expression of sadness. When I hesitated in the past, I came to regret it afterwards. But at that time, the 3 empires and the church were just too powerful, so a single person's strength couldn't possibly succeed in exacting revenge. For the sake of revenge, I walked through my downfall and headed for darkness. But at that time, I never even considered that I could be in the wrong. Slaughter was all that mattered in my eyes. Longhaochen did not utter a word because he could feel a deep sadness and remorse from Elux. He regrets it? Could it be that the former holy necromancer who caused tremendous damage to humankind, Elux, is regretting his acts? Could it be because of Kyer and me? Even if Elux had a remorseful heart, Longhaochen's impression of him wouldn't change like that. The sin being already committed, could remorse even undo it? Just how many humans' blood had stained on his hands? After I destroyed my own homeland, the glorious church chose to unite hands with the other 2 empires to handle me, initiating a war. At that time, I had already taken over close to a third of the whole continent, and had a large amount of undead powerhouses under my hands, their soul fire being under my control, making them incomparably loyal. An army of 1 billion undeads was under my command, throwing themselves at the glorious church like a plague. Although the glorious church had powerful divine magic, as a holy necromancer, the undead under my control had an extreme resistance toward light. At the start of the war, I had a total advantage. But undead were after all merely undead. Even if they were even more loyal, they had lost that intelligence belonging to humans. The hearts the people united gradually in this glorious era, and once they steadied their troops, the counteroffense was launched under the lead of the glorious church. At that time, I was already exceedingly powerful, able to resist even the attacks from the Pope of the glorious church. But I couldn't be certain that my undead army would win on its own. In an ultimate decisive battle, my undead army was defeated, and although it came also at a bitter cost for the human armies, I was in the end defeated. Heavily wounded by the group of experts led by the glorious church's pope, I had a malicious weakening curse inflicted by that pope. For the next millennia, I was in great pain due to that sacred curse, coming to an eternal slumber. This war ended with my defeat, but my revenge was still a success. Although I suffered unredeemable heavy wounds, those ones who harmed my kin were all killed, including the Pope, Pello, and Fullo. I still remember clearly that the instant I broke Fullo's heart in pieces, her eyes were filled with pain and struggle. I had taken out her heart to see whether it was still colored red. Pero was turned into an undead by the most painful means. Keeping him by my side, I slowly boiled his soul fire over the course of 1,000 years, finally annihilating it completely and eternally stopping him from reincarnating. Back then, this Tower of Eternity was created to nurture my physical body. But unfortunately, I finally didn't manage to surmount that hateful curse. Otherwise, given my cultivation of that time, I wouldn't die even after living 1,000, no, 10,000 years. But in reality, what caused my eternal slumber was not the wounds on my body but in my heart. After I had killed all my foes, I found out that there was nothing left to keep me attached to this world. My loved ones were dead, my hated ones as well. My heart became empty, with no more care for living, so I finally chose to let myself die out. Then I put myself into deep slumber here, because I was unwilling to recall about the war of that time, and to ponder about whether I was in the right or in the wrong. Now it looks that I was in the wrong. I was really in the wrong. No matter whether I had slaughtered them or not, my kin still wouldn't be brought back. Moreover, I have taken so many innocent lives. My guilt is already beyond redemption. I am the worst human sinner. Reaching this point, Elux's sad look carried a sincere disappointment and frustration when looking at Longhaochen and Kair. I need to thank the two of you for waking me up, and for freeing me of my former rancor. I don't know for how long I have been asleep, but after all of it passed and I finally calmed down for real, I can see the evil crimes I have committed. As you said, my power is not fitting for you two to inherit. This inheritance belonging to necromancy should rather disappear forever, to avoid the possibility of another such disaster. I originally believed that all the humans in this world were despicable and shameless creatures, all beyond redemption. But seeing the feelings between the two of you, I realized that I was in the wrong. Of the two of you, one was all willing to renounce her own life for the sake of the other one, paying with no hesitation the cost of her own heart. and the other one chose to rather give up on his holy convictions as the scion of light for his beloved one. You two have finally shown me what true devotion is, what a true couple united until death parts them is. Thank you. Upon finally witnessing the feelings between you two, I have finally understood that love really exists in this world, that not all humans are despicable creatures. So it really was a heartless urge I had to slaughter everything in my way. There is already no more meaning in regretting since long ago, but after telling all this to you, I feel much more comfortable. The evil tendencies that filled my heart are also getting purified, and although I won't ever possibly return to the embrace of light, at least this evil body can make a contribution with its holy origins. Saying that, Ilux pointed his right hand at the coffin in front of them. The previously spilling death energy immediately gushed out. His left hand made a gesture at Longhaochen and Kyer, and their bodies immediately got surrounded in a golden barrier, therefore rendering them unaffected by any of the death energy. One could clearly see that the death energy pulsing violently was all turned white, and although Longhaochen and Kyer only had the time to sense a glimpse of that previous gush of death energy, they perceived an astonishing purity in that death energy. A death energy of such purity was already beyond the scope of a holy necromancer's level. That was all the accumulation Ilux did throughout several thousand years. Such terrifying might could be called the totality of Ilux's attainments in life beyond holy light. A white stream of air gathered as Ilux slowly lifted his hand, causing strips of white light to revolve around his right arm. As his fingertips turned more and more glistening, that dazzling luster turned all the 7th floor of the Tower of Eternity completely white. Ilux declared impassively, "Kyer, you have gone through a great torment, and when you finally walked past the final path, I had already decided to take you as my inheritor. You have certainly purified my heart and soul, making me realize how filthy this inheritance of mine is. Thus I want to offer you something unrelated to holy necromancy. In my several past years of slumber, I had condensed the purest kind of death energy. As you have the body of samsara, you innately possess the power of purification. This death energy of mine will make a perfect synergy with you. Although I cannot offer my power for you to inherit, you can treat this as a gift for you. No need to consider rejecting it or even try. What I, Ilux, decided upon will necessarily take place. Unless you want to leave Longhaochen to kill himself, just gradually absorb all this death force of mine." The surrounding white light gradually vanished, and a peach-sized white, sparkling, translucent bead appeared in front of Ilux. In a flash of light, this white pearl quietly flew in front of Kyer, the golden skull, eternal melody, floating back in reaction. But in this process, the eternal melody changed gradually, moving rhythmically like a liquid. The eternal melody transformed in the process, to finally turn into the appearance of Longhaochen's portrait, floating in front of Kyer. The white death energy integrated with the pearl, and immediately the golden eternal melody flickered in white. Not only could none of the death energy inside be sensed, but conversely, it was full of a sacred smell. Hanging onto Kyer's neck, the new eternal melody stuck close to her chest, and just like before, embedded itself in her chest in a flash of white light. Kyer only felt a refreshing power spread from the eternal melody, entering her body and melding with her spiritual energy. Without need for her to do anything, her spiritual energy rose slowly. Ilux had his death energy stored inside the eternal melody, but didn't directly give it for her to absorb out of fear about its excessive quantity, which Kyer would immediately find unbearable. Looking at Kai's stunned expression, Ilux had a faint smile on his face. No need to thank me. This is the first gift I am offering you. As for the second gift, it will be given later. Be at ease, since I have offered this gift to you, I will naturally help you two lovers to be together. Otherwise, even the greatest gift wouldn't be enough to please you without him by your side. Hearing his words, Longhaochen and Kai's faces couldn't help but display an expression of joyful surprise. Although Longhaochen really loathed Ilux, he really hated to part. Even if all the other reasons were to be thrown aside just for Kai's sake, he was really unwilling to die like that. Ilux's right hand once again pointed to the coffin in front of him, and this time what came out from there was a bright light of an incomparable purity. When it bubbled up from the coffin, Ilux immediately gained an illusory look, as if his soul was sustaining a great attack. Compared to the previous gathered energy of death, the golden radiance that Ilux liberated this time became much slower, his face looking a lot more grave than before, so much so that it was a bit strange. Although that golden barrier was there, Longhaochen could clearly feel a light essence of great purity. Was what was coming out the holy power he'd stored in himself for several thousand years? Longhaochen looked at Ilux with shock, although he loathed Ilux for his previous doings. However, he couldn't help but admire him greatly for his accomplishment in cultivation. Solely by relying on his soul force, he was actually able to draw out power from that body. This showed how great his perception of the power of light was. Asking himself, Longhaochen reached the conclusion that the gap separating himself from Ilux was still incomparably wide. Out of all the powerhouses he had ever met, the strongest ones were undoubtedly the demon god Emperor Fengxiu and this holy necromancer Ilux. The former may be stronger in total spiritual energy, but in view of the control over light Ilux had in his soul form, Longhaochen determined that even Fengxiu was definitely not an opponent for Ilux. The light was extracted for a whole hour before ending gradually. Longhaochen and Kai understood that what Ilux was now doing pertained greatly to Longhaochen's resurrection. Only, they did not understand by which method the formerly most powerful necromancer was attempting to recover Longhaochen's lost heart. The coffin was not releasing bright light anymore, and Ilux's face became even more focused than before. His left hand was pressed lightly onto his forehead, and then, a light ray with a tail of light came out from the midst of his soul. His movement was slow, and the expression on his face started to twist, as he seemingly suffered a great pain. But both his hands were extremely stable, maintaining the same movement. Gradually, that dot of light was pulled out entirely from his soul. When he was done, his originally very corporeal soul body immediately became transparent, much weaker than before. Ilux's hands both started the same movement. From his hands, dots of light gathered into a large ball, and his hands started to trace complicated symbols, each movement appearing very fast. These complicated symbols rapidly joined with the golden mass in front of him, that fluctuated constantly in front of these complex symbols, and even trembled. As one symbol after another was completed, Ilux's soul body became more and more transparent, and on the last one, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, breathing while looking down toward the coffin. Immediately, a blackish-gray energy burst out from the coffin, making his soul body regain substance upon contact. Only, that blackish-gray color seemed full of evil and malevolence, incompatible with the golden color right in front. A fantastic scene followed. When Ilux held his hands out, facing the lumpy golden object toward Longhaochen, it made sounds similar to heartbeats, and drifted slowly toward Haochen. This is the heart I have reconstructed for you. Your flesh will be able to regain its functions and assimilate its power. It will become your strongest spiritual cavity in the future, as well as the source of your whole power. I called it Heart of Eternity, and if I may say, that's the greatest masterpiece of my whole life. At this point, Eluxus couldn't help but gasp in self-admiration. Visibly, he was very proud of having made this Heart of Eternity. I know that you must loathe me and loathe my power. Although you cannot reject this present of mine, since you want to Levito be together with Kairyo, feel some reluctance, because you believe that your holy heart will inevitably be affected by this present. Am I right? Longhaochen didn't mutter a word, silently approving Eluxa's declaration. Indeed, for the sake of living, he could accept receiving everything before his eyes, even if it meant going against his holy beliefs without scruples. For Kair's sake, he was willing to renounce all he had, but he knew that really accepting Eluxa's power, even if it's just the power extracted from his body, would surely impede Longhaochen's future, and greatly affect his future cultivation. Elux declared calmly. Right, because of these issues, I must make some things clear to you before you receive the Heart of Eternity. You can loathe me and reject my everything, but you cannot reject light. You are the scion of light, to whom the power of light is more fitting than it would be to anyone else. You saw what I just did. I gave Kair the purest death energy I have been condensing over 1,000 years, which is a very small part of my original power. But it prevails in its purity, as it doesn't contain any other superfluous existence, making it only advantageous to Kair, and won't leave any brand which is specific to me. I did the same when condensing this Heart of Eternity for you. I extracted all the light essence to turn it into holy power of the purest kind. Do you know what I have stripped and peeled from my very soul? It is my brand as a former scion of light. In other words, I am not giving you my power but the power of the previous scion of light. You may understand it as receiving holy light and flesh of the purest kind from before the time I have become corrupted. As you have seen, after these two powers were stripped from me, all I have left is the power of death, as well as all the negative energies. These are all classified as corruption, my corruption as well as light's corruption. The guilt is all mine and not light's. Go now, you are the most fitting host for my Heart of Eternity. While saying that, Eluxa's eyes flashed in the light as that ball of light suddenly broke into the space in the middle of Haochen's heart. He felt an incomparable surge of heat traveling into all his limbs and causing him to unconsciously sit cross-legged on the ground. His whole body turned golden, and he lost even the capability to think. Placing his ardent gaze onto Longhaochen, Elux stared at him for a whole 10 minutes before gradually loosening his breath. With a little smile on his face, he declared, I am still the holy necromancer, slumbering calamity, Elux. No one in this world is more knowledgeable than me regarding death and life. My Heart of Eternity was a success, and in some sense, the past me before corruption will continue to live inside Longhaochen. Maybe this was the best choice I could do. I will be a little part of all the future contributions he will make for humanity in the future. I hope this will serve as a little redemption for all my previous sins. Kair, are you satisfied with how I handled things? Elux shifted his sight toward Kair after making sure that Longhaochen was correctly starting to integrate the Heart of Eternity. Kair bowed to him. Thank you very much for everything, Senior. She was not the same as Longhaochen, as she didn't have as pronounced of a disposition towards good. She only knew that this was previously a human sinner who just saved her own lover. She only felt filled with gratefulness. Alux smiled at her. Although you cannot inherit my necromancy, in the end you obtained my death energy. I want to leave this world forever and get purified by your hand. This is the best destination I could wish for. Since that time when blame and hatred deceived my sight, I never thought I'd see the day where I'd be so very happy again. I feel like I have come back to the days I was the scion of light, when my life and soul were at their peak. Kyr, are you willing to call me teacher?